A sparkly and shiny day in a zoo. We see a young female zookeeper happily mopping the floor of an animal cage. Her manager went on a vacation and temporarily asked her to take care of the animals. Under normal circumstances, anyone would hate doing other people's jobs. I would hate it for sure. However, she accepts the job with great ecstasy because she totally adores the animals. For her, they are the perfect creatures on the planet. Wolves, tigers, leopards, she loves them all. As she happily cleanses the cage, her happiness turns into despair as she seemingly gets attacked by a black panther. Pun intended. The young girl loses all her senses and upon regaining consciousness, finds herself in a forest. For a moment, it appears to her that she has been taken to the safari zone of her zoo. However, the trees don't resemble that of the safari zone, which hints to her that she is in an unfamiliar place. She looks for her phone to gain some idea of the situation, but kaboom. She hears fluttering sounds upon making movements and sees claws and wings in place of her arms and legs. She shockingly realizes that she has been turned into a crow. The crow freak. Let's call her Crow Girl from now on. The Crow Girl draws near the river and gets utterly frightened to see her reflection in the water. She tries to figure out whether she has been reincarnated as a crow or has possessed a crow's body. Frustrated with the situation, she laments over the fact that out of all the cool and sexy wild beasts, she transformed into a freaking crow. She thinks how unfortunate she is because other people get reincarnated as the protagonists of romance novels and stories, whereas she becomes an ominous bird. She then imagines herself in a surgery room and even the doctor says that her case is beyond help, leading to her rising distress. Coming back to reality, she considers her new life and is horrified to learn that she has to change her diet from yummy cooked meals to rodents, vermin, and bugs. This makes her ferocious and she swears to peck out the eyes of the gods who did that to her. Exactly what Kratos did to Poseidon. Suddenly she remembers that crows also eat fruits and nuts and sets out to look for some. Once she starts flying, she feels so free and amazed to be able to fly that she thinks it's not that bad to be a crow. She wonders if flying makes birds feel high by giving them this magical rush of freedom. As she enjoys her flight, she hears some distant voices resembling those of the humans. Lost in her thinking, she dreams about becoming the pet of some wealthy personality as it would save her the trouble of roaming around and looking for food. Her fantasy quickly ends as she acknowledges that crows are not usually adored on this planet, and that is why no one would pet her. Anyways, she decides to give the idea a try and swiftly flies towards the direction of the sounds. In her head, she thinks about ways to impress the humans with her skills. However, when she comes closer, she realizes that they are not humans but actually big and sturdy orcs. This realization draws the soul out of her body and she complains that she wants to stumble onto some handsome boys, not orcs. We see that the orcs are actually looking for someone. Also, after taking the drone view of the area, and spotting orcs who are supposed to be mythical creatures, the girl figures out that she is actually in a fantasy world. She also realizes that since orcs are popular across all mediums, it's hard to say whether she is in a game, novel, or manga. Regardless, she thanks the gods for at least giving her the ability to understand the language of this fantasy world. Yet, again she says that the god could have been more generous to her and vows to behead the god if she ever meets him. It turns out that the orcs are headed to avenge their comrade, and judging from their conversation, the girl assumes that there is a nearby hunter or soldier that can kill an orc. She spreads her wings into the sky and begins to look for this person before the orcs. Our MC. Yes, at this point it is apparent that this girl come crow is our MC. Strategies to inform that wanted person about the incoming mob of orcs to win over his heart and make him per her. Lending a hand to feed the guts. After searching for a while, she finds a charming blonde man in the forest who is shown to be wounded for some reason. We get to know that he got ambushed by his court guard named Faroon. The man regrets accepting Faroon's offer to hunt together even though he accepted it to expose his sham. He thinks that maybe all this was plotted by a villain named Llewellyn. The blonde man laments that he may soon meet his end due to his injuries. However, fortunately, the crow shows up there just in time. Interestingly, she claims to have seen that man before. The man sights the crow and wonders if it is waiting for his death to feast on his corpse, because crows are often seen as corpse-eating birds that commonly roam near battlefields and cemeteries and are widely known as a symbol of death. Just as Sekura is the symbol of uselessness. He wants to shoo the crow away but is unable to do so because the sound will alert the nearby orcs. The crow girl starts cawing and the man considers getting rid of her in order to keep the silence, but to his surprise, the crow spreads her wings and flies away. This gains the attention of the orcs and they start to follow her, thinking that she will lead them to a corpse. The orcs march away from the blonde man's hideout and the man wonders if that crow was a blessing in disguise. The crow girl tries to remember where exactly she saw that man. She grows certain that she has seen him in a game or a novel before and is determined to stick by his side to ensure his safety, not only because of his good looks but also because he is the only familiar entity in this fantasy world. Our MC successfully leads all the orcs to a cliff far away from the blonde man. The orcs realize that they have lost the man. The crow launches herself into the sky and glides back toward the blonde man. She rushes back to the spot but doesn't find the blonde man there. He has left behind a trail of blood which makes her worry, and she proceeds to look for some medicinal herbs to stop his bleeding. However, she does not have enough knowledge about herbs because animals are her only area of expertise. Regardless, she decides to use her crow instincts to pick out edible grass that can be used to make medicine. Even though she has no idea whether it will work on a person or not, she proceeds with the plan. In the next scene, we see the blonde man flaunting his chiseled body and washing off his wounds. He feels relieved after washing off his scent, as it will make it harder for the orcs to find him and keep them at bay. The man acknowledges how ironically the symbol of death saved his life. Had the crow not led the orcs away, he would surely have died fighting them with a wounded body. The blonde man decides to not rely on his luck anymore and proceeds to formulate a plan to escape the orcs and move to a safer place. Suddenly, something falls onto his head. He picks it up and is surprised to see some medicinal herbs. He looks up and finds the crow waving at him. The man refuses to believe a bird to be this intelligent. He comes up with a few theories, believing that the crow might be someone's familiar, a hybrid, or even a polymorph dragon. He discards the first two possibilities because no one on his side has a familiar, and hybrids do not actually like humans. Boy ... who does? The man could not help but think that the crow might be a polymorph dragon, but again, the race of polymorph dragons does not usually go to such lengths to help someone. Despite thinking a lot, he is unable to figure out the crow's motive behind lending him help. He wraps the bandage on his injuries, picks up his coat, and puts it on. Rip everyone who was drooling over his physique. As he moves away, the crow happily offers him some berries. He picks them up, eats them, and feels extremely delighted to savor the sweet flavor. The taste of the berries makes him feel as if his pain and discomfort have alleviated for a moment. After this event, they started living together and became companions. The crow girl fetched herbs and fruits and informed the man about nearby dangers. The man caught rabbits or fish and shared them with the crow. They share each other's good company, and the crow is really happy to have him because now she no longer needs to eat bugs. Days pass by and one day he gives her a name. He named her Reinel. She ponders that things have changed a lot between them. On their first meeting, the man was suspicious of her, but now he calls her name with a kind look in his eyes. Reinel finds her heart gravitating towards him. Whenever he calls her name, she feels as if a hot K-pop idol is calling out on her, and this makes her blush. She appreciates his smile and how it makes her heart skip a beat. The charming blonde man also appreciates her company and feels that he has finally found someone who makes him feel comfortable. Up until now, he has only met mean people whose sole intention was to take advantage of him. So naturally, meeting someone with no ulterior motives is a great feat for him. He considers abandoning his life as a prince of the imperial palace and dreams about spending the rest of his life with the sweet bird. However, he knows that he must return for the sake of all the knights who died protecting him, the people who would suffer if the power fell into Llewellyn's hands, and this man was continuation. The man mentions that Llewellyn might have already declared him dead in order to take over all his property and belongings. He then talks about a hidden power inside him that he must awaken if he has to emerge triumphant over the evil villain. We learn that this power is foundational to the imperial family and the ultimate proof of being a member of the imperial dynasty. It is the ability to shapeshift into a wolf. The scene shifts and we see that Reinel is on her usual job of scouting for some herbs. The sun is about to set, so she thinks about going back because it is hard to find herbs in the dark. Suddenly, she sees something gleaming in the forest. She wonders if it is a jewel. As she decides to leave the jewel behind and look for something edible and useful, her crow instincts take control of her body and force her to move toward the jewel because crows like shiny things. Might also take a bullet for them. Reinel gets down and grabs the jewel. She gets embarrassed because her crow instincts make her goofily play with the shiny jewel. Upon taking a better view of the jewel, Reinel realizes that it is not a jewel but a berry called a Kroban rock that she saw in a game when she was a human. It is an extremely important item that possesses the power to awaken any character. It holds the power to change the final result of the game depending on who she gives it to. If the berry remains with a person who isn't very likely, they meet a cruel fate such as getting locked up for a crime they didn't even commit. We get to know that Rionelle was on the receiving end of many such cruel fates, and it took her a whole year to give the berry to a character who could handle it and complete the game. Things become conspicuous to her and our hero realizes that right now she is a part of the same shoujo game that she used to play. However, she played this game over 3 years ago, so that is why she does not remember much of it. She curses the gods for sending her into this game world and messing up her life. The only silver lining she has is that now clearly remembers the true identity of the blonde man. We get to know that he is Camuet Ebel, the crown prince of the Balfric Empire, a sub-character of the same game that Rionelle used to play, capable of becoming the target character. She realizes that she has come to the world during the period when Ebel is still the first prince. She remembers that he went through a hard time because his powers did not awaken. Rionelle understands that she is supposed to help Ebel awaken his powers. In the future, this might give him the authority and power to send her back to her world where she can be happy with the wild animals once again. Rionelle grabs the Kroban rock in her claws and fetches it to Ebel. He gazes at it and gets utterly surprised because even His Majesty could not get his hands on something like that. He wonders if the crow is really a dragon or a prophet. Ebel knows that if he eats this berry then his fate will take a radical turn, but it can go either way as it may also kill him. So, it's a huge risk. He takes a deep breath, makes up his mind, and tells Rionelle to live a happy and free life in case the awakening kills him. And with that said, he eats the Kroban rock. Suddenly, magical rays envelop his whole body and he starts floating in the air. She remembers how he became fatally sexual after consuming the berry when she was still playing the game, but shifts her focus back to the current scenario and sees how powerful the blonde prince is becoming because of the berry. He releases such strong waves of power that it even drives away the nearby birds, but at the same time, it also attracts some beast men who look like hyenas with punk hairstyles. Rionelle curses the beast humans for coming to attack Ebel while he is transforming. As she has already played the game before, she knows that Ebel's awakening will be successful. That is why she thinks about running away and hiding somewhere. However, Ebel's words ring in her mind and she musters the courage to take on the foes. Sadly, Rionelle gets beaten to a pulp by the hyena wannabes. The immense process of awakening causes intense pain to Ebel. His skin starts to rip away and he feels that it will be better to accept death instead of feeling this pain. Regardless, he does not allow the pain to conquer him and persistently bears all the agony. He remembers all his comrades who died for him and holds on to dear life with all his might. We are informed that when God created the world, his holy animals led all of God's living creations, and among them, the wolves shared their powers with those who resembled the appearance of God so that the humans could wisely lead the world. In the next panel, we see that Ebel completes his awakening and successfully transforms into a ferocious golden wolf. He corners all the beastmen and saves the wounded Rionelle. He tells her that she should have adhered to what he said, mildly scolds her, and says that she wouldn't get hurt if she had left the scene on time. Ebel then takes Rionelle in his arms and leaves to find a way to heal her. The scene changes again and we find Rionelle slowly opening up her eyes as she regains consciousness. She sees Ebel ordering a man to heal her. The man moves his fingers and casts a spell that immediately heals her injuries. Rionelle wakes up completely baffled, but Ebel showers her with reassuring words and calms her down. He tells her that they are at the residence of one of their trusted knights and the guy who treated her is a priest. The priest laughs nervously and thinks that it was actually his first time treating a crow, and he would have surely refused to heal it if it was not the prince who asked him. Rionelle appears to be a little nervous and scared. She sees that all her pain has disappeared and wonders if it is because of some divine power that is only possible in this magical realm. The priest takes his leave and as soon as he exits the door, our Prince Charming gives Rionelle a tight and cozy hug, just like any lover boy would give to his lover. This makes Rionelle blush so hard that her heart almost explodes. Metaphorically, his charm was too much to handle because she has been single her whole life, and what is even crazier for her is that she is receiving all this affection in the body of a crow. So, it makes Rionelle sad that all she can ever become is his pet, nothing more nothing less, and eventually he will marry someone else. Someone human. She laments that she wants to become the female lead of the story and not a goddamn crow who is deemed to stay deprived of a human husband for the rest of her life. On the other hand, seeing the crow making a mess of herself, Ebel apologizes because he feels that his tight hug has hurt her. He mentions that he couldn't control his excitement to see her regain consciousness. Ebel feels grateful for all the help that Rionelle rendered to him and apologies again for endangering her. He promises that no matter what happens, he will never abandon her or leave her behind. Hearing that makes her heart flutter, she happily jumps onto his shoulder and shows him affection. She wishes to keep him all for herself and with an evil grin on her face, resolves to peck everyone who will come try to close to him. Then, we see someone knocking on the door, asking for permission to enter the room. He is Galinos, a royal knight of the kingdom. Ebel apologizes to him for his sudden advent at Galinos' place. Rionel instantly recognizes Galinos as one of the characters from the game. He was an attack-type character, yet she doesn't remember much about his personality. 3 years are enough to forget your ex, let alone a game character. Galinos appears to be very regretful for not being able to assist the Crown Prince while he was suffering in the jungle. He states that his sin can't be condemned and proceeds to atone for it by throwing away his life. Rionel sees this all happening in front of her eyes and falls into absolute panic because watching handsome dudes die in front of her is the last thing that she would want to see. Ebel steps in and with a big swing of his left arm, throws away Galinos' sword. He berates him and tells him that he does not have to take things so seriously, all that while praising him for his concern. Galinos still feels that he has sinned, however. Ebel assures him that he is not at fault because he was stationed on a faraway mission by the Emperor himself. Ebel feels content enough to simply know that Galinos is not one of Llewellyn's men, and to free him from his guilt, he asks Galinos to become his sword. After hearing that, Galinos feels overwhelmed with emotions and without sparing a moment, he picks up his fallen sword and swears to become the sword and shield of the Crown Prince even if it means throwing away his life for him. Rionel finally remembers that in the original game, Galinos was Prince Ebel's right-hand knight. Ebel is amazed to hear Galinos' words. He smirkingly asks Galinos if he would feel the same way even if he never awakens his imperial power. Galinos nods and says yes, which makes Ebel appreciate him for his unwavering determination and utmost loyalty, and proudly appoints him as his knight. Meanwhile, Rionel is a little confused because Ebel has already awakened his powers and can definitely transform into a werewolf now, so it doesn't make sense for him to hide this fact from Galinos. Unfortunately for our MC, she is still a crow, so she cannot ask questions. Regardless, she decides to leave things in the hands of time, waiting for it to unfold the mystery. Now, the scene shifts and we see Ebel and Galinos sitting on a table. Galinos asks Ebel how he was able to escape from the orcs earlier because he was surely fatally injured. That's when Ebel realizes he hasn't introduced Rionel to Galinos, so he signals his crow to land on his arm and proceeds to introduce the two to each other. Galinos gets perplexed to see such a bond between the Crown Prince and an ominous crow, and he also recalls that he had seen Rionel close to the prince ever since he arrived in the room. He tries to hide his emotions yet cannot help but wear his heart on his sleeve. Ebel understands the baffled look on his face and explains how helpful Rionel has been to him right from when she rescued him from the orcs and admits that if it was not for Rionel, he would not be alive. Galinos has always seen Ebel as a kind and caring man who shows no sign of vulnerability. He believes that it is because of his greatness that even a bird is serving him. He grows hateful towards Rionel for being too close to the Crown Prince despite being a measly bird and gives her a cold look. His gaze makes Rionel nervous and she accepts that prejudice cannot be eradicated overnight. The mood of the room suddenly changes as Ebel starts asking some serious questions. He inquires Galinos about the current situation of the Imperial Palace. He tells Galinos that it is supposedly Llewellyn who has announced that Ebel is missing. Galinos agrees and explains that he has been declared missing because his body wasn't found amongst the dead soldiers. Galinos adds that even a search party was assigned to look for Ebel, and Llewellyn supposedly also begged his father to get to work. But the blonde prince is sure that Llewellyn is a horrible person who would never think of doing such good deeds, and everything was plotted by the third prince himself to gain the throne. For those of you who don't remember, Llewellyn is the third prince of the palace. Ebel also learns that His Majesty has given him an order to Llewellyn, which does not surprise Ebel because he is well aware that the emperor only cares about the succession of the crown. After hearing all of this, Rionel becomes emotional about the horrible state of the royal family. She snuggles up to him and tries to comfort him for the hardships that he has faced along the way. Ebel assures Rionel that he has got everything sorted and will surely not blow up his chance to rise to the top. Galinos is still amazed to witness the proximity of the two. Ebel stands up and orders Galinos to reach the capital and inform his father that he is still alive. Galinos gets worried that this move will expose Ebel's location, and the third prince may try to throw further nuisance on his path. However, Ebel is confident that as long as the emperor cares about him, his brother can't play his cards. He says that it doesn't matter if Llewellyn attacks him or not. Rather, he prays that he does so he can shut him down once and for all. The next day, a carriage is prepared to take our heroes to the Imperial Palace. Rionel always wanted to see the Imperial Palace. Up until now, she has only seen it in books and illustrations, so she gets very excited by the prospect of actually visiting a real one. However, she knows that she also needs to be alert because the malignant enemy resides right there. It is when she feels thankful for being a crow and not a woman because that would attract a lot of unwanted attention and political controversy to her. She feels glad to simply be His Highness's pet and happily greets him from the top of his luggage. Her happiness comes down crashing as she realizes that she will have to travel the whole journey in a birdcage. Ebel apologizes to her for the inconvenience, but our sobbing MC calls him a traitor for locking her down. She believes that karma is hitting her back because she used to do the same thing to other animals back when she was a zookeeper. Our crow girl gets tossed around inside the cage and feels dizzy. The blonde prince fails to notice it and keeps moving at his regular pace. His servants offer help to him to carry the cage. However, our prince decides to take care of the matter himself. The situation makes her want to throw up, and she passes out for a bit. The night falls and Ebel decides to let her out of the cage while they're still in the carriage. He sees her terrible condition and apologizes for not noticing it earlier. Furious, Reinel starts pinching his fingers and says that this time she does not intend to go easy on him for what he put her through. Ebel comprehends her anger and gently strokes her head to calm her down. Eventually, Reinel gets rid of her demonic behavior and succumbs to his gentle touches. Ebel goes on to explain that he wanted to fulfill his promise of not abandoning her, which was why he decided to bring her along in a cage. He mentions that at this point he doesn't even care if she is actually a dragon in disguise and gently kisses her beak to show her affection. This makes her completely nuts. She couldn't believe the fact that she just received a kiss from the charming prince. Her craziness continues to sail her mind. But Ebel states that there will be some enemies to face once they reach the Imperial Palace, and she is the only one that he can put his faith into. This makes Reinel realize that Mr. Prince is only confiding in her because he perceives her as a simple creature unable to communicate. Even though this situation wouldn't have arisen if she were in her human form, Reinel still decides to kiss Ebel and cuddle with him. She's relieved that her blushes are concealed by her black feathers. The scene changes and we see that they have finally arrived at the Imperial Palace. Reinel's eyes start shining as she looks at the grandeur view of the palace. Upon reaching Ebel's room, she notices various shiny and gleaming things. Her crow instincts again take over her mind, and with a drooling face, she immediately starts plotting a robbery. She reminds herself once again that she is a human and pushes away her crow instincts. Ebel informs Reinel that he has to attend to some matters and leaves the room, instructing his butler to look after her, and warning of severe consequences if she's mistreated. The butler, trembling with fear, refers to Reinel as a sinister omen but follows orders and provides her with food. Unfortunately, this food turns out to be disgusting worms, and it makes our MC squirm out of disgust. Ebel hears her intense crying voice, but he disregards it, thinking that he's imagining things. Regardless, he starts to get worried about Reinel and proceeds to complete his work quickly so that he can return back to her as soon as possible. Later on, he finally encounters Llewellyn, who feigns concern for him and tells him that he has been worried about him ever since he went missing. But Ebel, familiar with such manipulations, responds patronizingly. He sarcastically says sorry for making him worry while mocking him at the same for getting so worked up over such a trivial incident. This remark makes the third prince visibly annoyed. We are informed that many people believe that Llewellyn gained support as the third prince solely due to his activation of wolf powers. However, rather than motivating him to improve, the achievement only fueled his complacency. His arrogance was evident in his indulgence with harem women, highlighting his lack of maturity and raising concerns about his character. Returning to the confrontation between Ebel and Llewellyn. In his mind, Ebel ridicules Llewellyn for his obliviousness to his awakened wolf powers and that it is because of all these traits that he still has not seized the succession throne. Ebel says that the team sent to find him was a waste of time and resources. The third prince looks nervous but doesn't want to reveal his bad intentions, so he just smiles and pretends he doesn't know what Ebel is talking about. The blonde prince doesn't want to argue with his brother right now, so he walks past Llewellyn and says that he'll finish their little chat later because he has to go meet the king right now. Ebel remarks that things will become very exciting for Llewellyn, and then he goes to see his father. In the next scene, we see two guards waiting at the door, and they quickly kneel before the king. The blonde prince enters the room and proudly tells his father that he's back. The king is happy that his first son has returned to the royal palace, but he doesn't seem to be in good health. The king battles his sickness and passes her son a smile on his safe return. But Ebel is worried about his father's health, so he inquires about it. The king responds by saying he's unchanged and dismisses the small talk, indicating that what Ebel is worried about will not happen anytime soon. That is the king's death. The king suggests that Ebel has only just hatched out of his egg, implying he can detect his son's wolf powers. He also remarks that it's Ebel's emotions that make him vulnerable to manipulation by his brother. The blonde prince is surprised that the king noticed his powers so swiftly. He silently ridicules Llewellyn but maintains an innocent facade when he speaks. Ebel assures the emperor that he will soon put an end to the brawl related to the throne and tells the king that with this, he will be able to peacefully join the late queen in the afterlife. While speaking, he hints about killing his brother Llewellyn, and that sentence sends chills down the king's spine. This causes the king to adopt a stern parental expression and label Ebel as insolent. But Ebel laughs it off and says that he has always been this way. The father and son share some light-hearted banter before Ebel leaves. As he departs, he reflects on how things might have been different if his mother hadn't died from her illness. He thinks that the competition for the throne would have been less intense if she were still alive. The blonde prince gets enveloped in a golden aura as he departs the room, announcing his exit. This prompts the king to burst into an odd laughter, driven by his newfound recognition of Ebel's potential. Engaging in what seems like a conversation with himself, the king expresses a desire for his deceased queen to witness the significant transformation in Ebel. Subsequently, we glimpse the very beautiful queen who looks like the S-tier hotties from seinen manga. The king reflects on the bond between a wolf and its lifelong partner, noting that when one passes away, the other also suffers and eventually joins them in the afterlife. This is exactly the king's current situation, as he prays for Ebel's success in his endeavors and longs to reunite with his departed wife in the afterlife. The scene changes again and we return to Ebel's room where our crow girl is still locked in her cage. She quickly starts complaining about feeling hungry. Her mouth begins to water because of hunger as she thinks about how long it's been since Ebel left. She knows that birds can digest their food very quickly, so her hunger feels like it's been lasting for days. Additionally, Rionel is unhappy with the butler, who only gave her some gross worms to eat. The butler is confused when Rionel refuses to eat the worms, and she wonders if he wants her to starve. She cries dramatically in her crow voice, wishing for her Prince Charming to come back soon. But no one is coming to rescue her from this awful food, so she looks into her bowl of worms in anticipation of some change. The sight of the worms isn't appealing, but Rionel is extremely hungry. She considers taking a bite as her beak drools. Rionel thinks about how she has crow organs, so she should be able to enjoy the worms. She trusts her sense of taste, but then her human side appears and jokingly punches her crow body. She worries that at this pace, she'll end up eating the worms. Luckily, our Prince Charming arrives there and takes tabs on her. Ebel is surprised to see Rionel in such a bad condition and notices how thin she has become in a short time. Knowing that his crow doesn't like eating bugs, he immediately tells the butler to bring raw meat and fruits. Finally, Rionel gets to enjoy a proper meal and even some tasty treats. She's grateful for feeling more human again, but then Ebel surprises her by inviting her to his bed. Rionel is puzzled, but Ebel explains that he wants to give her some toys to play with. He opens a treasure chest and reveals a collection of precious shiny gems. Rionel looks at the gems and marvels at the cost of these gems, realizing they likely hold little value to a prince like Ebel. Despite being a crow associated with death, she feels deeply cherished by Ebel. She daydreams about him loving her as a human, which would be the ideal outcome for her. Riel's daydreaming is interrupted when Ebel asks if she likes his gift, which brightens her mood and makes her grateful for being Ebel's trusted bird. The challenges are there, yet she decides to take things one day at a time. She picks up a gem to give to Ebel. He is deeply touched by her gesture, which fills him with joy. Riel finds it surprising that a prince could be so easily pleased. Ebel then hugs his crow girl and promises to make her the imperial crow once he becomes the king. Riel gives a mischievous look and hints that this is just the beginning of her plan to make Ebel fall in love with her. Loki evil. The following day, Rionel wakes up and stretches her wings, enjoying the nice morning. She knows there are many rooms in the palace to explore, so she won't get bored quickly. She goes outside for some fresh air, and a guard is surprised to see her. The guard gets concerned, thinking she might be a bad omen as a bird of death, and tries to chase her away from the king's garden. But then, Ebel steps in and tells the guard not to touch Rionel because she's important to him. The guard thinks this is strange but leaves because he doesn't want to make the blonde prince upset. Ebel knows it was a dangerous situation, and if things continue like this, Rionel might get hurt. So, he plans to give her a mark to show everyone that Rionel is special to him and shouldn't be harmed. He hears someone coming, and it is none other than our harem king Llewellyn. The third prince acts arrogant and snobbish. Rionel also sees him and creates her own funny hashtags for the situation. Ebel decides to confront Llewellyn, asking why he came himself instead of sending someone else. He starts teasing his brother for having too much free time, but the third prince responds sarcastically, claiming he just wants to spend time with his beloved brother. We find out that the youngest member of the royal family is a girl named Sephia. As time passes, tension builds up between the brothers. Rhiannon notices the tension between the brothers and becomes concerned about what might happen because of their argument. The third prince decides to stop beating around the bush and gets straight to the point. Llewellyn reveals that he knows about Ebel's promise to end the battle for the crown, but Ebel brushes it off confidently, insisting it's time for a decision. Llewellyn finds Ebel's words ridiculous, pointing out that Ebel hasn't even unlocked his wolf powers yet. In response to his brother's teasing, Ebel ridicules him for failing to capture the throne despite awakening his powers earlier. Rhiannon observes the scene like she's watching a dramatic film, something like a blend of Game of Thrones and Twilight. Ebel continues to criticize Llewellyn for failing to claim the throne despite Ebel being absent for a significant period. This comment unsettles Llewellyn, prompting him to transform into a werewolf. However, Ebel notices that Llewellyn's wolf form is rather small, almost resembling that of a dog. Llewellyn rushes toward Ebel, but before he can reach him, Rhiannon launches a comedic attack on the wolf prince with her beak. Although this confuses Ebel, Rhiannon reminds him of her previous feat in fending off the orcs who had attacked Ebel. Aware that Rhiannon won't withstand Llewellyn for long, Ebel intervenes, kicking Llewellyn away to protect his crow companion. The blonde prince mocks his brother, claiming he's as small as a dog and was even bested by a crow. Llewellyn retorts, insulting Rhiannon for attacking him. However, Ebel admonishes him again, asserting his strength despite not yet awakening his powers. Ebel pretends to have wolf powers and ridicules Llewellyn for appearing weak, likening him to a dog instead of a wolf. "I am already tired of this blah 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 blah. Start fighting, will you?" The third prince vows revenge, prompting Ebel to assess the political landscape. Recognizing his brother's substantial support base, he decides not to make any rash moves. Ebel then calls Rhiannon to him, but instead of expressing gratitude, he scolds her for risking herself to fight Llewellyn. Rhiannon playfully defends herself, blaming the third prince for starting the argument. Ebel then escorts Rhiannon to his room, where he advises her against engaging in such confrontations, regardless of the circumstances. His reasons are good because he worries that the third prince might target Rhiannon now that she has hurt his pride. But Rhiannon decides to use her cute powers to make the blonde prince feel sorry for scolding her. Despite feeling bad, he tells Rhiannon that she shouldn't be so careless because it's dangerous for her. Ebel brings up the incident with the orcs, and Rhiannon realizes he's right about the fight with Llewellyn. Rhiannon tells us that she had studied wolves and their weaknesses before, so she knew how to hurt the third prince. Her crow instincts also helped, but she admits she acted recklessly, much like when she was clumsy as a human with her dog. After understanding Ebel's intentions, Rhiannon gently touches his hand with her beak and apologizes. Ebel accepts her apology and promises to always protect her because his wolf powers have awakened. Now, he continues assuming that Rhiannon is merely an intelligent crow and not a dragon. He expresses his desire not to lose her to someone like Llewellyn. Meanwhile, the third prince has a tantrum and destroys his room in a fit of anger over the humiliation he faced. He mostly blames Rhiannon for it, recalling her humorous attack on him and imagining himself as the future king. Llewellyn decides that once he becomes king, his first goal will be to eradicate all the crows from the kingdom. However, something gives him pause. He recalls that Ebel intervened to save Rhiannon when he could have simply watched the battle unfold. He finds this thing off because this is not how Ebel typically would have behaved. This sinister thought prompts Llewellyn to take action. He gazes into his mirror and commands a demonic old man to investigate the relationship between Ebel and Rhiannon. The scene shifts. We witness the blonde prince writing a letter while the crow girl rests on his shoulders. However, our hero feels a bit tired and wishes to sleep, but their rest is interrupted by a visitor at the door. The arrival is announced as a marquess named Namuel. Ebel allows Namuel to enter the room, piquing Rhiannon's interest as she recognizes the name. As Namuel enters, he mentions that he has brought an item requested by Ebel. While the blonde prince welcomes Namuel, Rhiannon has different plans. She flies over to the Marquess and scrutinizes him with a fierce glare. Interestingly, she recalls that Namuel was the hero of the original game, and Rhiannon admires his handsome appearance, both in illustrations and in person. She expresses her gratitude for encountering attractive men in this fantasy world. Rhiannon becomes infatuated with Namuel and lavishes him with affection, seemingly ignoring Ebel. Namuel is pleasantly surprised by her friendliness, but Ebel becomes visibly upset by Rhiannon's actions, feeling betrayed by her apparent disregard for him. #jealous. Ebel confronts Rionel, expressing his shock and jealousy at seeing her so comfortable with someone else. He angrily tells her to stop bothering Namuel. Realizing her mistake, Rionel calms down and returns to Ebel, apologizing cutely and affirming her loyalty to him. However, Ebel remains unaffected by her words and warns her that they will discuss the matter later. Surely ain't a simp. Meanwhile, Namuel expresses interest in dissecting Rionel, but Ebel intervenes and asks for the item he requested. The magician shows Ebel a necklace with a precious gem and suggests it's meant for someone very important to him. This worries Rionel because she thinks Ebel might be planning to marry someone else. She's surprised and upset to learn that Ebel has another special person in his life besides her, and she struggles to accept the fact that she's not his top priority. She starts crying because she finds it funny to think of a world where Ebel leaves her to marry someone else. To cheer herself up, she imagines Ebel promising never to leave her alone. But even in her imagination, she's fooled when the fake Ebel asks her to be his child instead of his sweetheart. This makes her cry even more, and she jokingly labels herself as the distressed crow. All of this emotional turmoil turns out to be unnecessary as our blonde Bruce Wayne gives the freaking expensive necklace to Rionel. He reveals that she is the special person in his life. Duh. Rionel is ecstatic to hear this and celebrates receiving the gift. To her surprise, the giant necklace magically adjusts its size to fit her perfectly. Namuel then reveals that the prince had requested a necklace that could adjust its size to fit the wearer. The blonde prince explains that he wanted everyone in the palace to know how precious Rionel is to him. Overjoyed by this revelation, Rionel expresses her love for Ebel. However, Ebel warns Namuel not to show any more interest in Rionel, unless he wants to die. Namuel, though he harbors no ill intent toward Ebel, is still met with suspicion from the prince. Ebel presses Namuel to explain his intentions, leading to a slightly awkward conversation where Namuel expresses his desire to maintain a positive relationship with the future king to ensure a favorable outcome. Ebel, impatient with the conversation, urges Namuel to be direct and get to the point without further delay. The magician explains that his father advised him to steer clear of politics. However, he adds that his father's wolf powers never awakened, which is why he never showed interest in the imperial palace. He continues by revealing that he intended to heed his father's counsel, but circumstances changed due to Llewellyn. Namuel discloses that the third prince compelled him to become a magician and serve under him, viewing magicians as mere instruments for his own amusement. Namuel expresses his lack of desire for the future king to be a spoiled brat, which is why he currently supports Ebel. However, the blonde prince remains skeptical due to past experiences of people craving power. He questions Namuel's trust in him, suggesting that prolonged exposure to kingship might corrupt him, akin to his brother. Rionel, perplexed by Ebel's words, speculates that he might be testing Namuel's loyalty with such remarks. In a display of goodwill, Namuel presents Ebel with the extremely rare Kroban rock, the very berry Rionel had given Ebel previously, which had helped awaken his wolf powers. This sight triggers panic in Rionel as memories flood back to her. She recalls from the original game that Namuel was the one who had assisted Ebel in awakening his wolf powers by giving him this identical berry. This naturally makes the crow girl very anxious because she has already initiated this action, making her wonder if she has set off some kind of butterfly effect by altering the original plot of the story. The conversation between the two men continues, with Ebel suggesting that Namuel should eat the berry himself. Namuel acknowledges that he has royal blood, implying that he might awaken his powers after consuming the berry. However, he expresses a preference to remain a magician rather than becoming an overpowered wolf. The prince is deeply impressed by someone opting not to consume the rare berry, recognizing Namuel as a noble ally. The magician seeks assurance from the prince regarding his status as a trusted assistant, and Ebel confidently pledges financial support for whatever he desires once he gains the throne of the kingdom. In exchange, Namuel also pledges his skills and wisdom to his prince and requests him to adopt a more informal manner of speaking. He playfully admits that despite his royal lineage, he's just like everyone else in front of the prince. Ebel nods in agreement and then considers who to give the rare berry to. He needs to choose someone who will never betray him, as the berry holds significant power. He focuses on Rionel, the only person he truly trusts. Ebel finds himself in a dilemma because he's unsure how the berry will affect a crow, but his curiosity is piqued nonetheless. Meanwhile, the crow girl is still concerned about the unintended consequences of her actions. In a comical turn of events, she is inexplicably drawn to the berry and feels a mysterious power urging her to consume the berry. She lets her intrusive thoughts win and prompts to grab the berry from Ebel and swallow it, despite his warning that it could be fatal. Now, with the overpowering berry inside her, the blonde prince becomes frantic. He's desperate not to lose his crow girl, so in a humorous moment, he opens her mouth and pleads with her to spit out the berry instead of swallowing it. He even promises to fulfill any of her desires. However, his anxiety escalates into a panic attack. Ebel, unable to bear the idea of losing Rionel, reflects on how she's been the only one to bring him genuine luck. The situation takes a dramatic turn as Ebel embraces Rionel, hoping for a positive outcome. However, after the intense moment, all Rionel does is burp in Ebel's face. This surprises the blonde prince, as he expected a more significant reaction from such a powerful berry. Nonetheless, the lack of a strong response allows Ebel to breathe a sigh of relief, at least for the moment. He pleads with Rionel not to ingest things hastily, and then the crow regains consciousness. She had fainted after consuming the berry but feels normal now. Although she's concerned about any potential disruption in the timeline, her physical condition remains unchanged. Nonetheless, Rionel is somewhat disheartened as she had hoped to unleash her powers and transform into a giant crow, something like Crowzilla. She even thinks of a catchy title for her potential movie and ponders whether she might be the female lead of this narrative alongside Ebel. As a calm settles before a storm, Rionel begins to experience pain similar to Ebel's when his wolf powers first emerged. The blonde prince appears visibly worried to witness his crow girl in distress, comforting her with gentle touches, yet no change occurs. The frustrating part is that Rionel isn't undergoing any transformation, indicating her powers aren't manifesting. Essentially, our MC is just experiencing stomach discomfort, prompting Ebel to caution her against consuming things without thinking. Nonetheless, the prince must attend to his crow's well-being, so he summons his wizard doctor to intervene. However, the wizard declares that nothing is wrong with Rionel's body since her body isn't responding to the divine healing magic. She appears more ghastly than a zombie, leaving Ebel to suspect one likely cause for her fever. Moving swiftly, he dismisses the doctor, then sinks onto the bed, burdened with guilt for causing Rionel's distress. He chastises himself for being too carefree with the berry in front of her and anxiously ponders the future. Unable to take action, he can only wait and observe Rionel's worsening condition, evident in her clear discomfort. Suddenly, a giant flash of light appears in front of her, and we see a bright sequence that is mixed with alternate images of a crow spreading its wings. This is a bit confusing for Rionel, but then she opens her eyes to a narrative voice that explains how a giant black bird ended up helping a wolf overcome his troubles and gain a new perspective as part of their partnership. The bird would feast on corpses that were given some power by the wolf. As each moment passes, Ebel's anguish deepens, unable to bear witnessing his beloved bird in such agony. He pleads with Rionel to rouse from her fever, offering to endure her pranks without any complaint. Despite his efforts, she remains unresponsive, causing Ebel to eventually drift off to sleep beside her. Abruptly, the scene transitions to a celestial setting, revealing Rionel as an angelic figure. She examines her hands, shocked to find them devoid of crow wings, leading her to believe she has died from consuming the berry. Distraught by the turn of events, Rionel expresses regret for her previous life as a crow, lamenting her limited experiences with her lover and the missed opportunities for a deeper connection. We are informed that the crows were put in place to ensure that corpses wouldn't burden the living. Subsequently, it is revealed that the black bird births smaller birds, eventually known as crows. These crows disperse fragments of their shells worldwide, with the intention that their descendants would consume these fragments, thus awakening their latent powers. As Rionel receives this revelation, she experiences a surge of energy, leading to an intense sequence of events. Transitioning back to the real world, Ebel remains by the bed, only to be startled awake by the sound of fluttering wings. Attempting to regain his composure, he questions Rionel's well-being, but upon glancing at the bed, he witnesses something beyond his imagination. It becomes apparent that Rionel has undergone a transformation, shifting from a crow girl to a human girl, now peacefully asleep in bed. Ebel, visibly astonished by the sight, struggles to identify this unfamiliar figure, having never seen Rionel in her human form before. Considering various possibilities, he assumes that the girl may be an assassin. However, upon observing her gentle hands, he dismisses this notion, realizing it cannot be true. Above all, it seems illogical for an assassin to sleep alongside their target. The most compelling evidence for Ebel is the sight of Rionel wearing the same necklace bestowed upon her by him through Namuel. This prompts the blonde prince to speculate whether this mysterious girl is indeed his Kroll in her human form. Ebel gently touches her hair and notes that it feels remarkably similar to his crow's feathers, further reinforcing his suspicion. Ebel ponders whether the transformation occurred due to the power berry, but his curiosity peaks when Rionel finally awakens. She inquires if it's mealtime, promptly noticing that she's rubbing her eyes with human fingers rather than crow wings. Realizing her newfound humanity, Rionel's initial reaction is not to embrace or kiss her darling prince but rather to examine herself in a mirror. Ebel soothes her and leads her to his mirror. He allows her to examine herself closely, offering a reassuring smile to assure her of his genuine intentions. Rionel is bewildered by her own reflection, unable to believe the remarkable transformation she's undergone from her previous crow appearance. With her newfound silky smooth skin and hair reminiscent of a crow goddess, she ponders whether this change is a result of consuming the Croban rock. Despite her transformation, Rionel remains uncertain if her powers have awakened and feels physically weak due to her thin hands. What truly frustrates her, though, is the absence of the strength she had developed from her time at the zoo, lifting, feed, and handling animals. Rionel expresses gratitude for no longer needing to enter cages or consume smelly worms. Additionally, she's thrilled at the prospect of experiencing romance with her lover boy in the way she had envisioned. Ebel stands behind her, wearing a charming smile, and gently inquires if she's finished examining herself. Overwhelmed with emotion, Rionel is delighted to finally have the freedom to express herself openly to the blonde prince. Seizing the opportunity, Rionel rushes to hug Ebel in a moment of relief, catching the blonde prince slightly off guard. Unfazed, Rionel revels in the newfound freedom to call out his name as much as she desires. After a while, the crow girl's emotions settle, prompting Ebel to inquire if she's feeling better. Despite her hilarious puffy eyes from the excessive and dramatic crying, the blonde prince questions why she became so emotional in the first place. Ebel speculates if Rionel's emotional outburst was triggered by her sudden transformation, but she brushes aside this idea. Instead, she quickly recounts her journey from transforming into a crow in a fantasy world to returning to her human form. However, she acknowledges that explaining the whole story to Ebel will not be pleasant, as nobody wants to confront the idea of being a character in a game whose sole purpose is to endure suffering for entertainment. Assuming that he is not some crazy masochist, Rionel opts against delving into the lengthy explanation and instead fabricates another story, informing Ebel that she was frightened because she nearly succumbed to the power of the berry. To her astonishment, Ebel admits he was also terrified for her, describing how the world seemed to darken while he remained by her side when she was unconscious. He expresses relief that not only has Rionel regained consciousness, but she can now communicate with him as well. The charming prince plays one of his sexy moves, drawing RMC into his embrace. Grateful to have her safe and sound, he expresses his thanks. This gesture fills Rionel with excitement, causing her to blush and lose her composure. Overwhelmed by a rush of emotions, she starts making odd noises and even feels dizzy. While Ebel's charm was appealing to her when she was a crow, now that she has a human perspective, all she can think about is pouncing on him and embracing him passionately. Rionel admits that her thoughts are only partially true, leaving the rest to the imagination. Despite her attraction to Ebel, she feels a twinge of insecurity due to his striking appearance compared to hers. However, the blonde prince misinterprets her unease, attributing it to their hugging position. In a desperate attempt to calm her overwhelming excitement, Rionel wishes to transform back into a crow. To everyone's astonishment, her wish instantly materializes, and she reverts to her crow form. Amidst the confusion, Rionel finds herself crying yet again in a comedy of errors, bewildered by what has just happened, particularly when things seem to be going well with Ebel. Now, in her crow form, Rionel begins flapping her wings. Her wings flutter in an erratic manner as she struggles to digest being a crow again. She questions whether her previous human experience was merely a dream or, worse yet, a trial run for her to become human permanently. After her humorous thoughts, Rionel begins to worry if she needs to pay extra money to stay in her human body longer. Overwhelmed with disappointment, she starts acting erratically, hoping to return to her human form. In the midst of her frenzy, Ebel tries his best to soothe her. At this moment, the blonde prince comforts his crow girl, suggesting that her sudden transformation back into a bird form was likely due to excitement. He assures her that she can become human again with enough practice. Intrigued by this prospect, Rionel's lover boy offers to give her a tutorial. He gently places Rionel on the bed and demonstrates his own transformation into a magnificent wolf. Even in his beastly form, Ebel retains his grace, impressing Rionel so much that she coins him a handsome new hashtag. Overwhelmed with joy, the crow girl gushes and blushes beneath her black feathers. She remarks on how wolves are typically perceived as scary and intimidating, but Ebel breaks that stereotype with his stunning appearance and golden fur. Moreover, the wolf prince proceeds to lick Rionel's beak, which is akin to a kiss in the beast language. Our hero reacts amusingly to the gesture, eliciting laughter from Ebel, who effortlessly transforms back into his human form. He explains that this trick is quite simple, but Rionel disagrees. This puzzles the blonde prince, but Rionel realizes that he's a genius who now finds everything easy. Ebel attempts another trick, asking Rionel to think about becoming human as he had thought about becoming a wolf. Initially, Rionel acts grumpy, leaving Ebel to wonder if he's doing it right. However, the trick works, and Rionel transforms back into a human. She's amazed by this unexpected turn of events, while Ebel basks in the glory, claiming it was easy all along. Now able to indulge in a luxury breakfast, Rionel thoroughly enjoys the delicious meal, clearly enjoying the experience of human food after a long time. Understanding her excitement, Ebel allows Rionel to savor the moment. He notices her adept use of cutlery and asks if she's had practice before. Realizing she's let her emotions get the better of her and should keep her past life a secret, Rionel quickly improvises, telling Ebel she learned by watching him eat. I must agree that she is good at lying. Rionel finishes her meal, mindful to be cautious before revealing her human traits further. Ebel calls for a maid to clean up the meal and asks Rionel to transform into a crow for a moment. She smoothly executes this transformation, celebrating her newfound powers while Ebel's maid attends to the table. Recognizing the advantages of her dual forms, Rionel understands she can be highly useful with effort in both human and crow forms. However, she becomes overwhelmed by thoughts, imagining Ebel wanting to keep her human form a secret to employ her as a covert asset. As the maid exits, Rionel returns to her human form. Ebel apologizes for concealing her true form and then requests a favor from his crow girl, leading her to contemplate transforming into a crow to spy for him. Rionel envisions the possibility of transforming into a maid to assassinate Llewellyn, yet she admits her preference for espionage over killing because she finds the latter daunting. But Ebel doesn't seek any favors for himself. Instead, he wants his crow girl to prioritize her own safety. Rionel is astonished by his reluctance to exploit her powers, but Ebel, being a noble man, expresses his concern about Llewellyn's potential exploitation of her abilities. Ebel elaborates that his brother has a history of coveting what he desires, suggesting that Rionel may not be safe in the palace while in her human form. Touched by Ebel's concern, Rionel becomes completely enamored when he draws her close and pledges to ensure the palace is a haven for her, regardless of her form. Ebel's charm proves irresistible, prompting Rionel to reciprocate by acting endearing and playfully tugging at his collar. Rionel expresses her desire to assist Ebel in achieving his dream, igniting a spark in his eyes as he warmly embraces his crow girl. Though the moment is heartwarming for them, the sad reality dawns as they are being spied upon by Llewellyn through his magical orb. The third prince chuckles and remarks that this situation surpasses his expectations. We encounter a new entity, Marquess Wilhelm, the mastermind behind the initial attack on Ebel. He laments the failure of his plan and hangs his head in shame, feeling like a complete failure. Seated on a couch, he reflects on what could have enabled Ebel to survive what he thought was the perfect betrayal. The evil Wilhelm proceeds to provide a detailed explanation of his elaborate scheme. Wilhelm had planned to attack Ebel when he was alone, relying on a report that the other knights guarding him had been defeated. He believed Ebel wouldn't survive because he was injured and alone. Wilhelm is confused because it would have been miraculous for Ebel to survive his plan. Adding to his troubles, Wilhelm learns that Ebel has informed the king about his intention to seize the throne's power. Nothing is going as planned, and Wilhelm questions if he has made any mistakes in his calculations. Now, he carefully evaluates the situation and reveals that the nobles are siding with Llewellyn solely because he has awakened his wolf powers. It appears that the spoiled behavior of the third prince doesn't affect his status as a potential king. This highlights the significance of possessing wolf powers within the empire. Essentially, there's a myth suggesting that those born with wolf's blood are destined to be the rulers of the kingdom. This myth is reinforced by the powerful shapeshifters who hold a free outlook on life. We discover that these shapeshifters have the ability to transform into tigers and horses, similar to how Ebel can transform into a wolf. Additionally, they have pledged not to attack the empire as long as they are led by a wolf. Wilhelm reveals that the promise was made by the tiger man named Carlion. A flashback illustrates Carlion's power as he is shown attacking an overpowering stone demon. Carlion is also one of the 5 Platinum Shield soldiers, making his words highly influential among the common people. This is why individuals like Wilhelm feel compelled to support Llewellyn despite his flaws. The nobles believe they can help groom Llewellyn into a capable leader, and they are working towards ensuring that the empire is governed by a deserving king who can uphold its legacy. Wilhelm finds himself alienated by Llewellyn due to his failure to eliminate Ebel. Wilhelm reveals his vulnerable side, expressing concern about the possibility of being assassinated within the confines of his own home. He realizes he has the option to pursue a different course and rises from his seat with newfound determination. He decides to visit Ebel but is taken aback to find Rionel perched dramatically on his shoulder, exuding a deadly aura. Despite this, Ebel warmly welcomes Wilhelm, mindful of his position as Llewellyn's right-hand man. Ebel questions if Wilhelm has come to apologize for orchestrating the earlier attack against him. Even the Crow Girl adds to the drama with her sparkling demonic eyes, causing Wilhelm to shiver with fear. Tensions escalate as Wilhelm speculates various theories, suspecting that Ebel is using the formidable bird of death to intimidate him instead of granting him an audience. Though the scenario is somewhat comical, Wilhelm realizes there's no use in behaving like a coward. Wilhelm explains that he had no choice but to obey Llewellyn's orders, as he used to be loyal to him. Ebel quickly picks up on the past tense in Wilhelm's words, indicating a change in their relationship. The blonde prince had already anticipated this response, understanding that the people of the empire adhere to the legend of following the wolf. Ebel accurately recounts Wilhelm's plan, demonstrating his insight and wisdom. He knows that Wilhelm has been abandoned by Llewellyn due to his failure to eliminate him. Ebel confronts Wilhelm, recognizing that Wilhelm has no one else to turn to. Even Rionel is curious to hear Wilhelm's response, and Wilhelm is impressed by the blonde prince's intelligence. Wilhelm confesses that Ebel is worthy of being the king of the empire, and kneels down in submission. Despite being called out by the blonde prince for his deceitful nature, Wilhelm is prepared to face the consequences of his actions. He leaves his fate in Ebel's hands, acknowledging the usefulness he can offer when necessary. However, Ebel recognizes the challenge of keeping someone by his side who changes allegiance frequently. Ebel informs Wilhelm that his loyalty will be constantly questioned and tested, but Wilhelm is willing to endure such a life. Therefore, Ebel allows Wilhelm to stick by his side. Come on, man. He is not a keeper. This decision perplexes Rionel, prompting her to transform into her human form and inquire why Ebel spared Wilhelm's life. Ebel, unable to provide a lengthy explanation, simply states that the benefits outweigh the drawbacks of having Wilhelm on his side. One advantage of sparing Wilhelm's life is that it may prompt other nobles to reconsider their loyalties and align with Ebel, providing a significant advantage. Although Ebel acknowledges that Wilhelm nearly attempted to assassinate him, he is also grateful because it ultimately led him to meet Rionel. He charmingly questions his Crow Girl about why she aided him initially. The true reason Rionel helped him is that she didn't want to spend her life eating worms, but she refrains from saying this and tries to come up with another response. The Crow Girl eventually responds that she helped him because she found his blonde hair exceptionally shiny. Rionel also expresses surprise that Ebel sees her as a hidden dragon, leading to a sweet moment between them. Ebel then promises to take better care of his hair so that Rionel will continue to like him. His affection overwhelms Rionel, causing her to transform back into a crow out of shyness. Ebel finds this amusing, while Rionel reflects on how precious he is to her. She resolves to assist Ebel from afar, realizing that things are about to become interesting, and she doesn't want his reputation to suffer because of her image as a symbol of death. The scene shifts to Ebel's office where we see Ebel troubled. He seeks Galinos' assistance, which surprises him. Galinos explains that since Wilhelm switched his loyalty to Ebel, many other nobles have privately pledged their allegiance to Ebel. Ebel's team has been expanding steadily, while the opposite has been happening with Llewellyn. Despite this, Ebel's anxiety seems unwarranted. Galinos assures him of his support by raising his sword and pledging to address whatever is troubling him. Ebel confides that he's upset because Rionel hasn't been following him around as she used to. Appears to be a matter of hearts. He feels responsible for her apparent change in behavior, thinking he might have done something wrong. This revelation saddens Galinos. He suspects the Crow Girl of playing a trick on Ebel, causing him unnecessary worry and prematurely aging him. Llewellyn's dramatic visions of the Bird of Death weigh heavily on him, and he blames himself for not sticking by Ebel to protect him, realizing that Ebel wouldn't have to rely on Rionel if he had been there from the get-go. Galinos acknowledges that it's futile to dwell on past mistakes and instead focuses on finding a way to help Ebel move on from his attachment to the Crow Girl. He pledges to do whatever it takes to fill the void in Ebel's heart. The knight appears oblivious to how extreme his proposed solutions are, as he's willing to go to absurd lengths like chopping off his finger or pulling out his heart just to content Ebel. However, the blonde prince is unimpressed by these excessive displays of subservience and dismisses Galinos from the room. In Ebel's room, the crow girl pops out of her thoughts and questions why everyone is working so diligently. Feeling bored and wanting to be of use, she realizes there's not much she can do. She explains that she distanced herself from Ebel because he's been meeting many nobles since Wilhelm switched loyalties. She believes it wouldn't be appropriate for Ebel to have a bird of death on his shoulder during these meetings. Having experienced awkward situations with individuals like Galinos and Wilhelm, she decides it's best to avoid unnecessary attention. Despite feeling useless, she desires to occupy herself. She briefly considers spying on the maids but knows Llewellyn would send a professional to inspect Ebel's room, so it will be hard to figure out any mischievous behavior. Boredom drives her to contemplate swallowing more gems, but her human instincts resist her crow urges. With nothing else to occupy her time, Rionel decides to befriend the maids working in the room. She approaches one with a pretty flower, but the maid gets frightened, mistaking her for the bird of death. Unable to confront the crow girl due to Ebel's fondness for her, the maid cries and begs for mercy. Fortunately, Rionel drops the flower into the maid's hands, changing her perception of her. Determined to win over everyone, Rionel makes it her mission to befriend them all. Just then, Ebel arrives and reassures the maid that she can accept the flower, despite it being very expensive. The maid is touched by his kindness and reflects on how sweet Rionel truly is. She also contrasts the kindness of Rionel and Ebel with the spoiled nature of Llewellyn. Is there anyone who actually likes this arrogant piece of trash? While Ebel converses with Rionel, he questions whether she's been avoiding him to befriend the maid. Caught off guard, Rionel initially considers making an excuse but decides honesty is the best policy. She reveals her reason for avoiding him in public, which surprises Ebel as he recalls his initial apprehension towards her when he first met her in the jungle. Feeling remorseful, Ebel reassures Rionel of his unwavering affection and promises to defend her against anyone who opposes her. His declarations overwhelm Rionel, who realizes she's fallen in love with him. However, instead of expressing her feelings romantically, she amusingly asks if he can find another crow to be her mate, even though she's in human form. Rionel is taken aback by her own crow-like thoughts in human form, while Ebel is confused by her requests. Despite the comedic misunderstanding, Ebel understands Rionel's intentions and accepts her quirks. Ebel believes Rionel has been a crow all her life, so she must naturally desire a crow mate. However, he adamantly refuses to let any ordinary crow near her, insisting on selecting the most elite crow from the kingdom as her partner. Rionel imagines the situation as a reality show like Crowd Users or Crow Idol to select the crowiest crow from the kingdom, but Ebel interrupts, declaring Rionel to be the most special person in the world to him. In a playful attempt to keep Rionel by his side, Ebel turns on his charm, suggesting that he could be her mate as long as she remains human. Rionel blushes at the thought, feeling overwhelmed by the idea. Unable to find the right words, she transforms into a crow and retreats to a safe spot. Ebel finds her embarrassment amusing, while Rionel laments her lack of dating experience but promises to become more confident and passionate once she overcomes her shyness around him. The blonde prince finds solace and freedom from worries when he's with his crow girl. Rionel alleviates Ebel's stress about conquering the throne, as well as his fears and distrust. He feels enlightened by their time together. Despite wanting to share something important with Rionel, Ebel decides to focus on the kingdom's political situation first. Later, Rionel, in her crow form, joins Ebel in his office. She pretends her presence is solely for his company, not because she's feeling lonely. Observing the newly adorned office, she gets baffled, finding it odd that an office would be redecorated so frequently. Rionel considers the possibility of an attack on Ebel, possibly through poisoned wine or a similar method. To voice her concerns, she transforms into her human form while Galinos guards the office exterior. She questions Ebel about the new items in the office, which he didn't order, raising her suspicions. Taking Rionel's concerns seriously, Ebel summons Galinos and instructs him to bring Namuel immediately. The magician arrives and uses his magic to inspect a vase, revealing a hidden video recording device inside. However, the device is unable to record sound. Ebel and Namuel both agree that this must be the work of someone with significant magical prowess. Further investigation reveals 5 more hidden recording devices in Ebel's office, all protected by powerful spells, suggesting the involvement of an archmage even more powerful than Namuel. Rionel is taken aback by the discovery of so many hidden devices, realizing the severity of the situation. She comments on the harsh reality of being caught in a power struggle, something Ebel frequently faces. Namuel confirms that no ordinary items are bugged but still opts to remove them for safety. Ebel decides not to reveal the discovery of the espionage efforts to avoid escalating tensions. Namuel assures him that the devices can only record a day's worth of content, so their presence won't immediately alert the culprits. While they strategize, Galinos feels guilty for failing to detect the devices and considers ending his life out of shame. Why so serious? Namuel suggests checking Ebel's room for similar devices, but their first priority is stopping Galinos from harming himself with his sword. As expected, numerous spy devices are found in Ebel's room, causing a stir in the imperial palace. The maids and butlers entering his room are interrogated harshly, revealing that one maid, under threat from Llewellyn to harm her sick brother, planted the devices. Ebel orders his men to protect the culprit, recognizing they may have been coerced. He also instructs a mysterious being to monitor the Chamberlain. Though Ebel has ordered the destruction of all spy devices, he's concerned that an archmage has aligned with Llewellyn, indicating a significant threat. He wonders why his brother hasn't ordered an assassination, suspecting Llewellyn may desire a fair confrontation between the wolves. Ebel believes Llewellyn didn't witness his transformation during Rhiannell's lessons, as there has been no action from him. This raises further questions about the true intentions of Llewellyn and the Archmage. The real concern arises from Rhiannell, as she has transformed into her human form too often in Ebel's room, potentially exposing her secret to Llewellyn. Ebel assures the scared Rhiannell that everything is fine now as Galinos and his men are guarding the room, but Rhiannell remains silent. Ebel assumes she just needs time to calm down, but the truth is that Rhiannell cannot transform into her human form. It's as if she's under a spell preventing her from telling Ebel she's okay. This sudden change perplexes her, and she suspects her fear might be suppressing her ability to transform. In her human form, Rhiannell argues with her crow self, who refuses to let her out, citing danger. Rhiannell insists she'll be safe with Ebel, but the crow reminds her of the original game's endings, none of which involved a bird named Rhiannell. Consequently, the crow urges Rhiannell not to trust anyone in this world. Ebel becomes upset when Rhiannell refuses to talk to him or eat her food, recalling that scared animals don't eat in front of others. He leaves the room, telling Rhiannell to scream if anything happens. Rhiannell eventually comes down to have a meal, but she gets interrupted by Llewellyn's archmage, who enters the room. He kidnaps her, leaving behind the locket Ebel had given her. Rhiannell wakes up surrounded by dark energy, injured, and finds herself in Llewellyn's presence. Llewellyn scolds the mage for hurting Rhiannell, who recognizes their voices but can't see the mage's face. The panicked mage suggests getting a priest to heal Rhiannell, but Llewellyn refuses, fearing she might escape once healed. Rhiannell wonders why Llewellyn always tries to portray himself as a villain, finding his evil facade exaggerated and cheesy. Our hero imagines a comical scenario of Llewellyn jumping out of a trash can and declaring himself a god. Indeed, he's certified trash. She finds her kidnappers tacky and pathetic, which she vocalizes to Llewellyn after the mage leaves the room. Llewellyn approaches her, holding her injured wing and striking an evil pose as he refers to her as his new pet. Rhiannell's protests. Llewellyn interprets her crow calls as agreement and offers her freedom if she becomes human and stays by his side. He boasts about the future emperor's privileges he can offer, but Rhiannell sees through his facade and realizes he's attracted to her human form. She comically slaps Llewellyn with her wing and remarks on his lack of friends. The crow girl firmly believes that someone like Llewellyn would never survive in the human world because he's nothing more than a simple loser boy. Llewellyn, displeased with being humiliated once again by the same crow, throws her into a cage and mocks her for disobeying him. He's upset because Rhiannell still considers Ebel her owner and claims that the blonde prince failed to protect her when she needed him the most. However, Rhiannell catches on to the fact that Llewellyn called his brother powerless. This indicates that Llewellyn is unaware that the blonde prince has awakened his wolf powers, confirming Ebel's earlier assumption that the video device didn't record his transformation. Rhiannell regrets not being more vigilant about the people entering Ebel's room. She acknowledges that the Archmage's spell was too powerful to detect, leaving her powerless to prevent it. She decides to maintain a positive outlook and focuses on finding a way to escape her new prison. But Llewellyn has cast a spell on the room, allowing only those with permission to enter. This way Ebel won't be able to find this room on his own, leaving Rhiannell to navigate this mess on her own. Now, Ebel, Namuel, and Galinos are outside the secret room, trying various methods to break through the dark barrier. Despite Namuel's magic and Galinos' forceful attempts with his sword, they are unable to penetrate the barrier. With a plan in his mind, Ebel makes a move. The staff members are surprised to see Ebel descending into the dungeon to meet them. Knowing that one of the staff members can enter his brother's room, Ebel addresses them, causing the guilty maid to fear punishment for her involvement. Regardless, Ebel acknowledges that some suspects may have been coerced into obeying Llewellyn's commands. He empathizes with the difficult position they are in. He explains that Llewellyn will not hesitate to abandon even his most loyal subjects, making the maid realize that there's no guarantee her brother will be saved by the third prince. Ebel reaffirms his commitment to never abandon them, swearing it upon his life. He then asks the staff members for their assistance, revealing that his brother has taken someone very dear to him. The maid wonders if he's referring to his crow girl and recalls how Rhianel had been kind to her. Seeing Ebel's earnestness in seeking their help, she decides to come forward, likely confessing everything to him. Meanwhile, Llewellyn urges Rhianel to transform into a human, claiming that his brother cannot save her, and that her injuries must be severe. In response, Rhianel comically imagines herself considering the request but ultimately rejecting it, as both her human and crow instincts refuse the idea. Rhianel imagines herself pecking a million holes into Llewellyn's face, which only further aggravates the third prince. He threatens her with violence, but before he can act, the door behind him opens, and Ebel enters the room, apologizing to his crow girl for the delay. The blonde prince reprimands his brother for taking the prank too far. Ebel insults Llewellyn, calling him stupid. Llewellyn is shocked to see his barrier breached without his permission. Ebel acknowledges the difficulty of the barrier, but asserts that an evil plan isn't always foolproof. The maid then reveals that she allowed everyone into the room, reminding Llewellyn that he had given her permission to carry out his spying plans. Llewellyn is confused by the revelation, but instead of expressing his frustration, he casually states that he does not remember the maid, implying he doesn't usually bother remembering trivial details. This characteristic behavior aligns with what one might expect from an inept prince, and the maid realizes she had been intimidated by someone utterly incompetent. Moreover, the blonde prince is astonished that his brother can't even recall the name of the person he had coerced into executing his plan. This demonstrates the pitiful potential of Llewellyn as a ruler, but he retaliates by asserting his superiority over Ebel due to his awakened wolf powers. He taunts Ebel for needing assistance from his staff to locate a crow. Nevertheless, Ebel proudly emphasizes the significance of Rhianel to him and his willingness to seek help despite his reservations. He refrains from revealing his own transformative powers, instead emphasizing his reliance on allies like Namuel and Galinos. In fact, Ebel flips the narrative on Llewellyn, ridiculing him for needing assistance himself. It becomes apparent that the third prince lacks an understanding of magic and would have been incapable of planting the spy devices in Ebel's room single-handedly. Ebel openly disparages his brother, asserting that Llewellyn is incapable of accomplishing anything without assistance. A flashback reveals a moment from their childhood when the third prince rushed to their mother to boast about his awakened wolf powers before Ebel. Puny little attention seeker. When his mother reminded him to cherish his relationship with his brother, Llewellyn became upset and even lashed out at her, indicating his lack of humility. This incident highlights Llewellyn's reliance on his powers for validation. Back in the present, Llewellyn, fed up with the ridicule, demands everyone to be silent. He then begins to choke Rhianel, taunting Ebel for mocking him. Threatening to tear the crow girl apart, Llewellyn challenges Ebel to see if he still considers him a useless brat. This complicates things for our Prince Charming, as the original plan was to distract Llewellyn while Namuel and Galinos subdued him. However, faced with Llewellyn transforming into a wolf and about to attack Rhianel, Ebel cannot stand by idly. In response, Ebel awakens his own wolf powers, revealing his majestic form to everyone present. Shocked witnesses watch as Ebel, in his wolf form, intervenes and effortlessly knocks Llewellyn away, saving Rhianel from harm. Llewellyn, stunned by his brother's display of power, is quickly overpowered. Despite the risk of exposing his abilities, Ebel asserts that Rhianel is worth it. As Ebel dominates Llewellyn, he warns Llewellyn that a wolf will attack if his loved one is endangered. Ebel is prepared to finish Llewellyn, but the maid calls out to Ebel, informing him that Rhianel needs medical attention. Ebel swiftly subdues Llewellyn and renders him unconscious before turning his attention to Rhianel in her human form. He embraces his crow girl and asks if he can heal her, to which she declines. Taking Rhianel to his magical doctor, she receives treatment effortlessly and is soon resting peacefully in bed. However, she remains unresponsive, prompting concern from Ebel and his doctor, who reveals that Rhianel is suffering from mental trauma in addition to physical injuries. While physical injuries may be remedied with divine power, the doctor explains that mental healing requires time and cannot be rushed. Ebel, frustrated but determined to protect Reinel, vows to do whatever it takes to fulfill his promise. Namuel becomes alarmed by Ebel's resolve and questions his intentions, leading the blonde prince to announce his decision to declare Boscourt. Boscourt is an ancient tradition within the imperial family, overseen by the emperor. It entails candidates for the throne battling in their wolf forms until one yields, determining the victor. While injuries are a risk, the potential loss of life looms larger, making Boscourt a perilous undertaking. In Boscourt, nobles are forbidden from intervening, and the wolf emerging victorious claims the throne. Due to its inherent risks, Boscourt is reserved as a final resort, triggered when multiple candidates have awakened their wolf abilities. Meanwhile, rumors spread throughout the royal estate regarding the prince's wolf battles. Many question how Ebel, who had previously shown no signs of wolf powers, suddenly awakened them. Skeptical but curious, people yearn to witness Ebel's alleged strength firsthand. As he transforms into a wolf and moves with grace, their intrigue intensifies. The process of declaring Boscourt is straightforward for Ebel. He transforms into a wolf to demonstrate his noble lineage, then howls to announce the commencement of Boscourt, a declaration that reverberates throughout the imperial palace, causing panic and chaos. Ebel, fueled by rage, challenges his brother to face him, prompting the king to step forward and establish the rules. Ebel must face Llewellyn without external aid until the battle concludes. Despite Ebel's eagerness to fight, the king reveals Llewellyn's recent injuries, compelling Ebel to wait until his brother recovers. Regardless of the third prince's distress, the king advises him to heal first, though Llewellyn threatens his attendants to hasten his recovery. "My boy surely has a death wish." The king emphasizes the need for fair play and forbids any form of trickery or intervention during the Boscourt. He warns all the nobles in the palace that disobedience will be met with death as a consequence. While this is particularly concerning for a schemer like Llewellyn, it also poses a challenge for loyal allies like Namuel and Galinos, who are unable to assist their prince in his time of need. In the following scene, the maid dampens a cloth and places it on Reinel to aid in her healing. Ebel notices this caring gesture and praises the maid for her nurturing abilities. Gratefully, she explains that she also cares for her sick brother and is accustomed to caregiving. She's nothing short of wife material. Ebel had sent his magic doctor priest to heal her brother, relieving her of that worry. Thankful for Ebel's kindness, she vows to do everything in her power to help Reinel recover. Meanwhile, Reinel remains asleep, and Ebel hopes for her swift awakening. Shifting back to the alternate dimension where Reinel is in human form, she finally opens her eyes and realizes she's been stuck in this state for a while. Panicked, she scolds her crow instincts for keeping her trapped, aware that Ebel must be concerned for her. Breaking the fourth wall, she humorously comments on the reader's likely frustration with this subplot. Despite her frustration, her crow instincts reassure her that there's still time for her to return to her human form, further fueling Reinel's anger. Reinel blames her crow instincts for allowing her to be kidnapped because stayed away from Ebel and couldn't shift into her human form to defend herself against the Archmage. While her crow instincts admit some fault, Reinel scolds them for their ignorance and demands to return to Ebel's side. However, her instincts caution against rushing back, as she might develop fear towards Ebel due to his resemblance to Llewellyn. Animals are wary of their attackers, and Reinel might not be receptive to Ebel immediately upon her return. Although she acknowledges this logic, Reinel insists that Ebel and Llewellyn are entirely different individuals, finding it hard to believe they are brothers. She scolds her crow instincts for comparing the two princes and seeks to find a way to confront her fear if faced with Llewellyn again. Reinel understands that avoiding her problems won't solve them, so she takes charge and orders her crow instinct to listen to her, holding it responsible for the situation. Reluctantly, the crow instinct agrees to send her back to Ebel, reminding her that its thoughts are still a part of her subconscious. Finally shifting her consciousness to the fantasy world, Reinel transforms into her human form and rushes to Ebel, embracing him with absolute joy. In a moment of relief, the blonde prince embraces her. Unbeknownst to the couple, the maid observes them, her shock causing her to spill the water bowl and apologize for her mistake. Ebel and Reinel assure her that everything is fine, yet she remains burdened by guilt for allowing the crow girl to be kidnapped. Our MC comforts the maid, acknowledging the courage it took for her to guide Ebel to Llewellyn, albeit likening her action to that of a rabbit facing a wolf in a lighthearted manner. The maid is initially confused by this gesture, but then Reinel takes her hands and expresses gratitude for all her help. This deeply moves the maid, and Ebel then offers Reinel the option of having her as a personal maid. Both Reinel and Ebel quickly agree to the proposal, considering the maid already knows their secret and has access to Llewellyn's secret room. This development brings joy to our MC, prompting her to hug the maid and engage in playful antics while Ebel observes them. Rionel then asks the maid for her name, and she reveals it to be Nadia. Expressing her heartfelt thanks to the couple for their kindness, Nadia dramatically declares that she will never betray their trust, even under threat of harm. This prompts Ebel to ponder whether Nadia has picked up such dramatic language from Galinos, aka Mr. Too Dramatic. Meanwhile, Rionel sinks into the couch for some relaxation after comforting Nadia. Her beloved prince believes Nadia to be trustworthy and anticipates her unwavering loyalty to Rionel. However, our MC is taken aback, albeit humorously, by Nadia's reluctance to leave her side and refusal to take a day off. This is unexpected, especially considering other staff members had previously complained about working in Rionel's presence when she was in her crow form. The blonde prince is displeased by this behavior, prompting him to consider punishing the staff members. However, Rionel, with a puppy-like expression, convinces him otherwise. Though Ebel was joking, he still feels the need to establish boundaries and thus gives everyone a fair warning. The prince remains vigilant against potential spies even though Boscourt has been announced. Rionel is puzzled to hear the term Boscourt as she was unconscious when Boscourt was declared, so her lover explains the situation to her. As expected, the Crow Girl is shocked because nothing like this happened in the original game that she played. She enters a state of vibration and feels guilty for prompting Ebel to take such a step, but he reassures her that it was inevitable. As he tenderly caresses Rionel's cheeks, she begins to twitch uncontrollably, reminded of her crow instincts warning her to fear those who resemble her attacker. Ebel seems to understand and uses his wolf form to comfort his princess. Rionel is then informed that they have time to address this, as Llewellyn has requested extra time to recover from his injury. Now the blonde prince encourages Rionel to open up to him, so she embraces her lover and begins to cry tears of love. She expresses her fear during her captivity and seeks comfort in Ebel's arms. Our focus shifts to Galinos, who is engaged in a fierce battle with other knights, fueled by intense rage. In a flashback, Galinos confronts Namuel because the magician boy did not react with shock to Ebel's wolf transformation. Namuel explains that he had given the Croban rock berry to the blonde prince, assuming it was the berry that granted him his wolf powers. However, this revelation upsets Galinos, who feels hurt that his prince would not reveal his secrets to him despite his unwavering dedication to his protection. He reveals that he has always aspired to be Ebel's knight, and it required considerable effort to earn his trust, especially since Ebel had isolated himself from others during his childhood. Despite this, Galinos assures himself that any doubts must be a misunderstanding, as Ebel still keeps him close by. Upon entering the blonde prince's room, he witnesses Ebel in his wolf form alongside Rionel, who is in her crow form. This sight only intensifies Galinos' jealousy towards the crow girl. "Who are you, dude?" his side chick. Ebel transforms back into his human form and questions Galinos about his distress. The knight recalls a flashback when he was assigned to serve Llewellyn instead of Ebel, despite his exceptional skills. Even though the blonde prince did not possess his wolf powers at that time, Galinos still chose to serve him over the third prince. This decision led others to mock him for his perceived stubbornness. Galinos pours down all the thoughts that were troubling him. The blonde prince understands what his knight is saying, so he apologizes for his behavior and says that he's well aware of how important Galinos is to him. He appreciates how much the Night Warrior has sacrificed for him, even at a time when he had no powers. Then he proceeds to the topic of Rionel and explains that while Galinos might find it odd that he loves a crow so much, she means the world to him. Ebel asks Rionel to showcase her human form to Galinos. Our MC shows her human form to Galinos, and he is shocked beyond imagination, even thinking of her to be a demon bird. Rionel doesn't know if this is a good idea, but Ebel asks her to change back into a crow for now. The blonde prince tells Galinos that Rionel had eaten the Croban rockberry, which is why she can transform. He explains that she was the one who had saved him from the evil soldiers and has stuck with him all the time since then. Ebel then tells Galinos that keeping Rionel's identity a secret is extremely important to him, and he wants his knight to protect her. This showcases how much Ebel trusts Galinos. Ebel never showed any interest in any women, but now that he has asked Galinos to protect Rionel, it signifies a level of trust which is beyond measure. Galinos' anxiety melts away like snow on a sunny day, and he starts imagining all kinds of fantasies wherein he's protecting Ebel and Rionel from danger. He also realizes that the couple might get married and give birth to cute children who will eventually ask him to teach them sword fighting. This honor is too much for Galinos to handle, so he has another breakdown and excessively promises to protect and guard Ebel and Rionel. If drama was a person, it would be him. Ebel intervenes to calm him down, after which Galinos expresses his determination to be even more loyal to his prince. He endeavors to research Boscourt to offer assistance to Ebel but finds nothing of use, prompting frustration at the absence of such crucial information in the history books. Growing increasingly exasperated, Galinos finds himself on the brink of madness at the realization that such a significant practice is not covered in the historical records. However, Namuel hilariously humbles him by discovering a piece of information in some book. Unfortunately, it turns out to be a single sentence informing how Boscourt is a way to determine the throne's succession. This invokes Galinos' inner beast, which desires to slice up the book for making him appear foolish. Namuel succeeds in bringing Galinos back to his senses, but then Wilhelm arrives to offer his support. However, neither Namuel nor Galinos is inclined to listen to him, a sentiment Wilhelm understands. Nevertheless, he asserts that he may be their best hope for understanding Boscourt, as he knows that the current emperor was the last victor of this challenge. Continuing with Wilhelm, who has just revealed to Galinos and Namuel that the current emperor won a Boscourt challenge, he takes us back in time through a flashback. We witness the king engaging in combat with his previous opponent in his wolf form. It appears that such occurrences were intentionally excluded from historical records to prevent a tragedy from becoming a spectacle. The flashback unfolds with the wolves locked in a tense stare, their intentions unmistakably deadly. Suddenly, the king's wolf form delivers a decisive blow, taking down his opponent with a vicious bite to the neck. Wilhelm elaborates, expressing his belief that the royal family has suffered too many losses due to Boscourt's challenges, deeming it a cruel method of conflict resolution. Both Galinos and Namuel listen to Wilhelm's words, though their expressions portray little impression. Galinos suspects this to be the traitor's attempt to instill fear in them. However, Wilhelm recognizes their resilience, knowing full well that they are not easily intimidated men. In truth, Wilhelm's ultimate desire is for Ebel to emerge from the Boscourt battle unscathed, as he sees him as the next leader of the kingdom. Despite his wish for the blonde prince to minimize bloodshed, Wilhelm anticipates that Llewellyn will resort to cheating to secure victory in the duel. Galinos and Namuel are taken aback by this revelation, prompting Wilhelm to express his willingness to aid Ebel against his brother. However, he acknowledges the challenge posed by Boscourt's strict rules against trickery or deception. Before departing, Wilhelm instructs Galinos and Namuel to scrutinize the records of the royal family's staff rather than those of the family members themselves. Galinos and Namuel exchange determined glances before promptly diving into their investigative work. Later, the knight surprises Ebel by requesting to spar as early as sunrise. Both the blonde prince and Rionel are taken aback by this request, considering the stringent rules of Boscourt. However, Galinos reassures them, explaining that there is always a loophole. He reveals that the king's personal knight would spar with him every day until he got bedridden, even during the Boscourt challenge. This indicates that sparring sessions continued despite the ongoing duel. Galinos further reassures his prince by informing him that Namuel is diligently monitoring the magician's tower to detect any potential assistance being provided to Llewellyn. Ebel is surprised by the eagerness of his team to aid him but also worries for their safety, recognizing the risks they are taking by attempting to circumvent the rules. However, Rionel, in her human form, provides reassurance by affirming Galinos' stance. This brings joy to our knight, who is delighted to hear Rionel agreeing with him. Despite this, Ebel remains somewhat skeptical. It is then that RMC intervenes, reminding him that even the most powerful beast can be defeated. Reflecting on her experiences caring for animals like panthers and wolves in the human world, many of whom succumb to something as seemingly insignificant as an infected wound, Rionel becomes acutely aware of the potential dangers posed by Llewellyn's underhanded tactics. She urges Ebel to train rigorously for the upcoming duel, anticipating that Llewellyn will employ dirty tricks to gain an advantage. In a heartfelt moment, Rionel embraces Ebel, expressing her earnest desire for his survival. Her words resonate deeply with Ebel, melting his heart. Unable to refuse his crow girl's plea, Ebel instructs Galinos to arrange the sparring sessions, recognizing the necessity of preparing for the challenges ahead. As the men engage in their duel with determination, Galinos keenly observes that Ebel appears slightly nervous. He advises his prince not to allow his thoughts to overshadow his actions, cautioning that such vulnerability could be easily exploited by the enemy. Despite Galinos' counsel, Ebel finds it difficult to shake off his nervousness, acutely aware of the potential consequences should Llewellyn emerge victorious in the duel. Meanwhile, Rionel watches the spar from atop a tree, her gaze fixed affectionately on our Chad Blondie. However, she finds herself equally impressed by Galinos' impressive skills. She remarks that she initially perceived him as merely a comedic side character, but acknowledges his ability to back up his words with action. Feeling a strong desire to contribute to Ebel's cause, Rionel considers her unique position as neither a noble nor a human. Realizing that she can leverage her abilities as a crow, she contemplates the possibility of spying on Llewellyn to gather valuable information for Ebel. However, she hesitates, mindful of her previous ordeal and unwilling to risk a repeat. Amidst these deliberations, Rionel's attention is drawn to a comical scene unfolding nearby. A pair of tweeting birds engaged in a heated argument over some berries in the tree. Despite the hilarity of the situation, Rionel finds inspiration in observing the birds' behavior. Rionel attempts to intervene in the argument between the angry birds by offering a suggestion, but they respond with bombastic side eyes, leaving Rionel feeling intimidated by their reaction. Meanwhile, Llewellyn is depicted as emotionally distraught, resembling a crying baby, as he grapples with the realization of his inferiority compared to Ebel. Aware of the vast differences in size and power between them, Llewellyn harbors the fear of losing the duel swiftly and decisively. As Llewellyn contemplates his uncertain prospects, his archmage companion instills confidence by assuring him of victory in the duel and his subsequent ascent to the throne as the future emperor. Despite harboring doubts, Llewellyn is swayed by the archmage's assurance. The sinister mage then demonstrates his formidable powers by seemingly transforming into a prince himself, instilling further fear in Llewellyn's heart as he ominously predicts that Ebel will soon regret his actions against Llewellyn. Meanwhile, Rionel approaches Nadia and requests some snacks, specifically intended for the small birds she encountered earlier. Although initially puzzled by the request, Nadia assumes they are for Rionel's friends. Awkwardly accepting Nadia's assumption, Rionel refrains from correcting her misconception, despite the fact that the tweeting birds are far from being her friends. In a quick flashback, we witness Rionel engaging in negotiations with the tweeting birds, who initially exhibit rudeness towards her. Despite their suspicion, Rionel converses with them in bird language. The tweeting birds express surprise that Rionel can understand them, considering she is of a different species. Their suspicion deepens when one of the birds questions Rionel about consuming the power berry. Taken aback by this revelation, Rionel queries how they are aware of it. However, the birds dismiss her concerns, ridiculing her and labeling her as immature. The birds assert that their extensive lifespan and experiences surpass Rionel's, informing her about the existence of another crow human residing within the royal palace. However, the birds clarify that while the crow person doesn't reside in the palace anymore but occasionally visit with her human companion. This revelation excites Rionel, as meeting this crow person could potentially help her master her crow form. Something like getting a crow mastery crash course. Above all, Rionel is eager to unlock her latent superpower, envisioning it to be akin to the Crowzilla atomic abilities from the movie she had previously imagined. Disappointed by the tweeting birds' refusal to help her meet the crow person, Rionel is met with scornful rejection as they admit to not knowing the crow's whereabouts and emphasize its aversion to being discussed by others. They urge Rionel to take initiative in investigating the matter herself rather than relying on them. Rionel acknowledges that pursuing this endeavor would be risky, deciding to postpone it until after Boscourt concludes. However, before she can delve further into the topic, the tweeting birds redirect the conversation to her initial request. The scene shifts. Ebel collapses to the ground following his defeat by Galinos. Ebel admits to Galinos that he became distracted during their duel and expresses concern over allowing such distractions to affect him. He confesses noticing Rionel conversing with the tweeting birds, which annoys Galinos as he believes it's not the appropriate time for jealousy. However, Ebel is intrigued by Rionel's ability to communicate with birds and even indulges in a fantasy of the birds flirting with her. Galinos, unimpressed by Ebel's behavior, admonishes him, stating that he still has much to learn in his training. He warns Ebel that if the birds continue to distract him, he will have no qualms about dealing with them as perceived rivals. Ebel reassures Galinos that cutting up the small birds would be unnecessary, and emphasizes that considering them as rivals is an exaggeration. However, Galinos remains eager to take action against the birds, displaying a sinister smile that prompts Ebel to refocus on his training to prevent any potential mishaps. Meanwhile, Rionel humorously senses a foreboding aura and fears potential consequences if she continues conversing with the tweeting birds. Despite her concerns, she has already informed the birds about spying on Llewellyn, and they are willing to assist as they also harbor hatred towards the third prince. The birds recall instances of Llewellyn disturbing them with pebbles, leaving a lasting impression despite their limited ability to identify humans accurately. Rhiannell, finding the tweeting bird's behavior childish, is all the more determined to uncover Llewellyn's plans for the duel. However, the birds adopt a demanding stance, insisting on a reward for their assistance, emphasizing that nothing in life is free. Meekly acquiescing, Rhiannell agrees to their terms and proceeds to divulge everything to Ebel. Ebel is somewhat amused by the situation, particularly when Rhiannell discloses her promise to bribe the birds with snacks, explaining her earlier request to Nadia to prepare bird treats. Ebel clenches his fists and apologizes to Rhiannell, expressing his belief that she hasn't been leading a good life ever since her kidnapping. Ebel feels responsible, thinking that his presence in her life is akin to a curse that hampers her freedom. Reflecting on his own childhood experiences, Ebel recalls feeling anxious from an early age due to doubts about his legitimacy as a ruler stemming from his delayed powers awakening. Such a troubled upbringing undoubtedly had a profound impact on the young prince. Ebel admits that even after awakening his wolf powers, he struggled to believe in himself. He sheds a few tears, expressing his self-doubt and feeling of inadequacy. He believes that his efforts only bring more pain to those he cares about, leaving him feeling clueless about how to help Rhiannell. I guess you should quit yapping and focus more on your training. We see a reflection of Ebel as a child, embodying the same sense of hopelessness as he curses himself for burdening Rhiannell. Overwhelmed by his despair, Rhiannell reaches out and takes Ebel's hand, reassuring him of her love. Our MC emphasizes that she is with Ebel because she chooses to be, not out of any sense of obligation. She clarifies that she enlisted the help of the other birds to spy on Llewellyn because she wanted to assist Ebel, not because she doubts his dependability. Ebel is grateful for Rhiannell's unwavering support and thanks her for helping him break free from the burdens of his past. He surely got the sympathy he was seeking. As the focus shifts from the romantic couple, we see Namuel struggling to navigate the complexities of his relationships with the other magicians in the palace. Most of the magicians, as expected, are reluctant to involve themselves in the royal family's political affairs, making it challenging for Namuel to establish contact with the elder magicians. He suspects that one of these elders is aiding Llewellyn, but he's yet to uncover their identity. Namuel yearns for even the slightest clue to help him in his investigation. Meanwhile, we witness the third prince conferring with the Archmage. The following morning, the tweeting birds are seen happily indulging in their snacks, while Rhiannell communicates with them in her crow form. Ebel, Galinos, and Nadia observe the scene, impressed by Rhiannell's resourcefulness in using other birds as spies. Nadia also expresses pride in her mistress's cleverness, but Galinos interprets this as an opportunity to mold Nadia into a female version of himself. He enthusiastically prepares to instruct Nadia in the arts of excessive praise and sacrifice. However, Ebel interjects, humorously stating that he cannot handle another Galinos in his vicinity. Taking Ebel's remark as a compliment, Galinos responds with amusement. Meanwhile, Ebel and Nadia hurry towards Rhiannell, assuming she has finished her conversation with the birds. Everyone eagerly awaits the information shared by the crow girl, prompting Rhiannell to strike a confident pose, suggesting that her plan was goated. We're all eagerly awaiting the big reveal, but then our MC begins narrating the spy intel with a series of caws in her human form. Ebel and his team are visibly taken aback by this unexpected communication method. The blonde prince requests Rhiannell to provide more detailed information. Rhiannell makes another attempt, even transforming into her chibi form for added dramatic effect. However, to everyone's surprise, the same cawing sound is heard. Ebel then enlightens her, revealing that she's speaking in bird language. This revelation catches Rhiannell off guard, making her to seek assistance from her crow instinct for translation. The crow instinct is initially upset that Rhiannell only seeks her help when she needs it, but nonetheless agrees to assist with the translation since she also dislikes Llewellyn. Finally, our MC explains that the third prince is regularly meeting someone in private who has a beard and a creepy voice. Since birds aren't very good at distinguishing people, they couldn't provide a more detailed description of the Archmage. Furthermore, the birds sensed a deadly aura emanating from the Archmage, prompting them to leave the scene as quickly as possible. Rhiannell adds that the Archmage didn't seem to belong to this world, which piques Ebel's curiosity about whether this information will suffice for Namuel to identify the mystery magician. He expresses confidence in his magician boy's abilities and seeks out Namuel to describe the Archmage to him. After pondering for a while, Namuel suggests a possible match to the description, a person named Vaphilos, one of the elder magicians. Namuel recalls a rumor alleging that Vaphilos has been dabbling in dark magic, heightening the importance of vigilance during the Boscourt battle. There's no telling what kind of trick Vafilos might pull out of his sleeve, so having a backup plan is definitely necessary. Daniel emphasizes the importance of knowing how Ebel obtained such critical information, as it wouldn't have been easy to acquire. He speculates if Ebel used his secret shadow informant for this, but Ebel clarifies that he couldn't do so due to the rules of Boscourt. Instead, he mentions having found a new informant. Yes, he is referring to RMC, Rionel, who is comically seen fending off the tweeting birds charging at the windows, demanding more snacks. RMC, visibly uncomfortable, is mistaken by Nadia for a cute moment between her mistress and her enthusiastic friends. The next day, as Rionel and Ebel sit down for a meal, she senses something off about her Prince Charming. It dawns on her that today marks the day of the Boscourt challenge, and this could potentially be Ebel's last meal with her if things don't go as planned. Narration explains to us that while Boscourt might appear to be a battle between wolves, the human factor introduces severe consequences. Ordinarily, a wolf would surrender if the situation becomes too difficult. After all, sustaining life-threatening injuries could render the wolf unable to hunt for the rest of its life. However, Boscourt is better understood as a battle between humans in wolf costumes, where the victor continues to attack until the opponent dies or shit his pants. What? There is no rule as such. Anyways, the crow girl doesn't want her prince to be drenched with blood, and Ebel can notice the frown on her face. He promises Rionel that he has made a backup plan thanks to the information she has managed to obtain through the spy birds. However, our MC is still feeling anxious, so Ebel gets her to agree to perform a ceremony for good luck. She closes her eyes, and then Ebel proceeds to kiss her lips but puts his palm in between them. He asks his princess if he can do the real thing upon winning the duel, but this overwhelms Rionel with emotion, and she transforms into a crow once again. Ebel is visibly amused to see how shy his crow girl is, and he thanks her for taking away his nervousness. The blonde prince promises right now that he will make it out of the duel alive because she is his motivation to do so. Now we shift to the battle dome where both Ebel and Llewellyn are getting ready to face off for their battle. The king shows up and begins the proceedings, thus setting us up for an eventful encounter. Everyone in attendance starts talking about the battle, but they don't think that Ebel has that much of a chance because his brother has been a wolf for longer. Obviously, Galinos doesn't take too kindly to these words, but Wilhelm tells him to calm down. Namuel also suggests punishing the shit-talkers later, but Nadia understands Galinos' feelings because she would feel the same way if anyone spoke about Rionel like that. Rionel is also here in her crow form, and she prays for Ebel as Boscourt begins. The king lays down the rules for the contest, which is basically that the winner shall become the next emperor, and no cheating or additional intervention is allowed. If there is anything suspicious to be inspected, then the elder magicians are in attendance to investigate it. In the case that they find something odd, the cheater will simply have to accept the fate bestowed upon him by the other participant. However, Vafilos is among the elder magicians who is surely cooking something. Now Ebel and Llewellyn change into their wolf forms, and an intense battle begins. However, the scene changes as another flashback gets bashed onto our faces. Here, Ebel narrates and talks about how his family was peaceful and happy at one point in time, but things quickly fell apart once his mother fell ill. Priests and healers from across the kingdom were called to heal Ebel's mother, but their efforts were futile. This caused the king to focus solely on his wife, neglecting his sons in the process. Llewellyn's awakening of his wolf powers only exacerbated his arrogance and leveled up his pick-me traits. This provided an opportunity for nobles to exploit the empire's vulnerability. Additionally, the untimely demise of the second prince, attributed to a supposed horse-riding accident, was widely doubted due to the throne succession rivalry among the royal children. In the current duel between Ebel and Llewellyn, the latter is distressed by the realization that he is battling his own brother for the throne. He longs for the days when their family was whole, before the tragic incident that tore them apart. However, he understands that such wishes are futile in the face of their current circumstances. The fight between Ebel and Llewellyn continues, with Nadia finding it difficult to watch due to the intense violence. Namuel explains that both brothers are fighting fiercely, leading to a prolonged battle. However, Wilhelm is puzzled by Ebel's delay in defeating his brother, suspecting that Llewellyn may be using hidden powers to prolong the fight. He also suspects Vafilos of foul play, contributing to the lengthy duel. An elderly maid joins the group and asks about the progress of the battle due to her poor eyesight. Galinos permits her to sit with them but senses something strange about her. Meanwhile, Ebel appears to be gaining the upper hand in the fight, prompting a comment from the old maid. Wilhelm recognizes her but refrains from revealing anything significant. Instead, he expresses concern about the prolonged battle potentially posing issues for Ebel. Namuel and Rionel notice peculiarities in Llewellyn's behavior during the fight. Namuel observes that Llewellyn seems unaffected by Ebel's attacks, while Rionel notices that Llewellyn's bites provoke a different reaction from Ebel. Rionel attributes Llewellyn's behavior to potential dark magic influence from the Philos. Rionel recalls using a taser as a critical tool to control escaping animals, noticing Ebel's reaction to Llewellyn's bites resembling that of an animal being struck by a taser. This realization dawns on her, but the old maid, who appears to read her thoughts, thinks that she is not interested in Rionel but will watch the events unfold for now. The ongoing wolf battle reveals Ebel's body accumulating dark scars from his brother's electric bites. Ebel soon discerns that Llewellyn is enchanted, enhancing not just his strength but also his agility and endurance. Moreover, Llewellyn is under a spell nullifying fear and pain, enabling him to combat Ebel relentlessly without any visible hesitation or decline in performance. Additionally, Llewellyn is benefiting from an electrical spell, accounting for the taser-like attacks. Although Ebel anticipated his brother's cheating, he didn't expect such a plethora of spells to be employed. Llewellyn has strategically chosen spells that are difficult to detect, further complicating matters for Ebel. However, Ebel remains patient, recalling Namuel's earlier advice. In a flashback, Namuel informs Ebel that he intends to provide advice, technically skirting the rules through a loophole. Offering guidance on handling animals affected by dark magic doesn't breach Boscourt regulations, allowing Namuel to provide a brief explanation. Essentially, the key strategy for Ebel is to conserve his energy and avoid spilling Llewellyn's blood to prevent potential curses. This explains why Ebel hasn't been using all his powers against his brother. It's a challenging situation as minimizing bloodshed in a duel is difficult, but Ebel must do his best to mitigate the damage. Back in the battle, Namuel notices Ebel adhering to his advice but remains unable to discern the exact nature of the spell cast on Llewellyn. Namuel considers various scenarios but realizes that suggesting anything suspicious to the Philos, being an elder magician, would likely be dismissed. Thus, Ebel must win the duel or a higher authority will need to intervene, possibly the chief imperial magician. However, this figure operates covertly and doesn't appear in public, making it challenging to call upon their assistance in the current situation. Namuel realizes he must gather solid evidence before acting, knowing he can't rely on mere intuition. Rionel attempts to convey that Llewellyn is using an electricity spell, but her crow calls only lead to frustration. Rionel expresses disappointment in Namuel's perceived lack of intelligence, resorting to a game of charades to emphasize her point. Galinos grasps Rionel's intention to halt the duel temporarily, acknowledging the danger posed by the electricity spell to Ebel. Galinos, unable to understand bird language, nonetheless sides with Rionel and charges with her to stop the fight. Namuel and Wilhelm try to calm them down because there is no solid evidence to back their claims. Wilhelm even doubts Rionel's advice and calls her a bird of death, but Galinos angrily defends her. My radar sensed hypocrisy. Anyways, Wilhelm says that everyone needs to discuss their argument, but Nadia doesn't know what to do. The old maid advises Nadia to wait it out for now, and then Nadia asks her which part of the palace she works at. The old maid changes the topic and redirects their attention to Ebel, who is now holding down Llewellyn. Namuel believes that the Wolf Prince has deciphered the spells and is poised to win the duel without shedding any blood. Everyone breathes a collective sigh of relief, particularly Rionel. However, a shocking twist soon unfolds. Llewellyn transforms into a human and accuses Ebel of cheating. A flashback reveals the Philos instructing Llewellyn that if he cannot defeat Ebel despite all the spells cast, framing his brother is the only option for victory. The worthless prince informs the king that Ebel has been aided by Namuel with dark magic, demanding swift judgment. Shock and disbelief grip everyone at this unexpected turn of events, leaving even Rionel speechless. As the shock paralyzes the onlookers, Llewellyn smirks triumphantly, knowing he has deceived them all. The third prince acknowledges his inferiority compared to Ebel. Nevertheless, he asserts that he considered himself the victor of this battle even before it commenced. The senior magicians engage in conversation among themselves, expressing disbelief that Namuel could deceive them given his level of expertise. However, Llewellyn sees through their facade, recognizing their discussion as a ploy to feign a fair assessment. Before long, Philos is entrusted with making the final decision, signaling an inevitable outcome given his allegiance to Llewellyn from the beginning. As the Archmage begins his deceitful speech, he admits to experimenting with dark magic, setting the stage for a biased judgment. In a bid to establish credibility in front of the king, Vaphilos proudly declares that his efforts in experimenting with dark magic have successfully prevented demons and other dark creatures from entering their world. With a grandiose gesture, Vaphilos accuses Ebel of using dark magic to awaken his powers and further accuses the blonde prince of employing dark magic in the battle. This turn of events casts a shadow over our MC's prospects. As anticipated, Reinel is incensed with Vaphilos for making such a foolish decision, remarking that he would excel as a politician given his abandonment of logic in favor of the dark world's influence. Vaphilos intensifies the drama by alleging that the battle appeared suspicious from the outset. He argues that Ebel's wolf form is unusually large and powerful for a standard prince, and suggests that his powers awakened unusually late in adulthood, a rarity. Continuing his accusations, Vaphilos suggests that Ebel's prior disappearance could have been staged to provide him with the opportunity to awaken his powers with dark magic, possibly with Namuel's assistance. Despite Namuel's denial, Vaphilos shamelessly accuses him of aiding Ebel even during the battle. My man literally called the whole plot plotted. Namuel tries to defend himself by explaining that he gave a power berry to Ebel, so it wouldn't make sense for him to need dark magic. However, Vaphilos skillfully flips this argument against him, pointing out the rarity of finding a power berry and suggesting that Namuel's claim is too convenient given the circumstances. The other elder magicians echo Vaphilos' skepticism and request a witness to validate Namuel's story. In response, Namuel challenges Vaphilos, arguing that the Archmage lacks evidence to support his accusations. But Vaphilos confidently asserts that an elder magician's testimony is always reliable, especially during boss court. Feeling cornered, Namuel realizes he has no other option left. Namuel makes a bold move by stepping into the battle ring and kneeling before the king, surprising both Galinos and Nadia. He solemnly swears his life on Ebel's innocence and implores the king to summon the chief imperial magician to uncover the truth. Galinos, inspired by Namuel's bravery, joins him along with Reinel. He offers his own life as well but humorously requests the king to ensure the safety of the crow girl, as she is dear to Ebel. Witnessing his friends willing to sacrifice themselves for him, Ebel feels remorseful for not anticipating Llewellyn's deceitful tactics. However, Vaphilos remains arrogant and derides RMCs, asserting that they will never be fortunate enough to encounter the chief imperial magician. Just as things seem dire for the blonde prince, the king cunningly summons the chief imperial magician. However, a surprising twist unfolds when the suspicious old maid seated beside Nadia rises and responds to the king's call. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, the old maid reveals her true identity. In a delightful turn of events, she is unveiled to be the chief imperial magician, Mirden. This revelation spells trouble for Llewellyn, who curses Vaphilos for failing to ensure that Mirden wouldn't appear as anticipated. The chief imperial magician, now revealed as Mirden, swiftly apprehends Vaphilos and condemns him for his shameful tactics of deceit. It emerges that Vaphilos had gone so far as to fabricate apparitions of the other elder magicians to execute his elaborate deception. Now, the king rebukes Llewellyn for resorting to such a rudimentary form of cheating, reminding him that it has been attempted numerous times before. Despite Llewellyn's attempts to plead ignorance, the king gracefully silences him and proceeds to elucidate his perspective. While official records of Boscourt may be lacking, the king himself participated in one and thus has first-hand knowledge of what transpired. He describes that his own opponent had employed similar enchantments in a bid to secure victory. The king, however, chose to withhold any objections at the time, believing that a true leader must confront challenges with unyielding resolve and personal strength. He views the use of magic in combat as an act of cowardice and admonishes Llewellyn for lacking loyal companions, unlike Ebel. The king's observation prompts him to note that Llewellyn would have been better served if he had retained Wilhelm's counsel, given Wilhelm's sharpness and intellect. Wilhelm graciously accepts the praise but also humbly acknowledges that he cannot speculate on how he would have influenced Llewellyn's decisions. However, the king is confident that Wilhelm would have prevented Llewellyn from acting so foolishly. Yet, Wilhelm emphasizes the importance of focusing on the present rather than dwelling on hypothetical scenarios. In response, the king once again chastises Llewellyn for resorting to deception in his duel. As he prepares to officially conclude Boscourt, Vaphilos makes a desperate attempt to salvage the situation by employing dark magic. Suddenly, Llewellyn undergoes a startling transformation into a demon wolf and defiantly addresses his father. In his delusion, Llewellyn declares his intention to eliminate all members of the imperial family until he stands as the last one remaining. Ignoring all reason, he launches an attack on the king in his demonic form, prompting Midden to intervene with her magical powers. Despite the chaos, Baphilos insists that Boscourt has not officially concluded, warning against interference between Imperial family members to avoid future controversy. With his dark magic, he binds Galinos, Namuel, and Ebel, further complicating the situation. Ebel, despite his injury, desperately calls out to his father as Llewellyn prepares to strike. Frustrated by his inability to protect the king, Ebel curses himself. However, just when all hope seems lost, Rionel emerges to block Llewellyn's attack, eliciting a wave of relief from the onlookers. In the midst of the chaos, Llewellyn's anger reaches a boiling point, fueling his desire to unleash his ultimate dark powers and exact revenge upon everyone around him. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Rionel injects some humor into the scene by highlighting the significance of her intervention in saving her father-in-law from her supposed brother-in-law's attack. Her delusional phase is nowhere near its end. Seizing the opportunity to boast about his dark magic prowess, Baphilos admits that he didn't need to do much to incite Llewellyn's transformation. He claims that the darkness within Llewellyn had been lying dormant for years, waiting to be unleashed, ultimately revealing that the true source of darkness was Llewellyn himself. As Baphilos realizes he has depleted too much of his power and escapes using a temporary body, Midden rushes to aid the king. The king expresses gratitude to Rionel for saving his life, and Midden apologizes for failing to stop Baphilos, admitting his lack of knowledge about the lingering dark shadows that continue to threaten our heroes. Although the king appears unperturbed by the unfolding events, Galinos and Namuel are visibly uneasy in the face of the persistent dark shadows. Namuel elucidates that these shadows are sustained by the mana within Llewellyn's body, posing a formidable challenge for their adversaries. The only viable solution is to incapacitate the third prince, a task easier said than done. Midden seeks the king's decision on whether to continue observing the battle, to which he responds affirmatively, intrigued by Ebel's ability to handle the escalating crisis. The Wolf Prince finds himself in a precarious situation, pinned down by the dark shadows as his injuries worsen. Ebel, overwhelmed by the escalating challenges and suffering, begins to lose his clarity of thought. Yet, when he sees Rionel valiantly battling Llewellyn despite being outmatched, Ebel's determination is reignited. Realizing he must protect his loved ones, Ebel unleashes a burst of energy, breaking free from the dark shadows. He ferociously attacks Llewellyn, showing no mercy as he bites his neck and swiftly overpowers him. As Ebel emerged as the top G, his companions, Rionel, Galinos, and Namu, observe in awe and respect. Witnessing Ebel's dominance, the king feels assured in selecting his successor without hesitation. Following Ebel's declaration as the victor of Boscourt, he unleashes a triumphant roar while Llewellyn, now powerless, remains incapacitated. Cheers resound throughout the kingdom, confirming the right choice has been made. The tension that had gripped everyone prior to Boscourt is finally lifted, and with Ebel appointed as the new king, tranquility returns to the imperial palace. The elder magicians, who had retreated during Boscourt, now feel remorseful for allowing Baphilos to operate unchecked. They begin a quest to locate him, seeking to rectify their past oversights. Yeah, enough of this fake atonement. Meanwhile, Llewellyn finds himself confined to a prison cell, a fitting punishment for his actions. Regrettably, the aftermath of Boscourt has left Ebel heavily injured, rendering him unconscious and wrapped in bandages for an extended period. Rionel, visibly distressed, seeks solace in Nadia's embrace, reassuring her that Ebel will recover. She explains that the priests have tended to Ebel's wounds, and Midden is diligently watching over him, offering hope for his eventual awakening. Meanwhile, the chief imperial magician, along with Namuel and Galinos, closely monitors Ebel's condition. Concern arises as they observe ominous marks on his hands, suggesting a potential curse inflicted by the same dark magic that ensnared Llewellyn. Following the Boscourt battle, Ebel is depicted resting in bed, recovering from the injuries inflicted by his brother's illicit use of dark magic. While signs of the dark magic's curse begin to manifest on Ebel, Midden appears chill. She explains that Ebel's lineage, infused with holy wolf blood, serves as a natural barrier against the dark magic's influence. Nonetheless, she cautions that prolonged exposure to the curse could pose challenges in its control. Midden expresses concern that the dark magic could corrupt Ebel's character, potentially transforming him from the charming prince into a formidable adversary, amplifying his innermost thoughts. Galinos and Namuel, however, remain unwavering in their trust in Ebel's inherent goodness and nobility. Despite this, the chief imperial magician feels compelled to clarify her stance. Midden elaborates that Ebel's unwavering commitment to peace, while admirable, could potentially lead him astray, transforming him into a tyrant in his pursuit of harmony. This revelation shocks Galinos and Namuel, who hadn't considered the possibility that excessive goodness could have dire consequences. Mirrodin, drawing from her vast experience, underscores the importance of balance, highlighting how extremes of light or darkness can disrupt the natural order. Removing the curse proves to be a daunting task, as Mirrodin confesses her limited expertise in this particular field. She acknowledges that only Vaphilos possesses the knowledge to rescue Ebel from this predicament. However, Namuel interjects, reminding her of his own lineage infused with holy wolf blood. Upon hearing Namuel's reminder of his own lineage, Mirrodin springs into action, initiating a meticulous process to remove the curse from Ebel's body. The procedure is lengthy, prompting Galinos to assign Nadia the task of observing her master's progress from a safe distance. Meanwhile, Rionel, deeply concerned for her beloved Ebel, anxiously awaits news of his recovery. As tension mounts, Mirrodin and Namuel emerge from Ebel's room, bearing glad tidings that the curse has been successfully lifted. Relief washes over everyone, and Nadia seeks permission for herself and Rionel to enter the room. Galinos follows suit, while Namuel, citing exhaustion from expending considerable magical energy during the curse removal, opts to retire to his room for some much-needed rest. However, his assurance sounds somewhat unconvincing. As the palace bathes in the morning sunlight, Nadia, Rionel, and Galinos stand vigil over Ebel. Ebel finally stirs from his slumber, his recollection limited to the end of the Boscourt battle. In a panic, he calls out for Rionel, only to find her peacefully napping beside him, much to his relief. Ebel affectionately pats Rionel, alerting the others to his awakening. Galinos inquires about the prince's well-being before hurrying off to fetch Mirrodin and Namuel. As Rionel assumes her human form, instead of displaying affection, she unleashes a frustrated scream, labeling Ebel an idiot. This unexpected outburst prompts laughter from Ebel, caught off guard by his crow girl's fiery reaction. In a playful gesture, Rionel smacks Ebel on the shoulders as he tries to remind her that he is still a patient. She proceeds to scold Ebel for his recklessness during the battle. Galinos and Nadia, overhearing the exchange, are unsure how to intervene, recognizing that Rionel's ferocity stems from her deep affection for Ebel. Sensing the tension, they quickly make their way toward the magicians to avoid further confrontation. Ebel acknowledges that Rionel's reaction is exaggerated, understanding the strain she's endured while watching over him during his unconscious state. He acknowledges the validity of her concerns and apologizes for causing her such worry, realizing he nearly broke his promise to her. In a tender moment, Ebel gently wipes away Rionel's tears, encouraging her to express her anger towards him if needed. He reassures her that he values her above all others and treasures her deeply. His words bring comfort to Rionel, who apologizes for her dramatic outburst, realizing the silliness of her behavior. Ebel consoles her, understanding the emotional strain she has endured. Their moment is interrupted by the arrival of Mirrodin and Namuel, making Rionel transform into a crow to avoid further drama. After confirming Ebel's health, Mirrodin is informed of how the king revered her as his mentor, narrating numerous stories about her. This revelation surprises Rionel, but the biggest shock comes when Mirrodin points out Rionel's ability to understand human language. Rionel panics as her secret identity is unexpectedly exposed, but Ebel confesses that he cannot keep anything hidden from Mirrodin. Mirrodin, the chief imperial magician, reassures Rionel that there is no longer a need to conceal herself, especially since Ebel is soon to ascend as the new emperor. Taking this into consideration, Ebel gently asks Rionel if she wishes to reveal her human form to everyone. Initially confused, Rionel hesitates, but Ebel assures her that she is safe now, with Boscourt I and Llewellyn imprisoned. Empowered by Ebel's confidence, Rionel quickly transforms before the eyes of everyone present. Mirrodin's initial surprise at Rionel's transformation quickly gives way to composure as she reveals that Rionel had consumed a power berry. This revelation astonishes Ebel, prompting Mirrodin to explain that she has been studying these berries for some time. Mirrodin goes on to share that her research led her to encounter another individual who also underwent a transformation due to the Kroban rock berry. Rionel interrupts Mirrodin abruptly, eager to know if this person is still alive. Rionel's attempt to be less polite due to her bird genes results in hilariously awkward moments. She persists in asking about the survival of the other crow person, prompting Mirrodin to reveal that she had only encountered her when she was young. Realizing that crows typically have a lifespan of around 10 to 20 years, Rionel's hope diminishes, leading Ebel to offer words of comfort. Mirrodin prepares to address Rionel's question but also poses an important query. If Rionel shares the same lifespan as a crow, it means she will pass away earlier than everyone else, including Ebel. Deep in thought, Rionel contemplates her mortality but resolves to cherish every moment she has with the people she loves. With a determined gaze into Ebel's eyes, she reaffirms her commitment to making the most of their time together, filling Ebel with a sense of emotion. However, Rionel swiftly shifts the mood, expressing her determination to seek out ways to prolong her lifespan. Ebel responds with optimism, pledging to mobilize every resource within the Empire to find a solution. Mirrodin finds the couple's dynamic amusing, but she interjects, suggesting that such efforts may not be necessary. Mirrodin answers Rionel's inquiry about the other crow person, revealing that she is indeed still alive. Her name is Hemful, and she was aware of Rionel's existence, but couldn't accompany Mirrodin to the palace due to feeling unwell. The revelation brings a surge of joy to Ebel, and Mirrodin suggests that the power berry might be responsible for extending a crow's lifespan, though further research is required to confirm this. This news fills Rionel with immense relief, and she drops to the floor, overwhelmed by the revelation. Mirrodin reveals that Hemful is not just an acquaintance but a dear friend with whom she shares a living space. She empathized with Rionel's concerns about Hemful's lifespan and conducted extensive research on power berries in hopes of finding a solution. However, her efforts were hampered by the lack of other crow people to study. Now, with Rionel's discovery, Mirrodin feels a sense of relief and renewed hope for finding answers. Mirrodin requests Ebel and Rionel's assistance with her research, and Rionel eagerly accepts, driven by her own questions. However, Ebel wants to ensure clarity and presents a couple of conditions. He retrieves Rionel's necklace, which she wore before her kidnapping, and asks Mirrodin to repair it. Additionally, he requests that Mirrodin enhance the necklace with additional protective spells to safeguard Rionel from encountering similar perilous situations in the future. Mirrodin identifies that Namuel has already enchanted the giant sapphire with spells and suggests that she can further enhance its capabilities. She proposes the possibility of using the necklace to form a pact with an elemental, particularly an air elemental, which aligns well with Rionel's nature as a crow girl. Our crow girl is on the verge of becoming an airbender. However, Namu expresses concern over the potential risks involved in forming such a pact, particularly the requirement of mana and elemental affinity. Despite Rionel's consumption of a power berry, which may alter the dynamics, Namuel remains wary of the inherent dangers. Mirrodin reassures Namu that Rionel's nature as an animal eliminates the risk he's concerned about, as animals inherently possess the highest elemental affinity, even surpassing humans. Additionally, Rionel's ability to seamlessly transition between human and crow forms suggests she likely possesses abundant mana. Mirrodin then unveils a secret about the power berries, revealing that they have never been observed growing on trees but are always found on the ground or in mysterious locations. This revelation suggests that power berries cannot be classified as fruits in the traditional sense. Intrigued by Mirrodin's revelation, Ebel inquires about what to call the power berries in light of this new information. Mirrodin unveils a secret about the imperial family's origins, explaining that their connection to the holy wolf is intertwined with a blackbird. This bird, deeply attached to the holy wolf, scattered fragments of its egg throughout the kingdom, which eventually became the power berries. Thus, the power berries are essentially fragments of the blackbird's eggshell, intended for crows to unlock their true potential. With the explanations concluded, Mirrodin proceeds with Rionel's pact with the air elemental. She assures everyone that it should proceed smoothly but advises caution nonetheless. Galinos and Nadia agree to stand guard, while Namuel is tasked with clearing the mana around the area. Despite his initial hesitation, Namuel receives reassurance from Mirrodin as she begins her spell. Observing Rionel's nervous expression, Ebel inquires if she's alright, noticing her apprehension. However, Rionel assures her beloved that she's simply feeling excited. For a fantasy enthusiast like her, forming a pact with an elemental is a dream come true, marking a significant milestone in her journey. Moreover, this pact grants Rionel the ability to protect herself, alleviating the need to rely solely on Ebel and the others for support. Mirrodin guides Rionel into the realm of the elementals, cautioning her to stay calm despite the potential chaos. Initially, Rionel's task is to focus on selecting the right elemental for her pact, reassuring her that everything will proceed smoothly once she makes her choice. As Rionel is transported to this alternate dimension, she experiences a mix of awe and trepidation. Surrounded by numerous elementals, Rionel is struck by the beauty of the scene before her. Mirrodin gently reminds her to call out the name of the elemental she wishes to form a pact with, guiding her through the process. Finally, Rionel spots an elemental that resonates with her, marking the beginning of this significant journey. In a tense sequence, Rionel confidently gives the name Mui to the elemental and requests to form a pact. An engaging exchange follows, culminating in Rionel's return to the real world where everyone awaits her. Maiden is visibly impressed to see Rionel adorned in a graceful new attire, accompanied by her elemental companion, who resembles an angelic mouse. Rionel takes note of her new attire, realizing that this transformation occurs each time she gains a new power, akin to a game character leveling up. She gazes at Mui, seeking confirmation that their newfound relationship is acceptable. With that, she proceeds to flaunt her new Pokémon. The angelic creature, Mui, gives a cute but uncertain look in response to Rionel's excitement. Nevertheless, Rionel embraces her new elemental companion, expressing determination to work through any uncertainties with Maiden's guidance. Despite her bubbling excitement, Maiden agrees to offer her assistance whenever possible in nurturing Rionel's bond with Mui. Ebel interjects playfully, expressing his desire to have some alone time with Rionel and teasing Maiden not to monopolize her time. He embraces Rionel confidently, prompting her to blush once more. However, Rionel redirects her attention to Mui, complimenting Ebel's handsome face. The scene changes again and we see that despite the past conflicts, Ebel finds himself contemplating how to help his weakened brother, Llewellyn. Ebel remains determined to find a way to aid him irrespective of his bad deeds, though this noble gesture is met with skepticism by Llewellyn himself. However, despite Ebel's attempt at kindness, Llewellyn, filled with anger and resentment, rejects his brother's gesture, adamantly declaring that his mood won't change even if freed from imprisonment. With a display of rage, Llewellyn violently yanks his chains and openly expresses his lack of remorse for his actions, save for his failure to take Ebel's life. Even after witnessing Llewellyn's rude and obnoxious behavior, Ebel remains composed, refusing to engage in his brother's provocations. Instead, he turns to Modin, the chief imperial magician, seeking guidance and advice in handling the situation. Ebel had hoped there might be a way to redeem his brother from his evil tendencies, but Llewellyn's attempts to gain attention are futile. Theoden confirms Ebel's hopes, expressing her intention to cure Llewellyn. However, due to his prolonged exposure to dark magic, the process will require significant effort. Theoden presents a sophisticated collar designed to extend Llewellyn's life. Initially confused, Ebel learns that by infusing the collar with light magic, he can compel his brother to obey his commands. This power will be facilitated by Aiel's influence, which will also help suppress the dark magic within Llewellyn. Confidently, Llewellyn rejects the notion of wearing the collar voluntarily. However, Ebel disregards his objections, confirming with Maiden that the collar's effectiveness is not contingent upon the wearer's consent. The opportunity to learn more about Vaphilos, who has awakened the dark forces within Llewellyn, presents itself. Ebel sees the collar as a fitting punishment for his brother, preferring humiliation over a swift death. With a menacing smile, he asserts that Llewellyn deserves to live with the shame of his actions, much to his brother's terror, as he knows he has a debt to repay for his torment. The scene shifts to Rionel, who bursts into laughter at the sight of Llewellyn obediently cleaning the floor like a servant. Ebel, standing nearby, explains that he has stripped his brother of all nobility, and assigned him the lowest job in the palace. Despite Llewellyn's muttered protests, the collar compels him to obey Ebel's commands. Rionel expresses satisfaction with Ebel's chosen punishment, believing that the bratty prince shouldn't be let off so easily. She continues to mock and insult Llewellyn, highlighting his failure to defeat Ebel even with his shameless cheating. I agree, even cheat codes couldn't grant him the victory. Rionel's mockery triggers Llewellyn to the point where he angrily tells her to shut up. Despite his outburst, he continues to clean the room while threatening to do everything in his power to kill both Rionel and Ebel. Rionel finds Llewellyn's threats amusing and continues to taunt him, further frustrating him. When the maid Nadia enters the room and addresses Llewellyn as a prince, Rionel corrects her, stating that he no longer holds any rank. He reminds me of a nerfed-down version of Loki. Ebel exacerbates Llewellyn's humiliation by asserting that he holds a lower rank than Nadia. He then asks Nadia if she would be willing to teach Llewellyn how to be a good slave, since he evidently lacks the skills. This suggestion elicits an evil smile from Nadia, who eagerly anticipates the opportunity to have some fun at the expense of the bratty prince. Nadia wastes no time in putting her new apprentice, Llewellyn, to work in the messy storage room. She assigns him the daunting task of cleaning and organizing the cluttered space, warning him that even the smallest speck of dust will necessitate starting over from scratch. As Llewellyn grapples with the overwhelming task before him, he finds himself questioning his own existence and lets out a scream of anguish. While Rionel hears his distress, Ebel dismisses it as strange noises, and the couple proceeds to enjoy a quiet moment over tea. Though still concerned for Reinel, Ebel takes comfort in the presence of the wind elemental Mui, allowing him to relax somewhat. After some contemplation, Ebel sets aside his tea and informs Reinel of his next plan, introducing her to some aristocrats. Now that she can move around freely in her human form, it will be easier for Reinel, who previously had to hide within the imperial palace. However, Ebel warns her that there may still be gossip and prejudice from those who view her as neither fully human nor aristocratic. Reinel understands the discomfort people may feel around her due to her association with death, but Ebel proposes a solution, having her blessed by the most powerful person in the empire, the Og King, to protect her from gossip. Ebel broaches the topic of introducing Reinel to his father, which sends her into a nervous spiral, leaving even Mui speechless. This significant step triggers Reinel's anxiety, causing her to question if their relationship is progressing too quickly, especially considering the king's reputation for coldness and ruthlessness. In her imagination, Reinel conjures a dramatic scenario where the king resembles a formidable mob boss attempting to dissuade her from his son. Her apprehensive expression reflects her concern as she asks Ebel what they will do if his father refuses to bless their relationship. Ebel attempts to reassure Reinel, assuring her that there's no way his father will reject her and promising to find a way to secure his approval. However, Reinel advises him to employ more amicable persuasion tactics, given his somewhat unsettling demeanor. The scene shifts to Ebel's meeting with his father, with Reinel accompanying him in her crow form. She marvels at the wealth of the king's chamber and senses the intense power emanating from its walls. Despite her initial anxiety, she prepares to face the king with courage. However, their meeting takes an unexpected turn when the king is overcome by aggressive coughing, indicating poor health. Concerned, Ebel comments on his deteriorating condition, prompting the king to reassure him that it's natural. He then questions why Ebel has brought his beloved crow to their meeting, prompting Ebel to gesture for Reinel to transform into her human form and speak for herself. Reinel, in her characteristic cute and awkward manner, nervously babbles about their first meeting during the Boscourt battle. Despite feeling like she may have botched the introduction, the king reassures her that he won't be upset because she lacks royal etiquette. This brings relief to Reinel, although the king advises her to learn imperial customs since Ebel's introduction suggests she'll be around for a while. The implication of a long-term relationship makes both Ebel and Reinel feel a bit awkward, but the king remains relatively relaxed. He confesses he already had an inkling about their relationship and expresses his happiness that Ebel has come to make it official. With this confirmation, the king reveals his intention to pass on the rule of the empire to Ebel, allowing him to join his wife in the afterlife. Reinel feels a bit disheartened by the king's announcement, but he assures her it's a positive sign, as he trusts Ebel to rule the kingdom alongside her. The king believes Ebel arranged the meeting to seek his blessing for Reinel, protecting her from judgmental aristocrats. He advises Ebel not to concern himself with others' opinions, emphasizing his respect for Ebel as a wolf and encouraging him to prioritize Reinel's well-being. Ebel affirms his agreement to his father's words, pledging to protect Reinel at all costs. Turning to Reinel, she braces herself for potential reprimand but is pleasantly surprised when the king instead takes her hand and grants her authority over Ebel. This unexpected display of emotion from the king catches Reinel off guard, as she never anticipated such a tender side from him. Reinel smiles at the king and assures him she'll do her best. Satisfied, the king blesses both Ebel and Reinel. Despite the solemn moment, all Reinel can think about is the prospect of officially marrying Ebel. When Ebel asks if the situation has become difficult for her, Reinel playfully brushes it off, though internally, she grapples with doubts about their marriage. She feels like the world is progressing like a game she once played, where Ebel was meant to fall in love with someone else. Despite her trust in Ebel, Reinel questions if he can defy the predetermined rules of the game. Such thoughts only intensify Reinel's anxiety, compounded by uncertainty about her future in this simulation world. As a mere side character in the game, she fears she may simply vanish if the main female character appears. Yet, the real concern isn't her own survival but the impact on Ebel if she were to disappear. Despite their love, Reinel hesitates to marry him, fearing the pain it could cause him if she were to suddenly vanish. Adding to the complexity, Reinel grapples with confusion about the nature of their relationship. She confides in Ebel, admitting she needs time to contemplate whether their bond is romantic or familial. Despite Reinel's uncertainty about their future, particularly if another woman enters Ebel's life, she feels compelled to put her feelings on hold for the time being. This means that the marriage they both desired may be delayed. Ebel, however, sees through Reinel's words and decides to express his own feelings to her. Drawing her close, he reassures her that their path forward has long been set. He finds her presence beautiful, regardless of her doubts, and he feels compelled to share her with the world to affirm that she belongs to him. Reinel finds herself contemplating the intricate layers of trust within Ebel's past. Having been betrayed by those closest to him, including his own master, he harbors deep-seated issues with trust. His heart was scarred in childhood, leaving him feeling unwanted and isolated. However, everything changed when he encountered Reinel in the forests. It was as if fate had intervened, shifting the course of his life. Despite her initial appearance as a crow, Reinel became incredibly precious to him. Their dynamic evolved further when Ebel discovered Reinel's ability to transform into a human. He was adamant about not imposing his feelings on her, but the tension between them continued to mount. Reinel struggles to contain her own emotions, feeling compelled to express her feelings to Ebel despite the uncertainty of their situation. Reinel, fearing rejection, gives Ebel permission to act as he wishes. Ebel, in response, kisses her cheek. Here comes another episode of Seduction 101. He pledges to work hard for their future together. 2 weeks later, the Emperor passes away, and Ebel, instead of mourning, finds solace in embracing Reinel. He becomes occupied with his new responsibilities as the next Emperor, focusing on the tasks at hand. The wizard enters, emphasizing the need to address the aftermath of Llewellyn's actions. Despite their efforts, they find no trace of Vaphilos or his remnants. Meanwhile, Reinel waits by the window, feeling the weight of Ebel's responsibilities. She hopes his workload will lighten soon. As she was thinking about how Ebel has been super busy and how everyone is working so hard to manage the work, a young girl interrupts, entering the room abruptly. It was none other than Ebel's younger sister, Sephia. As she bounces around in frustration and places blame on her brother, memories of her nanny's words flood her mind. She recalls that she is not only Ebel's younger sister but also the youngest princess of the Bulfaric house. Following the deaths of the second prince and the empress, they had to send the youngest daughter, Sephia, away to a distant location to ensure her safety and conceal her identity. Sephia spent her formative years isolated and distanced from her family, raised solely by her nanny, which fostered a deep attachment to her brother Ebel, who visited her sporadically. Now, following the emperor's demise, Sephia has returned to the palace to reside there. Every day, she eagerly waits for her brother's arrival, sitting patiently on the floor in anticipation of finally meeting him. Meanwhile, Reinel observes Sephia's beauty with admiration as she closes her eyes. Just when everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, Sephia notices Reinel seated by the windows and begins to express her discontent, labeling her as an omen of death. Immediately, Reinel opens the windows and begins to fly away from the palace with Sephia. However, as Reinel attempts to communicate with the girl, Sephia grows increasingly enraged, demanding that Reinel leave the palace at once. Realizing that her avian form could lead to grave accusations, Reinel decides to hide temporarily as the best course of action. Spotting the bird concealed behind the wardrobe, Sephia fetches a chair to climb up and persistently insists on Reinel's departure. Just as the situation is on the brink of disaster, Ebel enters the room to investigate the commotion in his absence, only to find his little sister attempting to climb onto the wardrobe with a chair. In her excitement, Sephia nearly falls but is swiftly rescued by Reinel and her agile wings. Despite realizing that Reinel saved her, Sephia initially shows no inclination to express gratitude, maintaining her belief that Reinel is a harbinger of death. However, when Ebel explains how Reinel's intervention saved their lives, Sephia's perception of the bird begins to soften, and she regards Reinel with kinder and more understanding eyes. Encouraged by Ebel's prompting to thank Reinel, Sephia finally expresses her gratitude for saving both her and her brother's lives. However, she insists that Reinel should not take her big brother away, expressing her reservations about blackbirds based on the negative things she has heard about them. Overwhelmed by grief, Sephia begins to cry uncontrollably as she recalls the losses of her family members, leaving her feeling utterly alone. Unsure of how to comfort her, Reinel employs her butterfly magic to astound the young girl, while Ebel explains its workings. After Ebel elucidates the situation to her, Sephia realizes that her big brother is not in danger, as Reinel would never seek to take him away. As Sephia finally departs, Ebel apologizes to Reinel and notices that her hair has been disheveled by Sephia's affectionate embrace. After contemplating for a while, Reinel hesitantly asks Ebel if she can make a request, indicating that she is in need of something. Ebel assures her that he will gladly fulfill any request she has, and Rionel feels reassured that the prince was sincere about his willingness to grant favors. Rionel's request surprises Ebel, who wonders if she is being serious. However, it becomes apparent that she genuinely desires to play with Sephia occasionally. Rionel explains that she enjoys seeing children have fun and believes it's important for them to experience joy in their lives. She expresses her discomfort with the idea of someone living in perpetual loneliness. Rionel's sole desire is to bring a little happiness to Sephia while fulfilling her role as her protector, which is her only personal wish. Witnessing Rionel's dedication, Ebel finds it impossible to refuse her request and grants her permission to take good care of the child. In a moment of closeness, Ebel holds on to Rionel, suggesting that she may have to care for him as well. This unexpected gesture causes Rionel to blush deeply, as she hadn't anticipated such a reaction from him. Despite the smooth progress, Rionel anticipates challenges ahead, while Ebel reflects once more on the differences between them. At this moment, Ebel contemplates the idea of approaching Rionel in animal form, recalling how their last interaction unfolded. Meanwhile, Wilhelm enters Ebel's chamber with an important matter to discuss, granted permission to do so. Upon entering, Wilhelm's gaze is immediately drawn to the crow, reminding him of a past incident and leaving him with an unsettling feeling despite repeated observations. Noticing Wilhelm's fixation on the bird, Ebel prompts him to share the reason for his visit, causing Wilhelm to tremble slightly. He then presents a sizable stack of paperwork to Ebel, explaining that it contains a list of candidates interested in marrying him and potentially becoming the next empress. Ebel maintains that a wolf's companion cannot be chosen through such means, disagreeing with the idea of marriage altogether. The old man, having cared for Ebel's father, understands this sentiment but urges Ebel to consider the current state of the empire, which is filled with numerous complications that cannot be ignored any longer. Despite the old man's insistence that the throne should not remain vacant, Ebel believes dwelling on the matter to be futile at present. Instead, he suggests addressing pressing concerns such as Princess Sepia and the Marquis in the Tree. However, the old man argues that to prevent those who show disrespect from gaining influence, Ebel must commit to marriage as soon as possible, regardless of his personal feelings on the matter. As Ebel contemplates the necessity of marriage, he questions the old man about the possibility of someone being more suitable than others for the position. This prompts Rionel to ponder the question. The old man responds by stating that if someone possesses the ideal qualifications, he would be willing to consider them. This declaration fuels Ebel's determination to ensure Rionel's ascension to the position of empress. Alone together on the balcony one afternoon, Ebel asks Rionel if she would be willing to fulfill any request he makes without exception. Rionel realizes that Ebel desires her to become the next empress, likely deducing it from the conversation with the butler. Recognizing the lifelong bond between a wolf and their companion, Ebel dreads the prospect of marrying someone else, considering it his worst nightmare. Despite Rionel's jesting, he contemplates obeying Llewellyn's wishes for the time being. Ebel urges Rionel to take the matter seriously and imagine if anyone else beside him appears appealing to her. However, Rionel feels uncertain about the situation and struggles to answer his questions confidently. Just as Ebel resigns himself to potential rejection, Rionel asserts that he cannot wait indefinitely to marry someone like her. As Ebel contemplates his options, he believes that with Rionel's assistance, he may be able to buy some time, which seems to be the only viable path available to him at the moment. Excitement fills the air as guests gather for the Emperor's inauguration, yet a palpable heaviness pervades the atmosphere as Republic members weep, attempting to underscore the gravity of the situation. Despite some attempts at levity, the mood remains somber, particularly for one individual who is noticeably distraught. Amidst the flurry of activity, Sephia begins to fidget, clutching her nanny's red dress upon noticing the priest's arrival and the resounding trumpets played by the musicians. As the priests enter, they evoke memories of the divine wolf's vow, signaling Ebel's imminent ascension as the 25th emperor of the empire and the fulfillment of the throne's requirements. As Ebel walks in, he receives his staff and other accessories from the priests, deciding to present his most precious companion to the audience, the one who saved his life. Suddenly, the previously unseen bird of death materializes in the air, seemingly planned by Ebel and Rionel beforehand. This marks the moment when Rionel begins to prepare herself to become the next empress, and Ebel solemnly vows to choose her or no one else on that day. Throughout the proceedings, Rionel hopes for the appearance of the true heroine at the perfect moment. Seeing this as the opportune moment, Rionel waits patiently, while simultaneously pondering the consequences of the game. Recognizing her distraction, Ebel asks Rionel to be patient, to which she promises to stand by him until the situation settles down. As the servants continue to transport items for the Emperor's new room, they anticipate that it will be more splendid than ever before. Meanwhile, Murin and Namel depart, recognizing the need to focus on their studies. Meanwhile, Wilhelm finds himself bombarded with inquiries about the identity of the next Empress, which he is unable to answer as Rionel's true nature as a crow remains undisclosed to him. Throughout heaven and earth, he only is the untrustworthy one. Sephia rushes into the room, sensing that Rionel and Ebel deliberately kept information from her. Feeling betrayed, she accuses them both of being liars, and the tension shows no sign of dissipating. In the midst of Sephia's intense anger, those around her scramble to seek her forgiveness, revealing a pattern of treatment that has become all too familiar to her. Consistently viewed as just a little girl, Sephia is often left in the dark as others withhold information, a practice that she deeply resents. She expresses her frustration, articulating her discomfort with being kept out of the loop, feeling as though she's the only one unaware of what's truly happening. Sephia demands inclusion, asserting that she's no longer a child and deserves to be treated as an equal. Rionel offers understanding, acknowledging Sephia's feelings of exclusion as a consequence of her upbringing away from the family. Ebel expresses remorse for overlooking Sephia's feelings and extends a heartfelt apology for causing her pain. Rionel draws closer to Sephia and discloses the reason behind concealing the truth about her transformation: Llewellyn's nefarious intentions. Rionel explains that being aligned with Ebel, they feared the repercussions if Llewellyn discovered her abilities. Indeed, upon witnessing Rionel in her human form, Llewellyn became intrigued and ultimately kidnapped her, an experience that Sephia finds deeply unsettling. Ebel adds that to prevent further danger, they devised a plan to reveal Rionel's true identity after defeating Llewellyn. After careful consideration, they concluded that the coronation ceremony would be the most opportune moment to disclose the truth to everyone at once. Despite understanding their reasons, Sephia still feels a lingering sense of anger towards Ebel and Rionel for not disclosing the truth to her earlier. However, she reassures them that she ultimately forgives them, recognizing that they must have had their own valid motivations. Sephia empathizes with Rionel's situation, drawing parallels to her own experiences of living in hiding due to Llewellyn's threats. When asked if she has forgiven them, Sephia hesitates, still harboring some resentment. Yet, her mood suddenly shifts as she suggests a condition for her forgiveness: if Rionel transforms in front of her, she will forgive them. Rionel readily agrees to Sephia's request, promising to transform as many times as necessary to earn her forgiveness. With a newfound sense of relief, Sephia experiences comfort as Rionel, in her crow form, nestles close to her. As Sephia examines Rionel's features closely, she is captivated by their beauty, likening them to the splendor of the night sky. She finds Rionel's feathers smooth and soft to the touch, prompting an urge to stroke them gently. With excitement shining in her eyes, Sephia expresses her desire for Rionel to become her sister, explaining that as she only has brothers, she has always longed for a sister. Though her nanny expresses concern about accepting a bird of death as a sister, Galinos and Nadia reassure her that Rionel is a good-hearted being. Rionel feels deeply honored by the opportunity to become Sephia's sister, embracing the idea with happiness. Extending her arm towards Sephia, she proclaims that they are now sisters. Sephia eagerly takes Rionel's hand, overwhelmed with joy and emotion at the prospect of their newfound bond. As Rionel reflects on her experiences, she realizes that even following Ebel's route in the original game didn't lead to the same outcome of becoming Sephia's sister. Each deviation from the game's storyline makes the world feel more real to her, prompting her to question the nature of this virtual reality. She marvels at the depth of the world created within the game and wonders when she will uncover the truth behind it all. The next morning, Ebel convenes a meeting with his council, where he learns of opposition from certain nobles towards the future empress. Though he anticipated resistance, he is surprised to discover that it comes from neutral nobles rather than those who previously supported Llewellyn. These nobles feel that their chance to marry into the imperial family has been thwarted, with Duke Howard emerging as the most vocal opponent. He seeks to gather a noble faction to tarnish Ebel's reputation and undermine his rule. Galinos suggests getting rid of the nobles who oppose them before they become a problem. Midden thinks they should improve Rionel's reputation by learning more about crows and sharing positive stories about them. Ebel agrees. Meanwhile, Wilhelm suggests educating Rionel so she can protect herself. Galinos asks if Wilhelm is suggesting that Rionel is incompetent. Wilhelm explains they should give Rionel the tools to defend herself because she's not used to how nobles might attack her. Ebel decides to talk to Rionel about it first. Upon Ebel's proposal, Rionel eagerly agrees, expressing her desire to learn about the culture of the Empire as she's unfamiliar with its ways. Ebel notices her enthusiasm and promises to find a teacher for her promptly. Excited by the prospect of these lessons, Rionel anticipates gaining insight into the nobles and potentially uncovering information about the female protagonist of the original game. She believes these lessons will help her grasp the customs and common practices of this world, something she has struggled with. However, her initial lesson leaves her feeling overwhelmed, akin to how New Year resolutions often fade after a few days. Rionel's assigned teacher, Countess Foncha, urges her to focus during classes, promising to teach her enough knowledge and etiquette that she'll earn respect within a month. However, shortly after starting her lessons, Rionel's mind becomes overwhelmed, leading her to flee and collapse. Concerned, Ebel panics and instructs Nadia to fetch something sweet for her. He cradles Rionel in his arms, empathizing with her struggle, realizing she's attempting to absorb a lifetime's worth of learning in a crash course. Ebel considers asking Foncha to ease up on Rionel but recalls Foncha's earlier praise for Rionel's exceptional learning pace. Foncha had noted Rionel's remarkable ability to memorize and grasp new concepts swiftly. It is all thanks to her earlier preparation sessions for college entrance exams. With this, Foncha concluded that Rionel is fit to become Empress. Rionel, still sniffling, confides in Ebel that she feels overwhelmed by Foncha's teaching methods, accusing her of drowning her in books and assigning excessive homework. She laments that Foncha covered too much material in a single day. Concerned, Ebel offers to find a different teacher for Rionel, but she hesitates, tempted by the idea yet ultimately refusing. Despite her desire to escape the difficulties, she acknowledges that running away from challenges will hinder her growth. She resolves to persevere, acknowledging that she requested these lessons herself. Ebel smiles warmly and reassures Rionel that he will speak to Foncha about lightening her workload. He encourages her to inform him if she ever feels like giving up. Rionel agrees, playfully adding that she might resort to pulling at Ebel's pants and begging him to halt the lessons. Turning the conversation toward Ebel, Rionel expresses concern about his well-being, noting that he appears constantly drained and hasn't taken a proper break since their return to the Imperial Palace. She reminds him of the intense battles he endured, including the fight with the third prince for the throne and subsequent responsibilities. Fighting the bratty prince wasn't much of a task though. Rionel worries that Ebel's relentless work schedule will eventually lead to his collapse due to fatigue. However, Ebel dismisses her concerns, assuring her that his golden wolf blood prevents him from easily succumbing to exhaustion. Rionel shakes her head, emphasizing that even if Ebel's body appears strong, his mental well-being is just as important. She warns him that prolonged stress could lead to his downfall, regardless of his physical resilience. Encouraging him to prioritize rest despite his busy schedule, she underscores the importance of maintaining balance for his overall health. Ebel sighs, reflecting on how no one has ever expressed concern for his mental well-being before. He realizes that others have always expected him to bear the weight of his princely responsibilities without complaint, solely focused on grooming him to be a dependable ruler. However, he acknowledges that Rionel is the only one who genuinely cares about his rest. Feeling a sense of calm, Ebel resolves to carve out time each day to spend with Rionel. He expresses how being with her feels like an eternal paradise, believing that even in his most exhausted state, he'll find solace and rejuvenation in her presence. Upon hearing Ebel's reassurance, Rionel requests that he reduce the difficulty of her lessons to alleviate her exhaustion during their meetings. Recognizing Ebel's recent ascension to the throne and the demands of his duties, Rionel understands that asking him to work less isn't feasible at this time. She regrets her inability to assist him as she is also preoccupied with her lessons. Seeking advice from Nadia, Rionel wonders if there's anything she can do to support Ebel. Nadia suggests giving him something meaningful that he can carry with him at all times. She explains that if Ebel always carries something given by Rionel, it will serve as a source of energy and comfort during moments of fatigue and stress. Rionel considers where to purchase a gift for Ebel and contemplates leaving the Imperial Palace. Nadia advises her to take a guard along for safety, despite her own elemental protection, to avoid getting lost or falling victim to scams. When Rionel suggests going out with Galinos, Nadia suggests she accompany Namuel instead, as Galinos is needed to guard Ebel. They set out for the town together, and in the carriage, Namuel expresses gratitude for the opportunity to accompany Rionel, noting that it offers a welcome break from his duties. Rionel, disguised in a robe, asks Namuel if he's also busy these days. He confirms, mentioning his assistance to Ebel and his prolonged absence from home due to Maiden's research demands. Rionel listens intently as Namuel shares the subjects of his current research. He mentions investigating Kroban rocks, ancient divine animals, and delving into the realm of dark magic. Namuel expresses concern about the potential return of Vophilos, prompting them to prepare by gaining a deeper understanding of dark magic. To counteract this threat, they are researching magical items capable of harnessing the power of the light world. Namuel proudly displays an accessory on his right arm, a prototype born from their research efforts. As Namuel delves into the intricate details of his research, Rionel becomes overwhelmed by the complexity of the information. She silently resolves never to inquire about his research again to spare herself from feeling inundated. Upon arriving at the town, situated in the southern region of Lunaran, the capital of the Bulfaric Empire, Rionel is filled with joy at the bustling market scene. She delights in observing the array of magical creatures and is captivated by the diverse range of items for sale, as well as the captivating street performances. However, amidst the enchanting ambience, Rionel reminds herself to remain focused and avoid becoming too distracted by the myriad of temptations around her, ensuring she sticks to her intended purchases and doesn't end up buying unnecessary items. However, Rionel ends up splurging on food. Namuel jokingly suggests she must be quite hungry. However, Rionel explains that she bought the food to ensure they have enough energy for their gift-searching expedition. Namuel then proposes the idea of purchasing Ebel a practical gift, such as a writing tool for everyday use. However, their conversation is abruptly interrupted by a nearby commotion. They witness a man mercilessly beating a boy with a whip, causing Rionel to flinch as she recognizes the boy from somewhere. Observing the scene, Namuel reflects on the cruelty present in the world, realizing that despite the happiness found in Ebel and his supporters, there are also shadows of evil people lurking. This stark contrast highlights the harsh realities existing alongside the moments of joy and kindness. Namuel feels a surge of indignation as he observes the scene unfolding before him. He is disgusted by the sight of a man who has exploited legal loopholes to enslave another individual for his own gain. Witnessing the bystanders passively watching the brutal treatment of the boy as if it were mere entertainment fills Namuel with shame. When the boy is punished for attempting to escape, the bystanders justify the beating, placing blame on the boy for his perceived betrayal of the nobleman. Namuel's frustration intensifies as he realizes that while he understands these individuals do not represent the entirety of humanity, such instances reaffirm his belief that humans can be no better than animals. The scene serves as a stark reminder of the darker aspects of human nature, leaving Namuel feeling disillusioned and disheartened by the cruelty and indifference displayed by some individuals. Suddenly, Rionel's transformation into her crow form catches Namuel completely off guard, leaving him stunned as he watches the chaotic scene unfold. Witnessing Rionel's swift and fierce attack on the nobleman with her elemental power, Namuel is both astonished and impressed by her sudden intervention. Rionel's determination to protect the boy, whom she recognizes from the game, fuels her relentless assault on the nobleman. Despite not knowing the full context of the situation, she refuses to stand idly by while witnessing the boy's suffering and resolves to take action. As Rionel continues her furious onslaught, the nobleman finds himself overwhelmed and bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He struggles to comprehend why his once obedient slave attempted to flee and why he is now being attacked by a mysterious bird out of nowhere. The swift and decisive intervention of Rionel leaves a lasting impact on the nobleman, who finds himself on the receiving end of the consequences of his cruel actions. As the nobleman, Baron Nikolai, grows enraged and prepares to attack Rionel for her actions, Namuel swiftly intervenes, warning him of the consequences if he dares to harm her. Namuel's firm stance catches Baron Nikolai off guard, and he demands to know Namuel's identity. In response, Namuel calmly provides a detailed introduction of himself, asserting his authority. He then turns the tables on Baron Nikolai, demanding to know the nobleman's name as he contemplates taking matters into his own hands. Sensing Namuel's true identity and seriousness, Baron Nikolai relents and bows down, offering apologies for his earlier actions. Baron Nikolai introduces himself and pleads for mercy, expressing regret for not recognizing Namul sooner. He is bewildered by Namul's presence in the commoner's market and wonders what would bring someone of Namul's stature to such a place. As realization dawns upon him that Marquess Namul is present, Baron Nikolai connects the dots and realizes that the crow who attacked him earlier must be none other than the future Empress, Reinel. He recalls seeing her at the coronation ceremony, further solidifying his realization. Reinel confronts Baron Nikolai, demanding an explanation for his brutal treatment of the young boy. With a fearful expression, the Baron explains that the boy was attempting to escape, prompting Reinel to adopt an even more intimidating demeanor as she questions why the boy is not permitted to run away. Shaken and intimidated by Reinel's fierce presence, Baron Nikolai stammers out that the boy is his slave, emphasizing that slaves are the property of their owners and are not allowed to have their own thoughts or attempt to flee. Reinel questions Baron Nikolai, highlighting the hypocrisy in his treatment of the young boy. She challenges the notion of ownership and asks if purchasing someone with money gives him the right to subject them to daily abuse. As more onlookers gather, Namul decides to resolve the situation quickly. However, to their surprise, Midden arrives on the scene. With a snap of her fingers, the chief imperial magician casts a spell, causing the crowd to disperse and return to their previous activities. Initially skeptical of Midden's identity, Baron Nikolai is convinced of her authenticity when he witnesses her powerful mass mind control. Midden asserts that she has observed the situation and has some understanding of what transpired. Midden swiftly resolves the situation by offering a substantial sum of money to Baron Nikolai in exchange for the release of the young boy. Despite the Baron's initial reluctance to part with his prized slave, Midden intervenes and emphasizes the consequences of refusing their offer, hinting at the potential repercussions of angering the future Empress, Namul, and the chief imperial magician. Reluctantly, the Baron accepts the offer and Reinel is overjoyed to see the young boy freed. Curious about Midden's motives for intervening, Namul questions her. Midden admits that while she believed Namul and Reinel were capable of handling the situation, she was compelled to intervene due to her interest in the young boy's circumstances. As Midden tends to the boy's wounds, she assures him with a gentle smile that she won't mistreat him like his previous master. The boy reflects on his life as a slave, acknowledging that he never considered running away before due to his lifelong conditioning under his various owners. Meanwhile, Reinel expresses her curiosity about Midden's intentions with the boy. Midden hints that there are plans for him in the future, but she prefers to keep the details undisclosed for the time being. With the promise of healing and a new path ahead, the boy's journey takes an unexpected turn as he prepares to accompany Midden on a new chapter of his life. The boy reflects on the events that led to his current situation. Earlier that morning, his master had tasked him with accompanying him to purchase a new slave. However, while in the market, he felt drawn to a mysterious energy emanating from Reinel. Intrigued, he found himself unintentionally drawn towards her presence. I wonder if this is Love. However, his innocent curiosity was misinterpreted by his master, who became enraged and assumed the boy was attempting to escape. Now, separated from his master and left in the care of unfamiliar individuals, the boy finds himself in an uncertain and unfamiliar situation, with his master having already departed for his manor without him. Feeling overwhelmed and unsure of what to do next, the young man begins to feel dizzy from the stress of the situation. Sensing his distress, Reinel offers her support and reassurance, comforting him with the promise that he will no longer have to endure suffering under his former master's control. She assures him that he now has the freedom to live his own life without fear. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Midden decides to swiftly depart with the boy to ensure his wounds are promptly treated and to prevent any potential infections. Grateful for Reinel's assistance, the boy expresses his heartfelt thanks to her. In response, Reinel offers him a warm smile and encourages him to prioritize his health and well-being. With a heartfelt wish for his happiness and prosperity, Reinel bids him farewell, hopeful for a bright and fulfilling future ahead. The boy returns a grateful smile before teleporting away with Midden, leaving Reinel feeling a sense of satisfaction and excitement at witnessing their teleportation. Namul kindly offers her a new robe to replace the one that became soiled during her transformation into her crow form earlier. Gratefully accepting the robe, Reinel apologizes for the inconvenience caused by her sudden transformation. Reflecting on the events that transpired, Reinel considers that in the original game, the person she rescued was of higher status and not a slave. She speculates that even if she hadn't intervened, Midden would have likely stepped in to aid him, thus following the storyline of the original game. Rionel expresses her lack of regret for helping the boy, emphasizing that saving a life outweighs any concerns about altering the game's storyline. Samuel reminds her of their original purpose for visiting the town, prompting Rionel to suddenly remember the gift they intended to buy. Meanwhile, at Myrden's place, the young boy receives treatment from a mage. Fortunately, the mage assures them that the boy won't have any lasting scars thanks to the promptness of his treatment. When the boy inquires about the tasks Myrden mentioned earlier, she advises him to rest for the time being, considering the events of the day. Myrden generously offers him the use of one of her spare mansions, giving him a place to stay and recover. The boy expresses his surprise at the idea of having an entire mansion to himself, noting that as a slave, he's never experienced such luxury. He humbly suggests that a simple closet would suffice for him. Myrden reassures him, explaining that she didn't bring him there to make him her slave. Instead, she believes that he has qualities that will earn him respect and admiration from others. Encouraging him to relax, she assures him that all he needs to do is follow her guidance and teachings moving forward. Myrden advises the boy to prepare himself for a challenging journey ahead, acknowledging that it won't be easy. Observing his nervous smile, she senses that perhaps he struggles with asserting himself. Recognizing the significant amount of teaching required, she makes a motivating offer. If he excels in his lessons, she'll facilitate another meeting with the Crow Girl. The boy's face brightens with determination as he agrees to comply with Myrden's instructions. Myrden smiles and grabs her bag, explaining that she must depart to tend to an ill friend. After bidding farewell to the boy, she exits. Meanwhile, the boy clenches his fists, his eyes gleaming with resolve as he recalls Rionel's words, eagerly anticipating their next encounter. As evening falls, Rionel continues her search for the perfect gift. The evening progresses and shops start to close. Rionel feels disappointed that she hasn't found the right gift yet. Samuel suggests returning later, noting that it's getting late and shops are closing. Just as Rionel begins to lose hope, she spots a nearby shop with some intriguing items. She hurries over and pleads with the shopkeeper to keep the shop open a bit longer. Inside, she finds colorful threads and decides to purchase them, planning to use them to craft a gift for Ebel. The scene shifts to Ebel, deeply engrossed in writing invitations for the upcoming banquet, is interrupted by a knock on his door. Nadia informs him that Rionel is looking for him, prompting Ebel to quickly grab his overcoat and exit the office. Curious about Rionel's intentions, Ebel asks Nadia if Rionel has been waiting for him all this time. Nadia confirms and mentions that Rionel mentioned having something to give him. With this news, Ebel follows Nadia's direction and heads to the garden where Rionel awaits. Ebel stands in the garden, calling out Rionel's name as he searches for her. Suddenly, he feels a flower petal land on his head, prompting him to look up and discover Rionel showering him with flowers. She then transforms into her human form and informs Ebel that she has a present for him, asking for his hand. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and anticipation, Ebel offers his hand to Rionel, closing his eyes as he imagines what the gift might be. However, as moments pass and Rionel takes longer than expected, Ebel begins to wonder about the nature of the present. Finally, Rionel places the gift in his hand, prompting Ebel to open his eyes and examine it closely. Ebel expresses his confusion about the gift, prompting Rionel to explain that it's a handmade lucky bracelet crafted by her. She mentions how with Ebel's busy schedule and her own lessons, they'll have less time together, so the bracelet will serve as a reminder of her when they're apart. Rionel grins and playfully questions if her gift is too simple for an emperor. Ebel quickly dismisses that notion, embracing her and affirming that he couldn't find anything more precious than the bracelet even if he searched the entire empire. He promises to cherish it dearly and protect it with his life. Perks of hanging out with Galinos. Rionel reflects on how much Ebel appreciates the bracelet, wishing she had given it to him sooner. She resolves to give him even more in the future. After their heartfelt exchange, they decide to stroll through the garden together. Eventually, Ebel suggests that Rionel should go to bed. Concerned for his well-being, Rionel encourages him to rest as well. However, Ebel explains that he still has work to complete and postponing it would only make things harder for his staff. Despite his fatigue, he prioritizes the welfare of those working for him. Rionel understands Ebel's obligations but wants him to take a brief respite. She hurriedly settles on a ledge and invites Ebel to rest his head on her lap for just a few minutes. Though he cannot afford to sleep early, she insists he takes a short break. Ebel is deeply touched by her gesture, his heart fluttering with gratitude. He complies, laying his head gently on her lap. Overwhelmed by her kindness, he resolves to commemorate this day as a national holiday in the kingdom. Rionel is taken aback by Ebel's suggestion and questions if he has the authority to declare a national holiday. Ebel, with a playboy smirk, reminds her of his imperial power and asserts that he can indeed do as he pleases. Blushing, Rionel expresses concern about the potential impact on his reputation and advises against it, though she appreciates the sentiment. Eventually, Ebel drifts off to sleep on her lap, a moment that Rionel finds incredibly romantic, wishing it could last forever. The next morning, Rionel resumes her lessons with Foncha, who instructs her on the nuances of a perfect smile. Rionel is surprised to realize she must also worry about her smile. Foncha then lists the extensive array of skills Rionel needs to master before the ceremony, a daunting task that seems to stretch on endlessly. Rionel struggles to keep pace with the demanding lessons, feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Her crow instincts urge her to abandon the lessons and return to the freedom of the wild, tempting her with visions of a peaceful life in the forest, free from the constraints of etiquette. Lost in these temptations, Rionel momentarily loses herself and unintentionally transforms into her crow form during the lesson. Foncha's sharp reprimand snaps her back to reality, reminding her of her current predicament. Rionel gazes at her transformed self, realizing the extent of her distraction and the challenge of suppressing her natural instincts in the civilized world. Foncha's words resonate with Rionel, reminding her of the consequences of succumbing to her crow instincts in a civilized society. She understands that transforming into a crow whenever faced with difficulty will only draw criticism from the nobles and undermine her efforts to integrate into imperial society. Reflecting on her initial decision to follow Ebel to the palace, Rionel recalls her desire to escape the harsh realities of the wild as a human. Determined to overcome her challenges, she realizes that the lessons she faces now pale in comparison to the dangers of the wilderness. With renewed determination, Rionel apologizes to Foncha for her momentary lapse and pledges to confront every obstacle with courage and resilience. Foncha appreciates Rionel's determination but emphasizes the importance of refined language in noble society. Rionel acknowledges that changing her habits will take time. Curious about Rionel's daily routine, Foncha asks about the amount of time she spends as a crow each day. Rionel estimates that she spends approximately half a day as a crow, which includes sleeping, playing with Mui, and solitary activities. Taking note of Rionel's schedule, Foncha decides to overhaul her living arrangements. She arranges for a new room to be constructed where Rionel can practice behaving like a noble. Foncha explains that Ebel has authorized the necessary expenses to support Rionel's education. Additionally, she assigns several mages to assist Rionel and encourages her to practice giving them commands, which will help her adopt the mindset of a noble. Rionel notices Nadia's absence among the maids and inquires about her to Foncha, mentioning that Nadia is her personal maid. Foncha explains that she has promoted Nadia to oversee the other maids. Just then, Nadia enters the room, dressed in her new attire, and joyfully announces her promotion to Rionel, embracing her with enthusiasm. Foncha reproves Rionel for her lack of grace in congratulating others. She then presents Rionel with a luxurious nightgown to help her acclimate to the attire expected of a noble, considering Rionel's unfamiliarity with dresses. If your money don't jiggle through your attire, you are a major L as a noble. Foncha reassures Rionel that there is nothing inherently wrong with her current attire, but emphasizes that clothing serves as a noble's armor, and consistently wearing the same outfit may lead others to look down upon her. However, Rionel reflects that her current attire reflects her transformed feathers. Rionel expresses her reluctance to change into a different dress, fearing that removing her current outfit might make her appear like a plumed chicken when she transforms into her crow form. She reflects on how people have always looked down on her for being an ominous bird, and she wonders how they would perceive her if she were to lose her feathers as well, especially Ebel. These thoughts distress her, causing her to shake and vehemently refuse to wear the dress. Foncha urges her to calm down, but Rionel explains her concerns, prompting Foncha to wonder the potential consequences of changing Rionel's attire. Foncha corrects her train of thought, thinking that overt curiosity is not considered refined behavior. She decides to seek assistance from Mirren to address Rionel's concerns. Upon Mirren's arrival, she admits that she has never encountered a situation involving a crow person changing clothes before. Despite Rionel's apprehension, Mirren suggests giving it a try, reassuring her that as the chief imperial magician, she can be trusted to mend things with her magic. Rionel contemplates using a spell to grow feathers on her body in case the clothing change goes awry, but she finds the idea incredibly embarrassing. Despite her initial apprehension, Rionel decides to give it a try and changes into the nightgown. To everyone's amazement, she looks incredibly glamorous in her new attire, prompting tears of joy from Nadia at the sight of her beauty. Encouraged by Myoden, Rionel decides to transform, feeling nervous but trusting Myoden's expertise. As Rionel transforms, everyone holds their breath in anticipation. To their relief and delight, Rionel's feathers remain intact in her crow form. While Nadia celebrates, Foncha expresses a slight disappointment, as she had anticipated a more dramatic outcome. Myoden takes note of the outcome of the dress-changing experiment and recognizes similarities with Ebel's wolf transformation mechanism. With a knowing grin, she resolves to delve deeper into this topic, planning to conduct further research on the matter with Namuel. Poor Namuel. Her love for research will kill him someday for sure. Rionel reverts to her human form and discovers that her nightgown remains intact. Myoden deduces that the previous outfit was temporary, and if new clothes are put on, they replace the old ones. Excited by this revelation, Foncha promptly places an order at the boutique for Rionel. Rionel feels uplifted, knowing she'll soon be able to wear extravagant clothes like the other nobles. She expresses her gratitude to Foncha, apologizing for rejecting her offer without giving it a chance. Rionel promises to fully commit to her lessons. Despite Rionel's heartfelt words, Foncha gently reminds her to maintain proper etiquette, noting that nobles don't typically grab hands while expressing gratitude. She then apologizes for not initially considering Rionel's unique circumstances, thanking her for her humility despite her busy schedule, and gently advises her to maintain her dignity as the Emperor's partner. Later, we find Rionel lying in her bed, reflecting on how much time has passed since she arrived in this fantasy world. She recalls all the events that have transpired thus far and realizes that she is gradually becoming integrated into this world. Rionel realizes that this is the first time she's sleeping on her own since arriving at the Imperial Palace. She finds it a bit chilly but doesn't feel lonely. As the night grows darker, she falls asleep. The dawn breaks, and finally, the day of the banquet arrives. All the maids are busy helping Rionel get ready for the big day. The celebration begins, with people dancing and enjoying the event. Everyone seems excited for the ceremony. Namuel notices that Rionel has still not arrived. Galinos explains that she will enter soon. However, as she is not yet married to the Emperor, she will enter before him. Namuel suggests escorting Rionel, and Galinos agrees, emphasizing the need to remain vigilant as there are opposition forces present who are against Ebel's marriage to Rionel. Finally, the gates open, and the announcer declares that Rionel has arrived. Upon hearing this, many nobles are confused because while they know the Emperor is going to marry a crow, they do not know her name. Eventually, Rionel enters the hall, wearing her wedding gown, looking nothing short of bombastic. Rionel graciously greets everyone and realizing that not everyone knows her, she formally introduces herself to the guests. Galinos and Namuel come to escort her, with Galinos admiring Rionel's graceful behavior. Namuel then casts a spell to ensure their conversation remains inaudible to others. Rionel expresses relief at being able to speak freely again without the need for formality. She shares with them that Foncha has corrected her so many times that even now she dreams about being corrected. Rionel notices Foncha looking at her at that moment. Galinos remarks that all of Rionel's hard work has paid off, as she looked like the most refined noble he has ever seen upon entering the hall. The anticipation ends as Emperor Ebel finally arrives, thanking everyone for attending and inviting them to enjoy the banquet. Seeing so many people dancing and enjoying themselves, Rionel gets excited and wishes to dance with Ebel. However, she gets interpreted by a noble. He introduces himself as Curtis, the first prince of the Paris kingdom, and asks Rionel to dance with him. Others also start requesting her to dance with them. Finding so many people requesting her, Rionel feels like the main character of a romance fantasy novel or something. However, she hesitates, wondering if she should take the hand of someone other than Ebel for her first dance. Just then, Ebel comes there and tells everyone that Rionel will dance with him only. As they dance, Ebel gently kisses Rionel's hand, and they move gracefully together on the dance floor. Drawn to each other, they find themselves getting closer, their cheeks flushed with a mixture of excitement and embarrassment. In the rhythm of the music, they feel a sense of unity, as if their souls are intertwining with each step. After the dance, Rionel graciously accepts the drink from Ebel, expressing her gratitude with a polite bow. She takes a sip, enjoying the refreshing taste after their enchanting dance. Ebel appreciates her noble behavior but asks her to act normal when they are together. He tells her that she shines the brightest when she's comfortable and behaves like herself. Rionel tells him that when everyone goes, she will act normal again, but right now it is not possible as Foncha is watching her like a hawk. Suddenly, Myoden steps in, seeming happy to watch them together. She informs them that there is someone she would like to introduce to them. He's none other than the boy that Reinel saved earlier. Finally, we are revealed the young boy's name is Mid and introduces him as Meal. Reinel gets surprised upon seeing him, because even though it hasn't been much time since she saved him, he looks like a completely different person. The sudden display of power by Meal leaves everyone astonished, as he effortlessly summons 3 supreme elementals, a feat unparalleled in history. The room fills with murmurs of amazement and disbelief as onlookers try to comprehend the magnitude of Meal's abilities. Ebel, struck by the gravity of the moment, realizes the significance of having someone with such extraordinary powers by his side. Meal's humility in acknowledging the limitations of summoning certain supreme elementals indoors only adds to the mystique surrounding his abilities. Mid elaborates on Meal's unique status as the first elementalist to forge contracts with 4 supreme elementals, emphasizing the immense potential he holds. She assures Ebel that Meal's powers will be invaluable in the preparations for Vafilos's anticipated return, highlighting the significance of his presence. Ebel, still processing the revelation, realizes the magnitude of having such a formidable ally in their midst. Reinel's anticipation of a dramatic oath of loyalty from Meal contrasts with his heartfelt expression of gratitude towards her. Meal's acknowledgement of Reinel's pivotal role in his life reflects his humility and gratitude, showcasing a different kind of loyalty, one rooted in genuine appreciation rather than mere obligation. Reinel's sudden panic at Meal's vow of lifelong servitude reflects her disorientation and confusion over the unexpected deviation from the original plot. With her understanding of the narrative dynamics thrown into disarray, she grapples with the implications of this unforeseen development. Meal's genuine intention to pledge his loyalty only adds to her uncertainty, leaving her struggling to comprehend the shifting dynamics of her newfound role in the unfolding story. In the flashback, Midden advises Meal to swear his loyalty to Ebel, emphasizing the benefits and protections that come with aligning himself with the Emperor. She warns him of the potential dangers and complications that may arise due to his extraordinary powers and the coveted status they confer. By pledging allegiance to Ebel, Meal can safeguard himself from those who would seek to exploit or manipulate him for their own gain, ensuring his safety and freedom from such troubles. However, Midden seeks to forge allegiance to Reinel instead. Despite Midden's initial concerns about allegiance to the Emperor, she ultimately recognizes the value of Meal's unwavering support for Reinel, especially in light of her impending role as Empress. Understanding the importance of having allies who will protect Reinel, Midden gives her blessing for Meal to pledge his loyalty to her. Meanwhile, Ebel learns from Midden about Meal's connection to Reinel and how he came to pledge his loyalty to her. Grateful for the additional support and protection Meal offers, Ebel feels reassured knowing that Reinel has someone else by her side who is dedicated to her safety and well-being. Reinel, although initially hesitant, ultimately agrees to accept Meal's pledge of allegiance. Despite her concerns about the deviation from the original game's plot and her loyalty to Ebel, she recognizes the value of having Meal's unwavering support and dedication to her. Understanding Ebel's perspective and the importance of retaining Meal's talents, Reinel decides to accept his allegiance, knowing that she can still rely on him to support Ebel when needed. With Reinel's acceptance, Meal pledges once again to serve her faithfully for the rest of his life, expressing his joy and gratitude at being able to stand by her side. In the next scene, we see Reinel and Ebel on a dining table. Reinel explains about the whole incident that happened in the town. She tells Ebel that despite everything, she didn't know that Meal was going to make a pledge like that. Ebel tells her that in any case, it is better to accept his allegiance because he is doing it out of gratitude. Had he sworn his allegiance to someone else, Ebel won't forgive him for his ungrateful behavior. However, deep down Ebel is lost in his own overthinking. He is overwhelmed by a certain emotion. He asks Reinel to not get too close to Meal. He explains that surely he will respect her, but he can't lightheartedly accept the fact that another man has sworn to give his life to her. It is jealousy that is covering him. As Ebel expresses his unease and jealousy towards Meal, Reinel understands his perspective but is surprised by his overt jealousy. Ebel, feeling shy, excuses himself, suggesting they rest for the upcoming banquet. Meanwhile, Meal expresses gratitude to Midden for introducing him to the Majesty, but Midden humbly brushes off his thanks, stating that she merely facilitated the introduction, implying that there is no need for gratitude. Meal insists that it was all due to Midden's intervention that he could reconnect with Reinel. Midden reflects on Meal's feelings, suspecting that he may have developed romantic feelings for Reinel beyond just gratitude. She decides to monitor him closely to ensure that his relationship with Ebel remains stable. Returning to his room, Meal reflects on his pledge to serve Reinel wholeheartedly. The next day, Namuel notices Galinos' frustration and inquires about the cause. Galinos expresses concern over Ebel's discomfort with Meal's proximity to Rionel. Rionel politely assures Meal that he doesn't need to accompany her constantly. Ebel echoes her sentiments and playfully suggests that Meal should find a companion for himself. However, Meal reaffirms his commitment to guarding Rionel as his top priority. Understanding the source of Meal's emotions, Ebel becomes assertive and informs Meal that all guards had their weapons confiscated upon entering the Imperial Palace, ensuring there's no need for him to be concerned about any threats. Rionel begins to feel overwhelmed as she witnesses the tension between Meal and Ebel. Two lover boys and one crow chick, sauce. Rionel reflects on how, if it were someone else's problem, she might simply observe with popcorn in hand, but because it directly involves her, she feels compelled to mediate. Reassuring Meal that she has others to protect her, she encourages him to enjoy the banquet. Meal, feeling apologetic for his overreaction, acknowledges that he still has much to learn and reluctantly walks away. Rionel waves Meal off with a nervous grin, feeling guilty for his departure, but also relieved that the situation resolved itself. However, her concerns lingered. Over the following days of the banquet, Meal consistently demonstrated his devotion to Rionel in various ways, ranging from minor gestures to significant acts, further emphasizing his commitment to her. During dinner, as Ebel observes Meal attending to minor tasks, he remarks that as a Marquess, Meal shouldn't be doing such chores as they are typically reserved for attendants. Ironically, Ebel makes this comment while giving Rionel a shoulder massage himself. Rionel points out the contradiction, to which Ebel responds that it's only natural for him to do so since he is the closest to her. Rionel finds her love triangle becoming increasingly complex, with Ebel and Meal vying for her attention. Meanwhile, Midden observes the situation and senses a hint of jealousy from Rionel, prompting her to wonder what secret quality Rionel possesses that draws the affections of two remarkable men. Midden resolves to offer Meal some guidance to prevent Rionel from being caught in a precarious situation. As the final day of the banquet unfolds, the nobles murmur amongst themselves, feeling a sense of melancholy as they anticipate the end of the captivating love triangle. Meal approaches Ebel with a determined expression, prompting speculation among onlookers about the possibility of a duel between the two. However, to their surprise, Meal presents Ebel with an elemental stone. Rionel recalls Midden's teachings about elemental stones, reflecting on their significance in handling elementals. Correct. Elemental stones are formed by condensing the power of elementals, making them highly valuable. They allow individuals to harness elemental powers without the need for a contract with the elementals themselves. Based on the color of the stone, Rionel deduces that the one Meal is gifting is likely a water elemental stone. Ebel acknowledges the significance of the water elemental stone, recognizing its healing properties and the value it holds. Despite his personal feelings regarding Meal's closeness to Rionel, he understands that Meal has not acted improperly. Aware of the public eye, Ebel gracefully accepts the gift, portraying himself as a generous and composed emperor. Meal gets relieved and feels glad to accept Midden's advice. We see that Midden had advised him to win the emperor's heart. She explains that the people of the wolf lineage never change their partner, and they don't like anyone lingering around their partners either. So, if he wants to protect Rionel in the future, he must show Ebel that he respects their relationship. With a firm resolve to prioritize Rionel's safety, Meal pledges to Ebel that he will employ all his power, and if needed, will open the 8th gate of Chakra also to safeguard the Empire, Rionel, and the Emperor himself. Rionel expresses her gratitude, relieved to hear Meal's commitment to protect Ebel, who holds a special place in her heart. Observing Meal's unwavering commitment, Rionel resolves to regard him with the same esteem Ebel holds for his loyal knight, Galinos. She also requests a favor from Meal, expressing her desire to introduce their respective elementals to each other. Meal graciously agrees, and together they venture into the garden to release their elementals. It's noted that only those deeply connected to nature can form contracts with elementals, allowing them to recognize each other and create a spectacle that soothes the anxieties plaguing many hearts. As Ebel's enthronement banquet concludes, it also heralds the reemergence of the fear lurking in the depths of Rionel's heart. The ticking of the clock of the original plot fills her with apprehension. Something bad is around the corner as we see the sight of a blonde young lady collapsing to the ground. The following morning, Rionel gazes out the window, conscious that the plot of the original game has commenced. Yet, contrary to her fears, the world remains unchanged, and she hasn't vanished. Nonetheless, an unsettling anxiety grips her, unresolved and clinging to her being. Rionel's unease intensifies as she contemplates whether peace can truly persist as it has thus far. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts to the same blonde-haired lady, reflecting on her undisclosed wish. Returning to Rionel, she sits in her crow form, peering out of the window in Ebel's office. Ebel, engrossed in administrative tasks, notices Rionel's melancholy and inquires about her well-being. Lost in her thoughts, Rionel reflects on the surveillance efforts of her bird allies, lamenting their inability to uncover any significant information. It becomes apparent that Rionel's escalating anxiety drives her to take these precautions. Rionel gets agitated and wishes to meet the female protagonist in person to gain some leads. The problem is that she doesn't know her name, so she can't go see or invite her over. She just remembers her looks and the fact that she is a noble from the original game. In the original game, only minimal information was given about the female protagonist to make the game more immersive. On top of that, the players named the character themselves and RMC, being goofy as hell, put all kinds of weird words as her name to make the romantic lines sound weird. Rionel regrets not playing the game with the default settings even once, as it would tell her the original name of the female protagonist. Rionel, caught off guard by Ebel's sudden arrival, startles and falls from her perch. Concerned for her well-being, Ebel rushes to her side, offering to call for medical assistance. However, Rionel reassures him that she's fine and explains that she was simply lost in thought. Ebel asks if she is okay because she looks like there is a lot on her mind recently. Rionel understands that she can't tell him that she is nervous because of the game and its plot. Suddenly, it hits her that she may take Ebel's help. She asks him for some ways through which she may meet a lot of young noble ladies and talk to them about different things. Ebel contemplates and tells her that holding a tea party may help her. He wonders if she felt the need to socialize to increase her influence as the Emperor's partner, as she has never asked him anything as such before. Ebel enthusiastically offers to organize the grandest tea party in history, inviting every noble in the Empire. However, Rionel finds the idea overwhelming and decides to seek Foncha's assistance instead. Ebel feels disappointed, but Rionel knows that a tea party hosted by the Emperor would likely focus on political matters, making it challenging to gather information about the female protagonist. In an attempt to lift Ebel's spirits, Rionel promises to arrange a proper tea party in the future. Ebel smiles and kisses her hand, expressing his hope for a successful event. The scene transitions to the day of Rionel's tea party. Nobles from all corners of the kingdom convene, exchanging rumors about the advantages of befriending Rionel, whom the Emperor holds in high regard. Yet, there are those who still regard her as an ominous figure. Nevertheless, they view the tea party as an ideal occasion to forge ties with Ebel's loyal associates. Unfortunately for them, Rionel requests Galinos and others not to attend the tea party. Galinos informs her that Ebel was deeply concerned about her safety, to the extent that he not only dispatched them to protect her but also personally monitored her from a concealed position. Upon being discovered, Ebel attempts to make light-hearted excuses, claiming he was merely passing by. However, his deception is exposed when Rionel notices him covered in leaves. Sheepishly, Ebel admits that he wanted to observe for a brief moment. Concerned about her inaugural hosting experience, he wanted to ensure everything was in order. Overwhelmed by his evident care, Rionel feels the urge to abandon everything and spend some private moments with Ebel. However, she realizes the significance of the day and regains her composure, redirecting her attention solely to the tea party. Just as she gathers herself, Nadia arrives and alerts her that it's time for the tea party to commence. Nadia informs Rionel that all the guests have arrived except for one person. Rionel had requested Foncha to invite as many people as possible to increase the likelihood of meeting this particular individual. All the ladies invited to the tea party were nobles of similar age to the female protagonist. Failing to locate the female protagonist among the guests, Rionel feels disappointed by her luck. However, she refuses to despair and instead views the situation as an opportunity to gather information from the attendees. Rionel's intuition proves to be astute as she insists on every guest attending the tea party, suspecting that the missing individual may hold crucial information. Her hunch is validated when the last guest arrives, revealing herself to be none other than the female protagonist. In the original game, the female protagonist's movements were influenced by Rionel's decisions, and each new route chosen by Rionel resulted in a change in the protagonist's life. This unique dynamic allowed Rionel to immediately recognize the female protagonist upon her arrival at the tea party. The blonde-haired girl apologizes for her tardiness, wondering if she's missed too much. Rionel reassures her, saying she's arrived just in time. With grace, Rionel introduces herself and then turns her attention to the blonde-haired girl, awaiting her self-introduction. With a chilly demeanor, the female protagonist introduces herself as Adriana. Reinel twitches slightly, noticing Adriana's intense glare. However, Adriana quickly shifts her demeanor, transforming into a poised individual, and respectfully bows before Reinel. Ebel returns to his office, feeling a sense of unease lingering from the tea party. Earlier, he had a brief encounter with Adriana and sensed something amiss about her. He also noticed Reinel's tension following their meeting, suggesting that she might have felt the same way about Adriana. Observing Ebel's unease, his shadow guard, whose name remains undisclosed, inquires if he should dispatch someone to watch over Adriana. Ebel declines the offer, stating that there is no reason to be suspicious of Adriana at this point. He expresses his desire to personally remain by Reinel's side and ensure her protection throughout the entirety of the tea party if he could. However, due to his status, Ebel acknowledges that his presence would divert attention from Reinel. Therefore, he decides it's best to wait until after the tea party concludes to inquire with the guards about any unusual occurrences. This way, the focus remains on Reinel during the event. At the tea party, Reinel engages in conversation with the attendees while Namuel and Galinos discreetly observe her from the sidelines. Namuel notices Renee's trembling hands and leans towards her, gently inquiring if everything is alright. Namuel suggests to Reinel that if she's feeling unwell, it might be best to conclude the tea party early and rest. However, Reinel dismisses his concern, attributing her condition to mere nerves. She reassures Namuel that he need not worry about her. As she speaks to Namuel, she catches Adriana's gaze once more, prompting her to feel unsettled. Reinel experiences a shiver down her spine as Adriana's gaze intensifies. She finds herself perplexed by the relentless scrutiny, unable to comprehend why Adriana continues to stare at her in such a penetrating manner. It feels as though Adriana is peering into her very soul, leaving Reinel unsettled and unsure of what to make of the situation. Reinel is puzzled by Adriana's behavior, as she is unaware of any wrongdoing towards her. All they did was exchange greetings, leaving Reinel baffled by Adriana's inexplicable actions. She wishes Adriana would simply communicate the reason behind her behavior rather than leaving her in confusion. As the tea party comes to a close and the attendees depart, appearing to have enjoyed themselves, Reinel finds herself in a state of exhaustion. All she desires is to retreat to her bed and rest. However, before she can do so, Adriana approaches her, requesting a private conversation. There goes her dreams of talking some rest. Struggling to make a decision, Reinel hesitates on whether to agree to Adriana's request. Fortunately, Namuel steps in, taking charge of the situation. He informs Adriana that the tea party has concluded and explains that Reinel is fatigued, suggesting that Adriana return home for the time being. Neil and Galinos address Adriana directly, bluntly informing her that they cannot tolerate any further rude behavior, particularly her continuous glaring at Reinel throughout the party. Witnessing everyone's efforts to protect her, Reinel feels overwhelmed by their support and concern. Despite feeling overwhelmed by everyone's protective gestures, Reinel recalls that the primary purpose of hosting the tea party was to meet the female protagonist and address her directly. She reassures everyone that she is fine and promises to seek help if needed. With this in mind, she agrees to engage in a brief conversation with Adriana. As Galinos and Namuel depart, Reinel finds herself alone with Adriana. Adriana requests permission to ask a question, which Reinel grants. Adriana then boldly questions whether Reinel is a Werkrow, as she has heard rumors suggesting so. Reinel refutes the notion, clarifying that she is indeed a crow. However, she explains that after consuming the Kroban rock, she acquired the ability to transform into a human. Nonetheless, her true nature remains that of a crow. Reinel is puzzled by Adriana's line of questioning why she is probing into her true nature. Adriana responds with a smirk, expressing her curiosity to witness Reinel's true form someday. Reinel senses a mocking undertone in Adriana's words, feeling as though Adriana is laughing at her because of her crow identity. Power MC's anger flares slightly as she questions whether this was the sole reason Adriana requested a private conversation. Adriana responds by claiming she was merely curious about Reinel's true form. Adriana informs Reinel that among nobles, the most popular topic of discussion revolves around one's love life. Wow, so impressive. Adriana underscores that everyone is envious of Reinel because the Emperor has officially declared her as his partner, and she is safeguarded by Galinos, the Emperor's personal guard. Additionally, Marquess Namuel, the eldest son of House Shalmalt, and Marquess Miel, the first individual in the Empire's history to forge contracts with elementals representing all four properties, have pledged their allegiance to her. Rionel is puzzled by her argument, but Adriana steps in, expressing her fascination with how influential figures in the Empire have rallied around a crow, a creature typically avoided by society. Adriana repeatedly questions Rionel about her secret, wondering if she utilized magic or some undisclosed method to accomplish everything she has achieved thus far. Coming to a halt directly in front of her, Adriana fixes Rionel with an even more intense gaze, demanding to know her true identity. Rionel becomes visibly flustered, demanding to know Adriana's motives for digging into her past. Undeterred, Adriana insists that Rionel drop the act, dropping a bombshell revelation. She's aware that Rionel is aware of being in a simulated game environment. Adriana then shocks Rionel further by disclosing her own truth. She's also someone like her that's entered the body of the original game's female protagonist. Adriana highlights a glaring inconsistency. There's no mention of a character named Rionel in the original game, indicating that her presence has disrupted the storyline. She asserts that her own existence predates the creation of this game world, implying that she hails from a different reality, the one Rionel belongs from, and has somehow crossed over into the game. Adriana presses Rionel with a direct question, pondering whether Rionel's arrival was a deliberate entry into the game world or merely a form of reincarnation. Rionel is taken aback by Adriana's straightforward inquiry, clearly caught off guard by the depth of the conversation. Rionel decides to come clean and disclose her secret to Adriana, surprising her with her willingness to be open. Adriana, however, responds with another unexpected question, asking Rionel if she harbors any intentions of imprisoning or harming her. Rionel's incredulous expression betrays her shock at the accusation, and she quickly reassures Adriana that there's no reason for her to fear for her safety. Nonetheless, Adriana expresses her concern, suggesting that now that Rionel has disrupted the original game plot, she may have schemed to eliminate the original female lead in order to monopolize the affections of the Prince Charming character. Rionel reassures Adriana, explaining that there's been a misunderstanding and she harbors no ill intentions toward her. Instead, she perceives Adriana as the one with apprehensions towards her. Adriana, puzzled by the notion, questions how the future Empress could feel threatened by the daughter of a count. In a moment of realization, Rionel acknowledges a similarity between them, suggesting that Adriana might share a similar background or predicament to her own. She realizes that they share a common fear of being thrust into a world foreign to their upbringing, merely pawns within the game's narrative. Rionel comprehends that Adriana's previous cold demeanor stemmed from fear. However, she's puzzled by Adriana's approach, questioning why she didn't opt for a friendlier approach if she was truly afraid. Adriana hesitates before responding, admitting that prior to entering the game world, she immersed herself in novels where villains took center stage, influencing her behavior and mindset. Rionel comes to the realization that Adriana is more vulnerable and clumsy than she initially perceived, making her previous nervousness seem trivial. She reassures Adriana that she has no intention of causing her harm as long as Adriana refrains from initiating any attacks. Adriana, overwhelmed with relief, collapses to the ground. She confides in Rionel, admitting that she was terrified of dying before even getting the chance to hold hands with Namuel. Rionel inquires if Adriana has feelings for Namuel, prompting Adriana to launch into a passionate explanation of her intense affection for him. Adriana smiles warmly as she recounts her initial encounter with Namuel upon arriving in this world, describing it as a dream come true to meet her favorite character in person. She expresses regret over tarnishing their first meeting by being cold towards Rionel. However, Adriana chuckles, revealing that she doesn't mind if Namuel dislikes her, finding his stern demeanor appealing as well. But Rionel grows concerned about the possibility of the female protagonist turning villainous at this rate, something she can't allow. With that in mind, Rionel extends a helping hand to Adriana. Drawing from her own experience with Ebel, Rionel assures Adriana that even if their initial interaction didn't go smoothly, there's still hope for a positive outcome. She offers her assistance in arranging another meeting with Namuel. Rionel firmly states that she'll offer Adriana just one chance to make amends with Namuel, emphasizing the importance of treating him with respect and sincerity. She suggests that if Adriana approaches him properly, he may come to accept her genuine feelings. Adriana's eyes light up with hope as she asks Rionel why she's extending kindness towards her despite her previous coldness. Smiling, Rionel explains that they've resolved their misunderstandings and that she's grateful to have someone to confide in about the challenges of inhabiting a game character's body. Practicing, she has found another alien like herself. Adriana's flinch gives way to a joyful hug as she expresses her gratitude, promising to repay Rionel for her kindness for the rest of her life. Rionel feels a bit awkward, reflecting that if she were in Adriana's position, she might have also made mistakes in the midst of confusion, much like Adriana did. This thought leads her to consider that perhaps her transformation into a crow was ultimately for the best. Adriana then jokingly requests to stroke the soft feathers of our crow and see. Adriana's affectionate hard squeezes causes Rionel to scream, prompting Namuel, Galinos, and Miel to rush to the scene, fearing that Rionel is in trouble. However, their concern quickly turns to bemusement as they witness Adriana's loving gesture towards Rionel. The comical sequence leaves them all momentarily petrified. Their face literally says, "Are you for real, bruh?" Later, in the mansion, Rionel confides in Ebel that Lady Adriana has a fondness for crows. Reflecting on the situation, Rionel reveals to us that despite Adriana's initial wariness of her, she was secretly fascinated by Rionel's crow form and even desired to stroke her soft feathers. Furthermore, when Adriana expressed a desire to see Rionel's crow form earlier, it wasn't out of malice but simply genuine curiosity and admiration. Rionel tells Ebel about the misunderstandings between her and Lady Adriana, revealing that they've resolved them through conversation and discovered common ground, prompting them to spend more time together. Ebel expresses happiness for Rionel making a friend, but his demeanor shifts when he notices her packing, fearing she's moving out. However, Rionel reassures him that she's staying the night at Adriana's to continue their discussions. Though Ebel outwardly appears supportive of Rionel's departure, internally, he's troubled by his lingering suspicions about Adriana, recalling a bad feeling he had about her from the start. Fueled by jealousy, Ebel resolves not to remain passive. As the Emperor, you should have better things to worry about, my brother. Meanwhile, Rionel makes her way to Adriana's residence, feeling elated at the prospect of confiding in her about matters she's kept secret from others. She plans to use Namuel as an excuse to glean information from Adriana about the original game, intending to use that knowledge to confess her feelings to Ebel. Rionel feels a sense of relief, knowing that her existence won't be threatened by the arrival of the female protagonist, and that despite any plot twists, the fundamental likes and dislikes of the characters won't undergo drastic changes. This assurance allows her to relax and face the unfolding events with confidence. Upon arriving at Adriana's place, Rionel eagerly questions her about the game world. Holding a pillow adorned with Namuel's picture, Adriana admits that she doesn't possess any knowledge beyond Namuel. This revelation surprises Rionel, who expects the female protagonist to have a broader understanding of the game. However, Adriana clarifies that she's merely a consciousness that entered the protagonist's body, having experienced only the routes she personally played during her time as a player. Therefore, her knowledge is limited to those specific experiences. Rionel realizes that she possesses more knowledge about Ebel than Adriana, as her focus was solely on Namuel. She suggests to Adriana that even trivial hints about Namuel would be beneficial, enabling her to reciprocate Ebel's affection more effectively. Despite Ebel's evident love for her, Rionel feels uncertain about her ability to return his feelings with the same depth and intensity. She grapples with the doubt of whether she can make him feel as loved as he does for her. Rionel explains to Adriana that, like a wolf never changing its partner, if she confesses her feelings to Ebel, it will be his first and last confession he'll ever accept. That's why she wants to ensure she makes him as happy as possible when she expresses her love for him. Adriana is momentarily speechless at Rionel's heartfelt words, but then gently takes her hand and smiles. She shares that even though she hasn't been in this world for long, she's certain that no matter how Rionel confesses her feelings to Ebel, it will be the happiest moment for him. Adriana reassures Rionel that even if she doesn't adhere to the original plot as a reference, she has the ability to make Ebel much happier than he was in the original game. Her words deeply touch Rionel, who reflects on how their relationship has evolved from wariness to support. Adriana's encouraging words make Rionel feel as though they've been friends for a long time. The focus then shifts to the dynamics between Adriana and Namuel. Their initial interaction was chaotic, with Namuel witnessing Rionel's fixation on a bird, leading to a sense of awkwardness between them. Rionel reflects on Namuel's character, describing him as the most challenging route in the original game. Despite his inherent kindness, Namuel remained closed off to others, making it difficult for players to gain his trust. One misstep could result in players losing his trust, causing frustration and leading many to quit the game midway. Adriana reveals to Rionel that she finds Namuel attractive for the very reason others find him challenging: his reluctance to open up to anyone. She admits that her heart flutters when someone who is usually guarded chooses to reveal themselves to her. For Adriana, the harder the route, the greater the satisfaction of earning someone's trust. She emphasizes that those who have difficulty opening up to others are often very lonely, highlighting the depth of Namuel's character and the potential for a meaningful connection. Now aware that Namuel is not merely a game character, but a real person in their world, Adriana is determined to bring him happiness no matter the obstacles. To gauge Namuel's authenticity, both Rionel and Adriana compare their interactions with him to his portrayal in the game. While Rionel admits to having vague memories of the game due to the passage of time, she observes that Namuel has not distanced himself from her, possibly due to her unique status as a crow and her close relationship with Ebel. However, he has appeared somewhat sensitive lately, likely due to numerous sleepless nights. Rionel and Adriana brainstorm plausible excuses to arrange a meeting with him, aiming to keep the pretext as natural as possible. Adriana anticipates the prospect of Namuel rejecting the invitation, excited by the idea of witnessing his stern expression. Such a masochist, Rionel urges Adriana to compose herself and prioritize making Namuel happy. Adriana regains her composure and requests that Rionel refrain from using her authority to facilitate a meeting with Namuel, fearing it could strain their friendship. She acknowledges the risk of inadvertently souring her relationship with Namuel due to her occasional carelessness. The next morning, Namuel is engrossed in reviewing his research when he notices Rionel tapping on his window. Curious, he opens the window and inquires about her sudden visit. Rionel explains that she requires his assistance and invites him to accompany her for a moment. Namuel agrees, mentioning that he hasn't been making much progress with his experiment anyway. Deciding that some fresh air would be beneficial, Rionel escorts Namuel to the hall where they encounter Adriana. Introducing Adriana to Namuel, Rionel explains that she will be assisting them with their task. Namuel's reaction is awkward, prompting Rionel to become cautious to avoid tipping him off about her intentions. She resolves to tread carefully to ensure that he doesn't realize she's orchestrating a setup. Rionel confides in Namuel about her intention to officially confess her feelings to Ebel soon. She explains that even though she's confident they'll end up together, she wants to do something special for him. Seeking assistance, she approached Adriana for help and thought it wise to also seek the input of a man. Namuel suggests that Galinos might be a better candidate for this task, as he knows His Majesty better than Namuel does. Rionel explains to Namuel that she found Galinos too passionate for the task and felt apologetic for considering Neil's help. Therefore, Namuel was her only choice among the men she could ask for assistance. Internally, Rionel believes that this approach is the best way to achieve her goal while also facilitating natural interactions between Adriana and Namuel. However, she acknowledges that Adriana must win Namuel's heart on her own merits. Rionel eagerly anticipates how Adriana will utilize the opportunity she's created. Meanwhile, Ebel is consumed by fury as Rionel has been distant lately, neglecting to spend much time with him. Feeling frustrated by the demands of his role as emperor, he imagines that Rionel may have refrained from inviting him to join her and Adriana due to his busy schedule. His anger boiling over, Ebel rises from his seat and forcefully slams his desk, resolving to take a day off from his duties as emperor. Disguised to avoid recognition, he heads to the theater in the Lunaran district, following Rionel's instruction to send someone there if he needs her. Upon arrival, he begins his search for Rionel. Rionel and the others happen to spot Ebel at the theater while they were scouting popular dating spots to surprise him. His unexpected presence surprises Rionel, prompting her to inquire why he's there. In a flirtatious manner, Ebel responds that he came because he missed her a lot. I am saying it again, as the Emperor, you should have better things to worry about, my brother. Caught off guard and flustered, Rionel finds herself at a loss for words. Desperately seeking assistance, she sends sauce signals to Adriana for help through her eyes. Adriana quickly intervenes, making an excuse about needing to purchase movie tickets for everyone, and exits the scene with Namuel. Now alone with Rionel, Ebel takes her hand and apologizes for not giving her proper attention due to his responsibilities as emperor. Ebel's heartfelt confession about missing Rionel deeply touches her, but it also stirs up guilt as she realizes he blames himself for her loneliness. Determined to clear the air, Rionel leans in close and whispers into Ebel's ear, explaining that her recent time spent with Adriana and Namuel is driven by her desire to set them up, not because she feels lonely. Rionel assures Ebel that if she truly felt bored and lonely, she would have sought comfort in his arms. Their exchange leads to a tender moment between them, and Ebel decides to join them for the day. As Namuel and Adriana return with the tickets, they embark on their sort of double date. Inside the theater, Adriana and Namuel take seats together, furthering the blossoming connection between them. Due to the VIP seats being grouped in pairs, Namuel was initially meant to sit alone while Adriana would accompany Rionel. However, with Ebel's arrival, Adriana and Namuel can now sit together. During the play, Namuel explains its premise to Adriana, detailing how the chief imperial mage plans to enhance the public's perception of crows, thus improving Rionel's reputation. Unbeknownst to Rionel, the entire play revolves around her plan, with the plot focusing on Ebel and herself to familiarize the public with Rionel. Overhearing the conversation, Rionel feels embarrassed by her lack of prior knowledge about the play's subject matter. As the drama unfolds, Rionel experiences a profound sense of cringe while watching the actor portraying her role on stage. Rionel curses Mudan for making the adaptation overly dramatic, resembling pure fiction rather than reality. She's dismayed as the actor portraying Ebel bombards the audience with cheesy lines that the real Ebel would never utter. Well, I doubt that because my boy Ebel is so cheesy that sometimes even the real cheese seems fake. Contemplating making a complaint about the drama, Rionel is surprised when Ebel, seated beside her, praises the play, revealing that it's exactly as he requested it to be. Realizing that Ebel is the mastermind behind the exaggerated portrayal, Rionel feels a sense of disappointment. Observing Adriana and Manuel engaged in a dry and technical conversation about crows and their reputation in the Empire, Rionel is let down again by their lack of flirtatious banter. As the play concludes and they head back to the manor, Ebel expresses extreme satisfaction with the production, while Rionel feels emotionally drained after witnessing the exaggerated adaptation of her life unfold. Ebel becomes aware of Adriana and Namuel's absence, prompting Rionel to explain that they had been engaged in an academic discussion throughout the play and left midway. Recognizing Namuel's tendency to keep his distance from other nobles, Ebel speculates that his prolonged interaction with Adriana may indicate his interest in her. Rionel is taken aback to realize that the dry academic conversation actually fostered a connection between Adriana and Namuel. Observing the positive development between them, Ebel suggests that Rionel no longer needs to play matchmaker for them. Instead, he invites her to spend some time with him, suggesting they go eat something together. They both leave, leaving behind the theater and the memories of the play. In the following scene, Galinos and Meal don disguises to covertly observe the Emperor. They grumble amongst themselves about the discomfort of inspecting from a cramped space. Nadia reprimands them, insisting they adhere to the plan. Their objective is to shadow Ebel and Rionel to safeguard their well-being. However, their mission is hindered by the interference of assassins. Fortunately, Galinos and Meal swiftly manage the situation, gaining control, while Nadia assumes the responsibility of apprehending the criminals. Neil takes precautions by assigning some elementals to ensure Nadia's safety while taking the culprits to Ten prison. During the confrontation, one of the assassins expresses disdain for Rionel, objecting to the idea of a crow ascending to the position of Empress. In response, Nadia delivers a resounding blow to silence him, expressing her desire for Rionel's happiness and shielding her from such unsavory remarks. The scene transitions to Rionel, who finds herself in a predicament. Despite her excitement about the date with Ebel, their outing doesn't go as planned. Instead of a romantic rendezvous, they end up visiting various locations that Rionel had considered as potential confession spots. As the evening descends, Ebel and Rionel begin their journey back to the Imperial Palace. Despite having explored numerous potential confession spots throughout the day, Rionel remains perplexed about where to declare her feelings to Ebel. She reflects on the futility of extravagant gestures, considering Ebel's status as emperor, where even extravagant surprises like an island in the shape of a heart would pale in comparison to his possessions. Rionel resolved to confess her feelings to Ebel naturally during an ordinary date, allowing him to enjoy something he's been unable to do to his busy schedule. However, their day has been filled with such activities, leaving Rionel at a loss for what to do next. Pausing for a moment, Rionel considers the possibility of confessing her feelings to Ebel right then and there. She realizes that all the romantic plans she had for the day have already been fulfilled, and the ambience is just right, with music playing softly in the background and birds chirping nearby. Taking a deep breath, Rionel resolves to seize the moment and confess her feelings to Ebel. However, before she can utter a word, they are suddenly attacked by an assassin. Thankfully, Rionel's elemental swiftly intervenes, deflecting the thrown dagger and saving them from harm. Filled with rage at the assailant's audacity, Rionel charges toward them, ready to confront the threat head-on. In a fit of anger, Rionel unleashes her frustration at the assailant for ruining her perfect confession moment. Ebel, witnessing Rionel's rage, begins to worry, and Galinos and Meal quickly rush to the scene. However, by the time they arrive, Rionel has already subdued the attacker, draining the life from him. She hands over the incapacitated assailant to Galinos and Meal before departing with Ebel. In the carriage on their way back to the palace, Ebel expresses concern for Rionel's well-being and apologizes for not being more vigilant, blaming himself for the incident. Rionel reassures him, insisting that he shouldn't blame himself and attributing the attack to her being a crow, suggesting that such events were inevitable. The narrative elaborates on the political dynamics within the empire, revealing that every noble harbors ambitions of having a family member ascend to the position of empress to wield the associated power. However, their aspirations are thwarted by the fact that the emperor possesses the blood of the wolf, making it challenging for noble families to assert their influence. Additionally, once an empress is chosen, the emperor remains steadfast in his loyalty to her, precluding any changes in partnership. Unable to openly express their ambitions, some nobles resort to clandestine tactics, such as orchestrating surprise attacks like the earlier one, in an attempt to undermine Rionel's position. The mere possibility of a crow assuming the role of empress offers hope to ambitious nobles, driving them to resort to desperate measures to secure their own interests. Rionel implores Ebel to continue believing in and supporting her, assuring him that she won't be intimidated by these challenges and will maintain her dignity. Moved by her determination, Ebel grasps her hand firmly and pledges to redouble his efforts to protect her. He suggests that upon their return to the palace, he will issue an order to erect crow statues throughout the empire. Despite finding the play enjoyable, Ebel acknowledges that it alone won't suffice to alter the negative perception of crows held by the populace. Feeling the need for a more decisive and assertive approach, he resolves to devise a bolder and more aggressive strategy to achieve their goal of improving the reputation of crows in the empire. Rionel is taken aback by his declaration. Puzzled, she wonders what could possibly be more bold and aggressive than the highly exaggerated play they witnessed. Suddenly, the memory of their first encounter floods her mind, prompting her to hastily suggest to Ebel that they make a stop before returning to the imperial palace. Leading him to the same jungle where they first met, Rionel decides to confess her feelings in this meaningful setting. She begins her speech by acknowledging that before meeting Ebel, she had lacked a sense of purpose in life. Reflecting on her past life as a zookeeper, she confesses to merely existing in the moment without any significant ambitions, solely focused on survival. However, upon meeting him, everything changed. With emotion in her voice, Rionel expresses her newfound purpose and desires. She articulates her aspiration for both of them to support and uplift each other, striving to live together happily rather than merely surviving individually. As Rionel pours her heart out, admitting her willingness to face danger alongside Ebel, she takes a bold step forward and tenderly presses her lips against his, conveying her deep affection. In the midst of this intimate moment, she confesses her profound feelings, declaring that her love for him surpasses anything else in the world. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts to Ebel's perspective. Despite occupying the highest throne as emperor, he is intimately familiar with sorrow and loss, having traversed paths fraught with hardship and adversity. In the midst of his struggles, the small crow, our MC, served as a comforting presence, offering solace and reassurance in the face of life's challenges. Ebel grappled with a deep-seated fear that the happiness he shares with Rionel will inevitably vanish, leaving him to confront a profound sense of dread. Consequently, he harbored a fervent hope and prayer that Rionel will choose to be with him and him alone. Thus now, when Rionel has finally confessed her feelings, Ebel finds himself overwhelmed with disbelief, questioning whether his intense longing for her has conjured a mere illusion of her confession. However, as the cool night breeze brushes against his skin, Ebel is jolted into the reality of the moment. The warmth of happiness floods over him like a tsunami, dispelling any lingering doubts or uncertainties. With a heart full of joy, he echoes Rionel's sentiments, affirming that his love for her surpasses anything else in the world. They go for another kiss, but shyness covers Rionel and she asks for a break. Ebel, being extremely horny, does not abide by her, saying that he has been holding back for so long. He requests to kiss her again, to which she allows, and that marks the beginning of another smooching session. Only Lord knows what she did after that. Some time has passed since that night. We see Sephia attending her history class under the guidance of her teacher. Suddenly, Sephia's nanny interrupts the class, informing her that Rionel has arrived to see her. Excited by the news, Sephia hurriedly exits the room, leaving the teacher feeling somber as he realizes he'll need to cover the remaining material in the next class. Observing Sephia's reaction, the nanny remarks to the teacher that despite her constant reminders for Sephia to maintain decorum as a member of the imperial family, she always dashes off eagerly whenever Rionel visits, indicating her strong affection for Rionel. Outside the classroom, Sephia eagerly embraces Rionel upon their reunion. As they exchange greetings, Sephia eagerly inquires about their plans for the day. However, Rionel regrets to inform her that she will be occupied for some time and won't be able to play with her, leaving Sephia visibly disheartened. In an effort to alleviate her disappointment, Rionel presents Sephia with a gift, an invitation to Ebel and Rionel's engagement ceremony. Revealing the joyful news to Sephia, Rionel discloses that she and Ebel are now engaged, making Sephia the first person to receive this announcement. Overwhelmed with happiness, Sephia's face lights up with delight. Meanwhile, upon learning of the engagement, Galinos is overcome with emotion, his eyes welling up with tears. Nadia also sheds tears of joy at the news, while Miel and Wilhelm are similarly moved. Witnessing the emotional reactions of those around him, Namuel decides to not be the black swan and joins them in shedding tears of happiness. Upon learning of Rionel's engagement, Adriana experiences a mixture of emotions, feeling both happy for her friend and a twinge of jealousy, realizing she still has a long journey ahead before reaching that stage with Namuel. When Rionel inquires about her progress with Namuel, Adriana explains that she's taking a cautious approach, knowing that rushing their relationship could lead to a disastrous outcome based on the game's mechanics. Therefore, she plans to gradually build their friendship and assist him with his research step by step. Rionel shifts the conversation to the real reason for her visit, to seek Adriana's help in preparing for their engagement ceremony. Admitting her lack of knowledge on how to organize such an event, Rionel expresses her desire to have a dependable friend by her side during this once-in-a-lifetime occasion. Rionel's sincere offer of assistance warms Adriana's heart, and she feels grateful to have such a supportive friend by her side. In this moment of harmony and camaraderie, Rionel can't help but wish that everything could always remain this perfect. With Adriana's unwavering support, Rionel grows more confident that they will be able to navigate their paths towards happy endings. However, we see a shadowy figure plotting something malicious, a sinister nobleman who once opposed Ebel's ascension to the throne. He is none other than Duke Howard. The day of the ceremony is here. As Adriana gets dressed with the assistance of the maids, they engage in conversation about the noble's frantic search for partners due to the upcoming ceremony. They comment on how Adriana will need to wait a bit longer to find her own partner. Aware that the engagement ceremony was not part of the original game, Adriana understands that it's unlikely to help build friendship levels with Namuel. Furthermore, Adriana recognizes that Namuel is unlikely to attend such a grand event, given his disinterest in such gatherings. Even if he were to attend, Adriana acknowledges that they are not yet close enough to attend together as partners. They will be close enough soon. Wait, how do I know that? Common sense it is. Recognizing the distance still to be covered in her relationship with Namuel, Adriana adjusts her expectations, focusing instead on supporting Rionel as a friend during the engagement ceremony preparations. While contemplating these thoughts, Namuel unexpectedly appears before her and requests permission to escort her. Adriana is taken aback by his sudden appearance but ultimately agrees, accompanying him to the event. During their carriage ride to the ceremony, Namuel expresses his apologies to Adriana for appearing without prior notice. He explains that Ebel informed him of Adriana's lack of a partner for the event and suggested that, as a friend of the future Empress, it would be inconvenient for her to attend alone. Thus, Ebel proposed that Namuel accompany Adriana to the ceremony. Despite never harboring any interest in Ebel, Adriana finds herself impressed by his considerate actions, leading her to view him favorably. However, unknown to Adriana, Ebel's motivations for arranging Namuel's escort are to ensure Adriana's focus remains on the ceremony, and not on Rionel, as he is protective of his relationship with Rionel. Expressing her gratitude towards Namuel, Adriana admits that she never expected to have such a thoughtful partner for the event. Understanding Namuel's preference for research over social gatherings, she assures him of her commitment to assisting him in returning home swiftly. Strangely, Namuel experiences a sense of unease upon hearing Adriana's assurance, realizing that he would have previously welcomed such a suggestion with enthusiasm. The narrative reveals that Namuel's life was devoid of excitement, with his sole focus being on his passion for magic. Consequently, he lacked meaningful connections and friendships, viewing his interactions with others as strictly professional or academic. Despite aiding the Emperor and meeting a few individuals in the process, he still felt disconnected from them. To him, Galinos is merely a colleague, Midden remains his college professor, and Ebel is perceived as his superior. However, Namuel senses a unique quality in Adriana's intentions. Unlike others, her motives do not appear to be driven by politics or romance, leaving him intrigued by her genuine demeanor. Namuel is taken aback by Adriana's ability to offer a fresh perspective, one he had never considered before. He admits that despite their unusual first meeting, Adriana possesses qualities he values in a friend. However, as he contemplates this, he recalls the words of someone significant, whose identity remains undisclosed. Meanwhile, at the engagement ceremony, Rionel feels a mixture of excitement and nervousness as she surveys the crowded venue. She reflects on the extensive effort it took to organize the event, recognizing the need to immerse herself in every aspect of its preparation. With the assistance of Foncha and Wilhelm, Rionel dedicates herself to studying more diligently than ever before, resulting in an increased workload and additional homework assignments. After successfully orchestrating the engagement ceremony, Rionel feels a sense of satisfaction and joy. She credits the success of the event to the power of love and shares a tender moment with Ebel, who assures her of his commitment to her happiness and well-being. Observers at the ceremony take note of their affectionate bond, realizing that Rionel's position as the future empress is now firmly established. Even Sephia appears to be enjoying herself. However, her nanny suggests that she go and converse with Ebel and Rionel, given her excitement about being invited. Sephia, with a smile, declines the suggestion, explaining that it's their special day and they've promised to spend time with her afterward. In contrast to the joyful atmosphere of the celebration, Nadia, Galinos, and Mil feels emotional and cry tears of joy. Sephia points them out, feeling proud of her ability to maintain composure and maturity. However, beneath the surface, the nanny observes that many of the guests harbor jealousy toward Rionel. Suddenly, a suspicious figure approaches Rionel, accompanied by others from the same group witnessed earlier. While outwardly praising Rionel for the success of the ceremony, they subtly convey ill intentions, peppering her with probing questions designed to trap her. Rionel keenly senses their underlying motives, recognizing their attempts to put her to the test. Ebel also discerns the insincerity behind their words and challenges them for their pointed inquiries directed at Rionel. However, Rionel intervenes, recognizing that as the future empress, she cannot evade questions regarding Ebel's capabilities for an extended period. She acknowledges that standing by Ebel's side means she must confront critics and those seeking information. Wilhelm and Foncha anticipated the noble's attempts to undermine Rionel, so they diligently prepared her with various sample questions, ensuring she would be ready to respond when challenged. Rionel herself understood the necessity of being tested, given the effort she had invested in learning the answers. She welcomed the opportunity to demonstrate her preparedness. Addressing the critics head-on, Rionel fielded their inquiries with poise and confidence. She candidly acknowledged her unique position as neither noble nor commoner, but rather as a crow, with inherent limitations compared to them. Despite her imperfections, Rionel asserted her value, highlighting the distinct abilities she possesses as a crow. She pledges to utilize her strengths, such as her aerial prowess and ability to identify hidden threats, to serve as Ebel's vigilant protector. Observing Rionel adeptly navigate through the interrogation and articulate her commitment to their shared goals, Ebel's confidence in her suitability as his future partner solidifies. He perceives her unwavering dedication to her responsibilities as the prospective empress, instilling in him a deep sense of joy and reassurance. Ebel's delight reaches a peak as he contemplates the depth of Rionel's devotion, prompting him to jest that they should have foregone the engagement altogether and proceeded directly to marriage. Ebel makes a resolute proclamation to the assembly, declaring that Rionel has demonstrated her readiness to assume the role of the next empress. He warns that any further attempts to scrutinize her capabilities will be interpreted as a challenge to his own judgment. With this firm stance, both Ebel and Rionel effectively quell the doubts and criticisms directed towards her. The attendees respond with collective satisfaction, observing the poised and responsible demeanor displayed by the prospective empress. Rionel concludes the affair with a poignant reminder, invoking the forgotten legend where the crow consistently stood alongside the golden wolf. Adriana admires Rionel's charismatic presence and envisions her potential as a remarkable leader, albeit in a different manner than Ebel's style of leadership. Witnessing Rionel's composed demeanor during the confrontation with the nobles, Adriana acknowledges her own shortcomings, recognizing that she would have struggled to maintain such calmness in a similar situation. Namuel shares Adriana's sentiments, admitting that he lacks proficiency in handling political affairs and doubts his ability to handle such challenges as effectively as Rionel did. As the ceremony progresses and confidence in Rionel's ability to handle minor political matters grows among the attendees, Duke Howard unexpectedly makes an appearance, causing a collective shock. This surprise is particularly pronounced for Ebel, who is keenly aware of Howard's previous unfavorable opinions about Rionel. Rionel also recalls her tutor's warnings about Howard's character, emphasizing the need for vigilance around him. Despite her suspicions, Rionel understands the necessity of maintaining decorum, Given Howard's status as a duke, Howard proceeds to introduce himself to the entire assembly and extends courteous greetings to the future empress, injecting an undercurrent of tension into the celebratory atmosphere. Rionel reciprocates Howard's courtesy with a gracious bow, acknowledging his presence respectfully. Meanwhile, Howard, with his malicious intentions, knows that the recent questions posed by the nobles were merely a test of Rionel's capabilities. Despite his internal acknowledgement of her competence in handling the situation adeptly, Howard remains steadfast in his determination to challenge her further. He is driven by the fear of relinquishing the ultimate authority to someone like Rionel, a crow, and resolves to intensify his efforts to thwart her rise to power. Despite harboring hidden motives, Howard outwardly expresses support for Rionel's ascension to the throne. Rionel, aware of Howard's true intentions, maintains a facade of cooperation, creating a sense of confusion among the guests who perceive Howard's apparent shift in stance. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Rionel and Ebel fulfill their promise to Sephia, joining her for some outdoor playtime. Sephia relishes the opportunity to spend time with Rionel, engaging in a game of tag. During the game, Sephia deliberately falls, causing Rionel to express concern. Quick to react, Sephia swiftly catches Rionel. Ebel observes the scene proudly, recognizing Sephia's potential as a skilled hunter. What Sephia did is called cheating, right? Rionel and Ebel discuss the implications of Duke Howard's seemingly contradictory behavior. Recognizing that Howard's actions caused confusion among the nobles, Rionel sees an opportunity to leverage this ambiguity to uncover Howard's true intentions. Her strategic thinking impresses Ebel, who observes her growing familiarity with political maneuvering. Rionel draws a parallel between political disputes and territorial conflicts among animals, highlighting the importance of leveraging alliances and manipulating opponents. She acknowledges her own vulnerability as a smaller player in the political arena but emphasizes the strength that comes from unity with Ebel and their allies. Ebel assures her of their unwavering support, pledging to stand by her side in any political confrontation. In the next scene, Namuel drives Adriana back to her mansion, and it becomes evident that there's a growing fondness between them. Adriana expresses gratitude to Namuel for the ride and extends an invitation for him to join her for a cup of tea inside. Initially hesitant, Namuel eventually accepts the offer. As they enter the mansion, Adriana takes on the unexpected role of hostess, feeling a mix of surprise and disbelief that she's serving tea to Namuel. Wanting to ease any potential awkwardness, Adriana initiates conversation by inquiring about Namuel's research, seeking to engage him in dialogue and create a comfortable atmosphere. Namuel confides in Adriana about the challenges he's facing with his research, admitting that things aren't progressing as smoothly as he'd hoped. Juggling multiple aspects of his study simultaneously, he's under immense pressure to deliver results promptly, especially since the stakes are high and failure could have significant consequences. He expresses to Adriana his overwhelming sense of anxiety, struggling to articulate the extent of his stress. Despite his initial hesitation, Namuel abruptly cuts himself off, feeling apologetic for dampening the mood with his somber reflections. However, Adriana responds with empathy, assuring Namuel that she's willing to lend him an ear. Recognizing his reluctance to share his concerns with others, she encourages him to open up, offering her support as a listening ear. Adriana's gesture touches Namuel, prompting him to reflect on his past tendency to internalize his struggles, believing that discussing them with others wouldn't offer any solutions. Yet, in this moment, he finds solace in the realization that he now has someone to confide in, alleviating some of the weight from his shoulders. Adriana gazes at Namuel, struck by the realization that he embodies the solitude and self-reliance of his game character, initially perceiving him as a mere fictional creation designed to elicit sympathy from players. Adriana's perspective shifts as she observes Namuel in real life, stirring unexpected emotions within her. She recognizes the parallels between Namuel's solitary nature and her own struggles with opening up to others about her own worries. Opening up to Namuel, Adriana reveals her own journey of grappling with isolation and self-imposed silence. Like Namuel, she found it difficult to confide in others, convincing herself that everyone faced challenges and that discussing her problems wouldn't make a difference. Instead, she threw herself into her work, inadvertently distancing herself from those around her and exacerbating her feelings of loneliness. Adriana admits to feeling drawn to Namuel's character precisely because he mirrored her own tendencies to shoulder burdens alone, a trait that resonated deeply with her experiences. Adriana acknowledges the unexpected turn their conversation has taken, recognizing that their current exchange wasn't scripted in the game. Despite not having a solution to Namuel's problem, she assures him of her willingness to lend an ear, a gesture born out of genuine concern for his well-being. As she reflects on the divergence from the game's original storyline, Adriana's smile conveys her sincere desire for Namuel's happiness, regardless of the narrative constraints. Namuel is visibly moved by Adriana's compassion, feeling a growing inclination towards befriending her. However, his moment of connection with her is abruptly interrupted by the recurrence of strange, unsettling words echoing in his mind, causing him to accidentally drop the teacup. Concerned, Adriana inquires about his well-being, prompting Namuel to reassure her while he cleans up the spilled tea. Amidst the task of collecting the shattered fragments of the cup, Namuel gently declines Adriana's offer to listen further, expressing doubt about his ability to sustain a friendship. He candidly admits that unloading his worries onto her would only serve to complicate any potential relationship, emphasizing his belief that true friendship cannot thrive under such circumstances. After Namuel abruptly leaves, Adriana rushes to Reinel, surprising her with her sudden appearance. Adriana quickly fills Reinel in on the events that transpired, seeking her friend's insight. Despite knowing that Reinel's memory of the game may be fuzzy, Adriana asks if she has any information on Namuel's route. As she selects a nightgown for Adriana, Adriana recalls that Namuel had numerous bad endings compared to other characters. Adriana elaborates on Namuel's character traits, drawing from her knowledge of the original plot. She points out that despite not having germophobia, Namuel always wears gloves. Similarly, although he dislikes feeling stifled, he consistently covers himself with clothing. Additionally, Adriana notes that despite his purported dislike for fancy things, Namuel often adorns himself with various accessories, hinting at underlying complexities within his character. As Reinel reflects on Namuel's changing appearance, she recalls that he used to dress modestly and without accessories when they first met. She traces the shift in his demeanor to the time when Abel fell ill due to a curse inflicted by Vaphilos. Adriana confirms Reinel's suspicions, revealing that Namuel's transformation is attributed to being cursed with dark magic, which not only alters his physical health, but also intensifies his desires. So, Abel's curse didn't heal. Rather, Namuel took it onto himself. Meanwhile, amidst the pounding rain, Namuel sits with his head in his hands, consumed by regret for his peculiar behavior towards Adriana. Initially intending to ask her to be his friend when she invited him in for tea, Namuel finds himself overcome by a sudden and conflicting impulse. He wrestles with the overwhelming influence of the curse, which distorts even the simplest emotions and drives him towards impulses both intimate and harmful. Gazing out the window, Namuel laments the curse's relentless grip on his psyche, amplifying his emotions beyond control and warping them into something unrecognizable. The revelation unfolds that the individual who instructed Namuel to sever his social connections and suppress his desires is none other than the chief imperial mage, Mirden. This directive was issued when Namuel willingly took on Abel's curse, a decision made out of a sense of duty and sacrifice. Reflecting on the events that transpired, Namuel recalls his initial confidence that his resolve would be sufficient to withstand the curse's influence. However, as he confronts the present reality, Namuel acknowledges that he gravely underestimated the potency of the curse's grip on him. Namuel reflects on his inherent lack of desire for wealth, honor, or power, believing initially that this would enable him to withstand the curse until a cure could be found. However, as he grapples with the temptation to forge a friendship with Adriana, Namuel questions whether he should allow this desire to flourish within him. Recalling their previous interaction, he chuckles at the notion of merely being friends with Adriana, recognizing that such a connection would ultimately leave him feeling unsatisfied as he will expect something more from her. Yes, marriage. He would eventually want to make her his wifey. As Namuel witnesses his condition deteriorating rapidly, he grapples with the question of what actions he can take to improve his situation. Meanwhile, during the conversation between Adriana and Reinel, Adriana reveals that Namuel's curse is spreading at an alarming rate compared to the original game's timeline. Concerned about the escalating danger, Adriana felt compelled to seek out Reinel, fearing the possibility of a bad ending. Intrigued by the concept of bad endings, Reinel asks for clarification on what they entail. Adriana explains that the primary bad endings for Namuel's route involve him severing ties with Adriana in an attempt to halt the curse's spread, or succumbing entirely to the curse, resulting in tragic outcomes such as Namuel kidnapping Adriana and imprisoning her. These revelations underscore the urgency of the situation and the dire consequences that could unfold if Namuel's curse remains unchecked. Adriana's unexpected enthusiasm at the prospect of being kidnapped by Namuel surprises Reinel, who is taken aback by Adriana's masochistic tendencies. However, the mood quickly turns somber as Adriana reveals the most tragic bad ending, one in which Namuel loses control and inadvertently causes the death of another character from a different route. Rionel's anxiety spikes as she anxiously implores Adriana to confirm that Ebel isn't the character who dies in that ending. Adriana, unable to recall the specific character's identity, describes only a vague memory of a young girl seated on the throne with Namuel by her side. With dawning horror, Rionel realizes that it is indeed Ebel who meets a tragic fate in that particular ending. She lets out a scream of disbelief as the weight of the revelation sinks in. Rionel's tears flow freely as she grapples with feelings of helplessness, her heart aching at the thought of Ebel potentially facing a tragic outcome. Despite knowing that Adriana's decision to give up on Namuel wouldn't necessarily lift the curse plaguing him, Rionel feels overwhelmed by the uncertainty of the situation. The drastic changes in the game's narrative have introduced numerous variables, making it impossible to predict the outcome with certainty. There's a lingering fear that Adriana's rejection of Namuel could inadvertently lead to an even more disastrous outcome than the predefined bad ending. In a moment of clarity, Rionel reminds Adriana of her original intention to bring happiness to Namuel's life, emphasizing that abandoning him to suffer under the curse is simply not an option. Adriana's determination is reignited by Rionel's words, solidifying her resolve to break Namuel's curse and forge a path to happiness together regardless of the obstacles they may face. Adriana redirects the conversation towards Rionel's features, requesting if she can obtain some. Confused by the sudden change in topic, Rionel attributes Adriana's request to her affinity for crows, failing to grasp the deeper significance behind Adriana's inquiry. Adriana swiftly draws Rionel's attention to a crucial detail from the original game: the significance of Croban Rock in winning the hearts of certain characters, including Namuel. She explains that if Namuel were to research this elusive berry and consume it under perfect conditions, he could potentially unlock his latent power and break free from the curse's grip. Yet, finding a Croban Rock is a rarity, and even if they were to locate one, the challenges they would face are far from simple. The revelation underscores the complexity of their quest to free Namuel from his curse, highlighting the daunting obstacles that lie ahead. Adriana further emphasizes to Rionel the high stakes involved with the Croban Rock in the original game, explaining that giving the character the berry when the friendship level is even slightly low results in the character's death. This detail was one of the reasons Rionel decided to abandon the game 3 years ago. Adding to the complexity, in Namuel's case, Adriana elaborates that if he hasn't thoroughly researched the Croban Rock, or if the conditions surrounding its consumption such as brightness, temperature, humidity, and other factors are not absolutely perfect, his powers will be unleashed uncontrollably. This unleashing of his powers will trigger the dark magic within him, causing Namuel to lose control and resulting in a catastrophic event of immense proportions. Rionel's understanding of the gravity of Namuel's situation leads her to recognize the importance of finding a solution to his curse urgently. She queries Adriana about the significance of requesting her feathers, pointing out her not being a character in the original game and therefore not seeing the utility of her feathers. Adriana explains that since Rionel is essentially just a crow who has consumed a Croban Rock, there's a potential avenue for undoing the curse by utilizing her feathers. Even if they can't immediately solve the curse with her feathers alone, Adriana believes that Namuel's competence will enable him to quickly discern the need for a Croban Rock in his research. Moreover, Adriana elucidates that if Namuel consumes the berry after conducting his research with Rionel's feathers beforehand, he can potentially unleash his powers in a more stable manner. Rionel decides to grant Adriana permission to pluck as many feathers as needed for their endeavor. The scene shifts to Ebel, who queries his shadow guard about Duke Howard's post-ceremony activities, learning that nothing suspicious has been observed. Ebel instructs them to maintain vigilant surveillance on Howard and sets off to meet Rionel, pondering that they haven't spent much time together since their engagement. However, Ebel's plans are disrupted when he encounters Rionel frantically sprinting past him, attempting to evade Adriana, who is fervently focused on plucking at least 100 feathers. Bewildered by the scene unfolding before him, Ebel wonders what could possibly be wrong with the two women. Feeling a pang of sadness at the missed opportunity to spend time with Rionel, Ebel hopes for Adriana's swift departure so they can resume their plans. Honestly, her third wheeling is crossing all the boundaries. The next morning, Namuel finds himself cleaning up his disheveled room, a consequence of the tumultuous events from the previous night. Determined to overcome his affliction, He resolves to isolate himself and intensify his magical research efforts. Since he never reached out to any magicians for assistance initially, Namuel anticipates that his sudden withdrawal from contact won't raise any suspicions among them. Likewise, he believes that Ebel, as the Emperor, has a multitude of resources at his disposal, rendering Namuel's temporary absence inconsequential. Contemplating bidding farewell to his companions before embarking on his research sabbatical, Namuel is confident that they will understand his motivations once he explains the gravity of his situation to them. However, his train of thought is abruptly interrupted when his magical staff slips from his grasp, a physical manifestation of the toll the curse is exacting on his body. Briefly considering seeking aid from Midden, Namuel quickly dismisses the notion. He knows that Midden is preoccupied with fortifying the Imperial line of defense, the reason for her absence from the engagement ceremony. Midden's efforts extend beyond the Imperial line of defense as she seeks to locate Mephilos, whose unpredictable appearances pose a constant threat to the Empire. Namuel, feeling increasingly powerless in the face of his curse, regrets his decision to shoulder the responsibility for it. As Namuel's thoughts dwell on Adriana, he is startled when she unexpectedly appears before him. However, his relief quickly gives way to a sense of dread as the curse seizes control of his body. His demeanor undergoes a sinister transformation, marked by a smirk that belies the darkness lurking within him. Despite his inner turmoil, Namuel outwardly maintains a facade of composure as he welcomes Adriana inside, emanating an unsettling blend of lust and darkness. Internally, Namuel grapples with the realization that he is not in control of his actions. The curse dictates his behavior, and he knows that he is on the brink of losing control. Despite his desperate desire for Adriana to flee before he succumbs entirely to the curse's influence, he finds himself unable to vocalize his warning as the darkness tightens its grip on his mind and body. Adriana, thankfully, doesn't linger at Namuel's place, but instead, she simply hands him Rionel's feathers, suggesting they might aid his research on crows. Her kind words momentarily alleviate Namuel's pain, though he questions whether his newfound relief is genuine or merely a fabrication of his mind. Meanwhile, Rionel wonders if Adriana successfully delivered the feathers to Namuel. When Ebel questions her about the purpose behind giving Namuel the feathers, she deflects, citing their potential utility in his research and claiming ignorance regarding the specifics. Ebel, sensing a familiar sense of unease, decides to question Namuel directly later, feeling as though he's experienced similar conversations in the past. Basically some deja vu sort of experience. He can't shake the feeling that Rionel is concealing vital information from him, though he's unsure why. A few days later, Rionel is engrossed in writing invitations to the nobles for an upcoming gathering when Ebel suddenly appears and gives her a gentle side hug, expressing how much he missed her. Despite pondering over it for days, Ebel still can't decipher why Rionel would lie to him. Doubts gnaw at him, wondering if her deceit stems from a lack of trust in him and whether he should confront her about it. Suggesting a short stroll together, Ebel invites Rionel to take a break from her tasks. She agrees, deciding to finish the remaining work the following day, and joins him outside to enjoy the lovely weather. Yet, as they walk, Ebel wrestles with the decision of whether to broach the topic with Rionel, apprehensive of potential repercussions on their relationship. Despite his concerns, he can't help but admire her radiant smile, pondering when he'll finally earn her complete trust. Namuel immerses himself in his research, grappling with disbelief over Adriana's timely assistance, coinciding with his momentary resolve to flee from his curse. Intrigued by the brief respite he experienced when Adriana handed him Rionel's feathers, Namuel resolves to focus his efforts on researching their potential efficacy. Despite his skepticism, he places his hopes on the feathers, praying that the temporary relief he felt wasn't merely a trick of his mind. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Midden and Hemphill, where Hemphill notices Midden placing a sack on the table and inquires about its contents. Midden reveals that during her travels to fortify the Imperial line of defense, she came across various herbal medicines and decided to bring them for Hemphill's benefit. Unenthused by the prospect of consuming herbs, Hemphill expresses her distaste, prompting Midden to lecture her on the importance of maintaining a balanced diet. Their conversation is interrupted by insistent banging on the door, signaling a visitor seeking Midden's attention. Recognizing the voice, Midden opens the door to find Namuel standing there, brimming with excitement as he shares his discovery of a potential cure for his curse. Despite her initial congratulations, Midden observes Namuel's deteriorating health and promptly offers him some nourishing soup before engaging in further discussion. Namuel explains his theory that Rionel's crow feathers hold the key to completely alleviating his curse, sparking Midden's interest and concern for his well-being. Maiden experiences a profound realization as she acknowledges the connection between dark magic and crows, a revelation that had previously eluded her. She recognizes that this overlooked aspect could hold the key to unlocking significant breakthroughs in their research, potentially altering the course of their endeavors for the better. Consumed by self-blame for not recognizing this connection sooner, Maiden is comforted by Namul's reassurance that her guidance and teachings have played a pivotal role in their progress thus far. His acknowledgement of her contributions alleviates some of her guilt and instills a sense of validation in her efforts. Driven by curiosity, Maiden contemplates the true potential of Kroban rocks, pondering why they seem to be limited to transforming crows into humans. She wonders if there are untapped capabilities of the berry that remain undiscovered, sparking her determination to delve deeper into their research and uncover any hidden possibilities that may exist. Maiden embarks on her research to unravel the mystery behind the phenomenon Namul described regarding the feathers. She focuses initially on determining whether it was a crow, a Kroban rock, or a crow that consumed a Kroban rock that aided in alleviating Namul's curse. Due to the rarity of Kroban rocks, they prioritize studying the crows first, enlisting the assistance of Hemful, who agrees to help under the condition that Maiden refrains from conducting any unconventional experiments on her as she had done in the past. Recognizing the significance of Ebel's experiences with Kroban rocks, he seeks Ebel's cooperation in the research. Namul, buoyed by newfound hope that he may one day return to normalcy, dreams of asking Adriana to be his friend once he regains control over his emotions and overcomes the curse's influence. He confides in Ebel about his situation, revealing the truth about how he became cursed. Upon learning of Namul's plight and his own unwitting involvement, Ebel is overcome with distress, feeling bad that Namul is suffering from the curse what was initially placed on him. Namul is the kind of kid who always gets beaten by others and still balls. Namul explains to Ebel that he kept his condition a secret to spare him from worry, a sentiment Ebel understands all too well. Reflecting on the revelation, Ebel realizes that besides Rionel, there's someone else who has been withholding information from him. However, witnessing Namul's sincerity in divulging the truth, Ebel hopes that one day Rionel will follow suit and confide in him as well. Despite the weight of Namul's confession, Ebel finds his thoughts still gravitating towards Rionel, prompting him to refocus his attention and requests that Namul never hide anything from him again. Just as he requested, Namul takes an honest approach and sincerely requests Ebel's fur for research purposes. Startled by the unexpected request, Ebel is taken aback and expresses his apprehension, demanding to know Namul's intentions. After some deliberation, Ebel reluctantly agrees and provides Namul with his fur. This sets off a chain of events mirroring the earlier scenario with Rionel when Adriana requested her feathers, leaving Ebel feeling unsettled by the uncanny resemblance. After Namul cuts too much of Ebel's fur, prompting Ebel to flee in terror, he seeks refuge with Galinos for protection. However, Namul attempts to sway Galinos with a bribe, offering him a reward in exchange for allowing him to continue cutting Ebel's fur. Initially resistant to bribery, Galinos finds himself tempted when Namul promises to share some of the fur, claiming it to be from the illustrious golden wolf of the empire, a valuable relic. Despite Ebel's protests and reminders of his duty as his loyal knight, Galinos succumbs to temptation and reluctantly agrees to Namul's offer. As a result, Namul secures a substantial amount of Ebel's fur, leaving Ebel feeling drained and defeated. To add insult to injury, Namul also requests some of Ebel's human hair in the name of research. Despite his reluctance, Ebel reluctantly agrees, realizing that he cannot fault someone who is attempting to undo the curse that he inadvertently brought upon him. Thus, Ebel's once long and flowing hair becomes a thing of the past. Rionel's praise of Ebel's new hairstyle fills him with relief and happiness, as he had been concerned about her reaction, particularly considering that the color of his hair had been a significant factor in her decision to aid him when he was injured in the jungle. Her reassurance that she likes him regardless of his appearance alleviates his worries, allowing them to share a tender moment together. After their exchange, Ebel shifts the conversation to the preparations for the upcoming noble party, seeking an update from Rionel. She assures him that everything is proceeding smoothly, and she's growing more accustomed to managing such affairs. With Adriana's assistance, the process has become even more seamless. However, their intimate moment is interrupted by Adriana's sudden appearance, causing Ebel to tightly embrace Rionel, fearing that Adriana has come to whisk her away. Exactly how my siblings grab the snacks when I enter the room. Adriana, however, offers a reassuring smile and clarifies that she has come to assist Rionel with the meeting preparations, as she was unable to lend her support properly during the engagement ceremony due to Namul escorting her. Ebel finds himself at a loss for words to rebut Adriana's sweet gesture, resigning himself to her presence despite feeling a burning jealousy deep within. He silently wishes for Adriana to marry Namuel soon so that he can have Rionel all to himself. As Adriana leads Rionel away, Ebel experiences a comically exaggerated sense of despair, although he takes solace in knowing that Rionel now has more people to rely on. Turning his attention to more pressing matters, Ebel descends to the confinement zone to inquire about the progress of interrogating the captured assassins. His shadow guard informs him that while the assassins did divulge a few names of clients, the orders were placed under various false names, complicating the investigation. Despite the challenges, the guard provides Ebel with a list of names, prompting him to contemplate the meticulous planning behind the failed assassination attempts. Growing increasingly convinced that the Noble Party is behind the attacks, Ebel suspects that their motives extend beyond merely harming Rionel. As the day of the Noble Party arrives, Miel finds himself distressed by the atmosphere of the gathering. Empathizing with Rionel's struggles to navigate the complexities of hosting multiple greetings to win over the noble attendees. Rionel's strategic approach to hosting gatherings aimed at acquiring skills and knowledge specific to the noble class impresses Miel, who observes her adept ability to discern whom to approach and engage with. By organizing events centered around activities typically associated with nobility, such as book meetings, art appreciation sessions, and musical performances, Rionel creates opportunities to interact with and learn from the attendees. Miel notes that Rionel cleverly leverages these gatherings to gain exposure to the world of nobles, requesting attendees to share their expertise and knowledge with her. Remarkably, many guests willingly oblige, unwittingly divulging valuable information in the process. This shrewd tactic allows Rionel to gather insights without arousing suspicion. Ebel and his supporters, including Galinos and Wilhelm, intentionally abstain from attending the gatherings, enabling Rionel to navigate the events independently and develop her skills autonomously. Additionally, with Nadia and Adriana's assistance, Rionel receives support in organizing and managing the gatherings, ensuring their success and maximizing their educational value. Miel, despite the apparent success of the party and the smooth progression of events, harbors a nagging concern regarding Duke Howard. Having spent much of his life serving nobles as a slave, Miel possesses a keen understanding of their behaviors and intentions. However, Howard's actions confound him, as the Duke adeptly conceals his true motives, rendering him difficult to decipher. Miel observes that Duke Howard has been displaying unusual friendliness towards Rionel since the engagement ceremony. He personally visits her, bestows gifts upon her, and introduces her to influential figures within the noble circles. These gestures create an impression that Howard is actively supporting and empowering Rionel. Despite her wariness, Rionel maintains her guard and reciprocates Howard's gestures, offering to assist him in return for his favors. However, things escalate and take a dramatic turn as Howard presents Rionel with an unexpected and peculiar request. Duke Howard's unexpected request to make Rionel his foster daughter took everyone by surprise. To foster or adopt a child means to bring someone into your family who isn't related by blood, treating them as your own. This implies that Howard intends to formally adopt Rionel as his daughter, a move that sparked a flurry of gossip among those present. Rionel found this proposition particularly strange given her belief that Duke Howard harbored a deep-seated hatred for her, and was likely the mastermind behind the attempts on her life. Puzzled by his actions, she began to wonder if she was living in an adoption-themed novel where her role was to transform Duke Howard through the power of familial love. With a nervous expression on her face, Rionel cautiously asks Howard why he wants to make her his daughter. Howard, sensing her discomfort, immediately apologizes for startling her with his unexpected request. He suggests that the conversation might be lengthy and proposes they sit down properly to discuss it in detail. Feeling a mix of anxiety and curiosity, Rionel realizes that Howard intends to delve deeply into the matter. She decides to hear him out and then discuss it with others later. Miel escorts her to a more comfortable sitting area, where the discussion between Rionel and Howard begins in earnest. Howard starts by explaining that when he first learned of her impending role as the Empress of the Kingdom, he had his reservations. He doubted whether someone who wasn't human could effectively govern the kingdom and integrate well into society. However, he admits that she has exceeded his expectations significantly, managing her responsibilities and adapting far better than he ever anticipated. Howard continues by explaining that although his initial concerns about Rionel's ability to rule the kingdom have been alleviated, many people in the empire remain apprehensive about her marriage to the emperor. He acknowledges that changing their mindset is a daunting task. Feigning concern, Howard points out that the ongoing conflict with this faction of society could hinder their ability to effectively care for the populace. Hence, to address these issues, Howard expresses his desire to adopt Rionel. By doing so, she would no longer have to be embroiled in such disputes. His reasoning is that being adopted into a noble house like his would provide her with a strong support system. This, in turn, would reassure the people and mitigate their worries about her non-human status. Thus, she would be better positioned to focus on her responsibilities without the constant burden of societal prejudices. Rionel listens carefully to Howard's points and acknowledges that his reasoning is valid. However, she can't shake the uneasy feeling that his sudden support is troubling her deeply. While affirming his logic, she asks Howard if there is more to his proposal than he is letting on. She questions whether there might be an ulterior motive behind his offer to adopt her, expressing her suspicion that the arrangement appears to benefit only her. Rionel voices her doubts, indicating that she is wary of things not being as straightforward as they seem. To Rionel's surprise, Howard candidly admits that there is indeed some benefit for him in this arrangement. He acknowledges that by making Rionel his foster daughter, he would become in-laws with the imperial family, thereby gaining more influence over the kingdom he loves. Seeing her utterly flabbergasted by his admission, Howard quickly reassures her. He tells her that there is no need to be on guard, as the Emperor supports her and he has no intention of opposing His Majesty or causing her any harm. Rionel considers the proposal objectively and realizes that accepting it might not be a bad idea. If Howard adopts her, it would likely protect her from assassination attempts and entanglement in secret traps. Baby girl, the person in front of you himself is the mastermind behind those attacks. Anyways, she thinks that she would gain the support of the entire noble party, and she could keep a close watch on Duke Howard to prevent any potential deceit. Despite the logical benefits, Rionel can't shake the uneasy feeling her intuition gives her about the agreement. No matter how she analyzes the situation, something about it just doesn't sit right with her. This is a warning from her crow instinct. This deal may appear harmless from a human perspective, but to Rionel, who has the instincts of an animal, Howard still seems to be hiding something. She knows that the predatory gleam in someone's eyes can't be concealed by mere pretense. However, the most significant barrier to accepting the agreement is the thought of having to call Howard Dad after the adoption. The mere idea of it makes her feel utterly repulsed, to the point where it makes her want to die. She knows that the blonde emperor is her only daddy. Anyways, Rionel recognizes the necessity for additional time to consider the proposition, and accordingly requests more time from Howard. Howard consents, assuring her that she can take as much time as she needs. Following the conclusion of her conversation with Howard, Rionel promptly turns to Fansha and Wilhelm to relay the entire situation. Wilhelm finds it quite entertaining that Duke Howard, who had previously shown significant disapproval of Rionel, is now the same person proposing to adopt her as his daughter. Fansha thinks it would have been more appropriate for Duke Howard to have discussed the matter privately with Rionel. However, because he made the request in front of numerous nobles, Rionel might face significant challenges until she makes a decision. Initially, Rionel doesn't fully grasp Fansha's concern, but the events of the following days make it evident. Countless nobles begin visiting the imperial palace, each vying for the chance to become Rionel's foster father. These power-hungry nobles are all eager to establish a connection with the imperial family, leading to fierce competition among them. Ebel finds it difficult to comprehend how those who had previously looked down on Rionel simply because she is a crow have suddenly changed their attitude after learning about the possibility of aligning with the imperial family. The drastic shift in their behavior, driven by the opportunity for power and influence, leaves Ebel both astonished and disheartened. Ebel advises Rionel to disregard the nobles, insisting that she doesn't need to pay them any attention. However, despite her efforts to ignore them, the nobles remain persistent in their desperate quest for power. Their actions become increasingly exaggerated. At one point, the king of a neighboring country even sends an abundance of gifts along with a letter requesting Rionel to become his daughter. It turned out that Duke Howard was actively stirring up the situation, providing incentives to the nobles to approach Rionel and propose to make her their daughter. When she confronted Howard about this, he put on a cute face and remarked that it was better for her to have more candidates. Ultimately, Rionel realized she couldn't resolve the chaos on her own and decided to seek help from those around her. Rionel gathers everyone together to seek their counsel. Observing the overwhelming crowd outside the palace, Galinos remarks that if Howard's intention was to create chaos, he has certainly succeeded, and the turmoil will persist until Rionel selects someone. Expressing concern, he mentions he has a foreboding feeling about her choosing Howard and suggests she consider choosing someone from their own circle to resolve the matter definitively. Rionelle becomes perplexed, questioning whom she should choose even if she were to follow Galino's advice. The dramatic knight emphasizes that the ideal candidates are right in front of her, gesturing towards Wilhelm and Foncha. Foncha and Wilhelm are not enthusiastic about the idea. Wilhelm immediately asks to be withdrawn from the list of candidates, explaining that his only desire is to assist the Empire, and that he has no thirst for power. Foncha expresses similar sentiments, asking not to be considered as a candidate either. Rionelle understands their perspective and reassures them that it's all right. However, deep down, she feels a sense of relief at their withdrawal. She knows that although they would make much better guardians than the other nobles, they would also likely impose even more rigorous study requirements on her if she became their daughter. As the discussion about potential candidates for Rionelle's foster father began, everyone was caught off guard when Miel stepped forward with an unexpected proposal. Despite being younger and lacking experience in politics, Miel confidently volunteered himself for the role, suggesting that his proficiency with his powerful elementals would enable him to protect Rionelle effectively. Ebel acknowledges that while Miel's intentions are noble, he is simply too young to assume the responsibility of being Rionelle's foster parent. Supporting Ebel's perspective, Galino steps forward, placing a reassuring hand on Miel's shoulder. He advises Miel to focus on his own future, suggesting that Miel might not yet fully grasp the gravity of the decision. However, Miel quickly counters, explaining that he has thoroughly considered his future. With enthusiasm, he shares his vision of being called grandfather by the children of Rionelle and Ebel. Intrigued by this newfound possibility, Galino reconsiders his stance. Seeing the potential joy in being a grandfather, he too decides to put his name forward as a candidate. Embracing the idea, Galino turns to Rionelle and asks her to call him father. Rionelle, however, responds with a blank, deadpan stare. Rionelle, who knew Miel and Galino as charismatic figures from their adventures in the original game, finds herself baffled by their current behavior. She struggles to reconcile their once heroic personas with their current desire for happiness in seemingly mundane roles like being called grandfather. Witnessing Miel and Galino argue over who would make a better father figure for her, Rionelle reaches her limit. Frustrated by their self-centered bickering, Rionelle bluntly tells both Miel and Galino to leave. After observing how things unfolded for Miel and Galino, Adriana feels a sense of relief that she had kept her desire to be a candidate to herself. Meanwhile, Ebel, reflecting on the situation, expresses regret to Rionelle. He admits that had he foreseen the turmoil that ensued, he would have prioritized giving her a stable family environment from the outset of their engagement. The usually romantic Ebel then tenderly takes Rionelle's hand, pulling her close in a comforting embrace from behind. He consoles her, acknowledging the harsh realities of political relationships and expressing his heartfelt concern for her well-being throughout the ordeal. Realizing the depth of Ebel's advice, Rionelle acknowledges that he speaks from a place of personal pain and understanding, especially regarding family betrayals. Ebel, having endured such experiences, wishes to spare Rionelle from similar anguish. Convinced by his perspective, she resolves to act with greater caution. As they deliberate, a guard enters to inform them that Duke Howard requests a meeting with Rionelle. Though Ebel offers to handle the situation himself, Rionelle asserts that this is a matter she must confront on her own. Before departing to meet Duke Howard, Rionelle requests everyone to attend to a specific favor in her absence. She then selects Miel and Galino to accompany her as her guards. As they reach the meeting place and encounter Howard, Rionelle directly inquires about the purpose of his visit, adding that she has not yet reached a decision regarding the matter at hand. Howard responds, claiming he is not there to pressure her into making a decision, but merely to offer some advice. Despite his words, Rionelle is convinced that Howard's true intention is to push her toward a resolution. She expresses to him that she feels quite overwhelmed, as the situation has become far more complicated than she initially expected. Howard apologizes for putting her in such a difficult position, but explains that he allowed the situation to escalate deliberately to demonstrate his own competence and capabilities clearly. His goal was to demonstrate the considerable influence he wielded over the Empire. He asserts that if Rionelle saw how he could transform the attitudes of those who were initially unwelcoming towards her into ones of friendliness, merely through his words, it would increase the likelihood of her choosing him. Hence, eventually Rionelle understands his true motives behind creating such a commotion and concedes that he indeed possesses a substantial sway over people's behaviors. However, Rionelle poses a challenging question to him. She inquires what his reaction would be if she ultimately selected one of the other candidates. He responds with a smile, stating that it wouldn't change his plans. If she chose someone else, he would simply enlist the help of others to persuade her chosen candidate to withdraw. He would repeat this process tirelessly until he was the one she chose. Rionel is taken aback, realizing that regardless of whom she selects, he is determined to go to any lengths to eliminate his rivals. Seeing Rionel become intimidated, Galinos and Meal step forward defensively, warning Howard that they will not stand by if he threatens her. Howard, feeling attacked, quickly gets defensive and tells them not to overreact, insisting he was merely trying to persuade her to choose him. Nervously, the Duke accuses them of resorting to force whenever they encounter something they dislike, comparing their behavior to that of Llewellyn. Understanding the gravity of the escalating situation, Rionel instructs Galinos and Meal to retreat. Then, in a surprising turn of events, she boldly rejects Howard's proposition, firmly stating that she will not become his foster daughter regardless of his actions. At that moment, Ebel arrives hurriedly, declaring that he has successfully completed the task she assigned to them and has persuaded the individual she requested. It turns out that before departing to confront Howard, the favor Rionel asked her allies to do was to convince a certain someone to become her foster parent. And to our surprise, we get to see that that certain someone is none other than the chief imperial magician, Mirrodin. However, Howard's scheming does not end there. He accuses Rionel of being narrow-minded, warning her that by choosing only allies from her side, she risks creating more enemies and intensifying the power struggle between the factions. Rionel observes Howard's political maneuvering, especially once he catches sight of Mirrodin. She realizes that Howard is well prepared with a plan, regardless of whom she chooses. But then, Rionel plays her ultimate trump card, leaving Howard completely stunned. She reveals that although she introduced Mirrodin to him, she never actually mentioned making Mirrodin her foster parent. Howard is visibly shaken as he learns about the far more suitable candidate that Rionel has in mind. It turns out that the person she truly asked others to convince was the only crow human in the Empire other than Rionel, that is Hemphill. Hemphill transforms into her human form and steps forward. After Camute urged her to stay safe, Rionel decided against choosing anyone from among the nobles. She understands that, regardless of how friendly they might seem, they cannot disregard their noble heritage and allegiances. Fully aware that many will attempt to exploit her, Rionel also realizes that choosing a commoner is not an option, as they would struggle to withstand the jealousy and hostility from the nobility. This leaves her with one clear choice: Hemphill, a fellow crow human. Hemphill can adopt her under the pretense of being the same species, shielding her from all threats, making her the ideal candidate. Rionel tells Howard that there is nothing more he can do, urging him to give up. Howard trembles, struggling to comprehend that Rionel is forsaking the chance to fully integrate into human society, instead choosing to be forever labeled as a bird of death. Rionel then cautions him against calling her a bird of death in front of the Emperor. She reminds him that she is an ally of the Royal Imperial Wolf and, even if it displeases him, she takes pride in being a crow. After that, the meeting with Howard ends and he leaves the palace. Rionel expresses her regret to Granny Hemphill, seeking forgiveness. Hemphill, puzzled by the apology, inquires about the reason behind it. Rionel explains that she feels both ashamed and sorry for dragging Hemphill into her personal issues, especially since Hemphill was already preoccupied. Hemphill comforts Rionel, assuring her that everything is all right. She explains that due to her advanced age, she frequently falls ill and spends most of her days confined to bed. Hemphill goes on to say that Mirrodin succeeded in bringing out the glowing berry in her by experimenting with Rionel's feathers. She emphasizes that her ability to assist Rionel was made possible because Rionel had first extended help to her. Additionally, Hemphill shares that she has longed for a grandchild for a very long time, so Rionel should not feel guilty. Ebel quickly interjects, asking if he may call Hemphill grandmother-in-law. Laughing, Hemphill suggests that Ebel just call her Hemphill, as she is not accustomed to such terms. Rionel finally breathes a sigh of relief. She realizes that she wouldn't have felt this comfortable if she had joined Duke Howard's family, as it would have meant living in constant anxiety. She understands that this is the kind of life she prefers, valuing her peace of mind over any political advantage Howard might offer. Our protagonist is confident that, regardless of the circumstances, she won't regret the decision she has made. Back at his mansion, Howard feels the sting of defeat. Reflecting on his situation, he acknowledges that Rionel outmaneuvered him and it's his own fault for not foreseeing that she would choose one of her own kind. He had genuinely hoped to resolve matters peacefully and had planned to appear very amiable. However, his strategy included dark contingencies. He had intended to threaten the crow with assassination or compel the nobles to pressure her into becoming his foster daughter. We get to know that his plan also involved assassinating the Empire, framing the Bird of Death for this murder, and portraying himself as an innocent victim to sway public opinion. He feels deceived and exploited by Reinel. Did he just victimize himself, Duke Howard? Anyways, despite this, he accepts that his failure to anticipate her moves is his own fault. Determined to atone for his mistakes, Howard resolves to relinquish all his wealth to the Empire, and personally ensure that he takes his vengeance against Reinel. After conquering the imperial family, he intended to place his own pawn on the throne and dedicate the remainder of his life to advising them. Now, seeing how things have unfolded, he feels compelled to take a risk that may harm the Empire slightly and resort to his final plan. Let's see what is the final plan of this Eisen wannabe. After that day, the once noisy Empire fell silent, as if nothing had occurred. Duke Howard appeared to be planning cautiously and suspiciously. The nobles of the noble party quietly dispersed to different parts of the Empire, with no signs of stirring up trouble, so birds were sent to keep an eye on them. The security at Duke Howard's manor was stringent, posing challenges in monitoring him closely. From Reinel's perspective, it seemed like they were being observed from a distance. Having provided Namuel with her feathers, Reinel facilitated the exchange of letters between Arya and Namuel. Initially uncomfortable, Namuel eventually acquiesced. The task of delivering letters became enjoyable for Reinel as it allowed her to assist others. Now, she heads towards delivering a letter to Arya, planning to give her some dating advice also while munching on some snacks. Suddenly, Reinel is attacked by another crow, who is visibly angry at her for encroaching on his territory. Despite having flown through this area numerous times before, this is the first time she has encountered this particular crow. To her surprise, the crow attacks her immediately upon seeing her, leaving her puzzled and wondering if she had unknowingly done something wrong. In a bid to defuse the situation, Reinel apologizes to the crow, assuring him that she will never return to his territory. However, the moment the crow realizes that Reinel is female, his demeanor changes entirely. His gaze softens, filled with romantic interest, and he allows her to leave unharmed. It seems he might have developed a sudden crush on her. Eventually, Reinel arrives at Adriana's mansion, disheveled and distressed from her recent encounter. Upon seeing her, Adriana immediately notices her disarray. Reinel transforms into her human form and recounts her ordeal, explaining that she had been pursued by an aggressive crow who claimed she had trespassed on its territory. Adriana is taken aback by this revelation, knowing that crows are typically not very territorial, and usually form groups only when necessary. Puzzled, Adriana asks Reinel why her elemental companion did not intervene to drive the crow away. Reinel explains that because elementals are attuned to nature and cannot perceive malice in wild animals, her elemental was unable to recognize the threat. Consequently, the elemental became despondent, feeling guilty for not being able to protect her. Observing the elemental's sorrow, Adriana reassures it, clarifying that she was not placing any blame and comforting it with the assurance that things will improve next time. Mui finally feels better and shares a joyful moment with Adriana and Reinel. Reinel expresses her relief at not having to deliver letters anymore. She then inquires when Adriana plans to respond to Namuel's letter. Adriana thinks for a moment and says she will reply in 2 days. She realizes she must carefully choose her words to avoid triggering Namuel's curse again, so she needs some time to draft her response. Reinel understands and agrees to come back the day after tomorrow to collect the letter. With that, Reinel transforms back into her crow form and swiftly flies out of the window. As Reinel glides through the air, a mix of sorrow and hope fills her thoughts. She worries if Adriana and Namuel will only find happiness once the curse is lifted, longing for them to have their happy ever after soon. Tired of the constant burden of politics, curses, and other headache-inducing matters, she dreams of a day when she can focus on light-hearted things, like love. Suddenly, she notices the same crow from earlier. Unlike their previous encounter, the crow doesn't attempt to attack her. Instead, he asks her to stop in their crow language, Aka Crowlish, telling that he has something to say. Intrigued and somewhat assured this time, thanks to Mui being on high alert, she wonders what message the crow has to deliver now. The crow reassures Reinel that there is no need for her to be cautious around him. He explains that his previous aggression was due to a misunderstanding, as he initially thought she was a male crow. The crow then shares his story, revealing that he recently moved from another region at the request of an elderly crow who asked him to assist a human friend. It looks like it was Hempful who asked him for help from Miadin. Upon arriving, he found the house already crowded with other crows and felt uncomfortable staying there. Thus, he chose to live elsewhere and only visit when his help was required. However, adjusting to his new environment proved challenging. Human fear of crows made it difficult for him to find food, and the local crows were unfriendly due to their own struggles. In one particularly harsh encounter, he fought off 17 crows as well as humans. This constant conflict led to his mistaken attack on Rionel, thinking she was another threat. He explains that he sought her out specifically to apologize for his mistake. Rionel recalls that Maiden had invited numerous crows to study the effects of the Croban rock on them, comparing those that consumed it with those that didn't. She starts to suspect that this crow might be one of those participants, potentially aiding in lifting Namuel's curse. With this realization, she accepts his apology. As she contemplates the crow's story, it dawns on her that this crow, like her, is struggling after coming from far away. Determined to help, she decides to consult Granny Hemphill and Maiden to find a way to assist him. The crow's account of the hardships faced by crows in the Empire due to their negative reputation also strikes a chord with her. Moved by their plight, she resolves to work even harder to improve the public's perception of crows and ease their lives in the Empire. Rionel decides to consult with Ebel about the situation and prepares to leave after bidding farewell to the crow. As she is about to take flight, the crow calls out, making her pause. The crow gazes at her silently for a moment before suddenly hovering directly above her. He compliments her, remarking on her extraordinary beauty as a female crow, and boldly proposes that she become his mate. This direct approach stirs Rionel's natural crow instincts, and she finds herself irresistibly drawn to the crow, recognizing him as her ideal partner. Although Rionel's crow instincts have led her into troublesome situations before, she has never been as astonished as she is at this moment. She finds herself watching in disbelief as her crow instincts become infatuated with the male crow. This crow captivates her with his impressive muscles, glossy feathers, protective demeanor, and most strikingly, his handsome face. Her crow instinct is resolute in its desire to ask the male crow out. Despite the strong instincts, Rionel tries to resist because she knows she already has a partner, Ebel. However, her crow instincts prove too powerful to control, and just as her crow instinct is on the verge of making her confess the feelings to the male crow, Mui intervenes. With perfect timing, Mui unleashes a powerful gust of wind, disrupting the moment and preventing Rionel from acting on her instincts. Using the distraction created by Mui, Rionel regains control over her senses and quickly flees the scene. She lands on the ground and transforms back into her human form, feeling relieved that she managed to escape in time. She realizes that something terrible could have happened if Mui hadn't intervened. Rionel then goes to Hemphill and recounts the entire story, which Hemphill finds quite entertaining. Rionel explains how startled she was in that moment. Hemphill, with a teasing tone, suggests that Rionel should have enjoyed the attention while it lasted, noting that it's nice to be popular. Blushing furiously, Rionel clarifies to Hemphill that she would never act on such impulses because Ebel is the only one for her. Hemphill understands Rionel's feelings and begins to share her own experiences with similar situations caused by her popularity. She recounts how many crows fought over her when she was young, and how things escalated further after she consumed the Croban rock berry. Rionel is fascinated to learn that Hemphill became even more sought after following her consumption of the glowing berry. Hemphill confirms this, explaining that her allure was so intense that even birds of other species joined the fray. The situation only calmed down after she met Maiden, who cast a protection spell on her. Intrigued by Hemphill's story, Rionel assumes that Hemphill must have been extraordinarily attractive in her youth, given the amount of attention she received as compared to her. However, the old crow lady clarifies that this isn't the case. She explains that the reason Rionel doesn't attract as many males is because of the scent of the golden wolf that has rubbed off on her from spending so much time with Ebel. This scent intimidates other birds, preventing them from approaching her suddenly. Hemphill assures Rionel that, in reality, there are many crows who secretly yearn for her. To prove her point, Hemphill directs Rionel's attention to the window, where several crows are perched, drooling with a desperate desire to rub their feathers against hers and nuzzle her, even if only once. This observation leads Hemphill to conclude that the male crow who approached Rionel earlier must possess exceptional bravery. Internally, Rionel hopes that this boldness doesn't persist in future encounters. Hemphill further emphasizes that the effect Rionel experiences doesn't necessarily have to be related to romantic interest. It could be that after consuming the Croban rock berry, other birds are more inclined to act favorably towards her. This might manifest as being more communicative with different species or more willing to do favors for her. Rionel ponders if this could explain why those thug-like birds assisted her in the past. It dawns on her that hearing such things makes her realize there may be latent powers within her that have yet to manifest. She feels a growing conviction that if these powers awaken, she will be able to help Ebel even more effectively. On her way back to the Imperial Palace, Rionel contemplates the uncertainty surrounding her potential powers. She decides to temper her expectations, fearing the disappointment that might come if her powers don't manifest. She compares this potential letdown to the disappointment of opening a box of cookies only to find it filled with needles and threads. More pressing on her mind, however, is the need to deal with the persistent punks she keeps running into. As if on cue, she encounters the male crow once again. This time, he approaches her calmly and admits that he feels the way he courted her earlier was not appropriate. He acknowledges that she must have been startled by his sudden proposal to become his mating partner, especially since he offered her nothing in return. Driven by a desire to make amends for his mistakes, he reveals that he searched for her throughout the noisy city. However, his efforts were met with constant stares from others, who called him omniscient due to his reputation as the bird of death. The crow feels fortunate to have encountered Rionel again and suggests that perhaps fate keeps bringing them together as if they are destined to be with each other. His words make Rionel's heart pound, but she knows it's her crow instincts reacting, not her true feelings. She takes a moment to calm herself, reminding her instincts that her heart already belongs to someone else and should beat only for him. She communicates this to the persistent crow, urging him to seek out another mate. However, the crow doesn't believe her and remarks that her response sounds like a typical rejection. He pleads for another chance, expressing his guilt for proposing to her empty-handed the first time. To make amends, he presents her with fresh worms, hoping this gesture will change her mind. Yes, my boy, you did change her mind and now she will run away faster than a fighter jet. As I told you, Rionel gets disgusted by the sight of the worms and runs away immediately. She reaches the palace, all exhausted and spent, and meets Ebel there. When the lover boy asks her why she is panting, Rionel explains that a handsome male crow asked her to be his mating partner, so she turned him down and ran away. Hearing Rionel calling that crow handsome, Ebel gets extremely jealous, the emotion quite evident on his face. Ebel, maintaining a composed demeanor in front of Rionel, returns to the palace. Late into the night, well past midnight, the Emperor calls for an urgent meeting, summoning everyone with immediate effect. The call is so sudden that many, including Adriana who resides in her mansion away from the palace, abandon their sleep and rush to Ebel's office within the palace. As the officials gather in Ebel's office, looking weary and anxious, Ebel enters and promptly instructs everyone to take a seat. He addresses the room with a grave tone, explaining that the matter at hand is of such gravity that he had no alternative but to seek their immediate assistance. Galinos, trying to make sense of the urgency, inquires if perhaps something catastrophic from the dark world had finally manifested. Ebel responds, indicating that the situation is even more dire than that. With a palpable tension in the air, Ebel finally discloses the reason for the emergency summons. The revelation is shocking and unprecedented, leaving everyone in the room astounded, as it was something they had not anticipated in the slightest. Ebel discloses that a crow has begun to court Rionel, and they must urgently devise a strategy to address this grave situation. The group, upon hearing this, turns to look at Ebel with expressions that clearly convey their bewilderment and disbelief, their faces literally screaming, "What the heck, dude?" To them, the issue seems utterly trivial, and they begin to leave, heading back to their rooms to resume sleeping. Adriana, in particular, is left wondering how she will manage to return to her palace at such a late hour. The Emperor tries to halt their departure, pleading with them to take the issue more seriously. Nadia attempts to reassure him, stating that if that's the situation, there's no need to worry because Rionel would never look at anyone other than him. Ebel explains that although he understands their perspective and trusts Rionel's loyalty, the suitor in question is a crow, one of her own kind. Furthermore, Rionel had even called the crow handsome. In a comical twist, Ebel laments that compared to the crow, he is merely a wolf without any wings or feathers. A mere crow made the emperor of the kingdom insecure. Hahaha. Ebel is deeply concerned, fearing that all the pain he has caused Rionel might drive her to choose someone who can offer her a more peaceful life. Galinos confidently asserts that Rionel would never leave the most perfect emperor, one destined to be remembered in history as a good and wise ruler. However, recognizing the emperor's distress, Galinos suggests that, as a loyal vassal, he must take some action. Ebel, understanding Galinos' tendencies all too well, quickly warns him against using this situation as an excuse to eradicate every male crow in the empire under the guise of eliminating potential threats. Ebel sternly admonishes Galinos, insisting that no harm should come to any crows, as they are also subjects of the empire. He emphasizes that such actions would deeply hurt Rionel, who is a crow herself. Neil steps forward with an alternative suggestion, proposing that Ebel spend more time with Rionel to nurture their love. Internally, Neil doubts whether he truly understands what the Emperor desires, realizing that pleasing the Emperor requires a different approach. Finally, Adriana offers her opinion, taunting the others for their lack of understanding about Rionel. She advises the Emperor to leverage his own strengths rather than trying something new. Adriana points to Ebel's face, declaring that his beauty is his greatest asset. She suggests that Ebel should use his good looks to win Rionel over. The next day, Rionel is seen struggling internally due to the actions of the male crow. The previous night, the crow had left a large piece of meat for her to feast on, leaving Rionel confused about how he discovered where she lives. She speculates that he might have enlisted the help of other birds. The level of sincerity and effort displayed by the crow is unsettling for her. Moreover, the meat's irresistible appeal to her crow instincts is exacerbating the situation, making her instincts battle with her humanity. Rionel is worried that she might lose her human side and be left only with her crow instincts if this continues. She realizes the urgency of making the crow give up his pursuit as soon as possible. Rionel returns to her room from the balcony, where Nadia informs her that Ebel is outside and eager to see her. With a sigh, Rionel instructs Nadia to invite Ebel in. What follows is an astonishing sight. Ebel enters, decked out in extravagant clothing and adorned with an abundance of jewelry. Boy is totally dripping out in jewelry. He has gone to great lengths to abide by the two people with whom Rionel most often shares her genuine feelings. Adriana had advised Ebel to wear a lot of jewelry, knowing that Rionel has a fondness for it. Taking this advice to heart, Ebel adorned himself with as many lavish accessories as he could find, hoping to win Rionel's admiration. However, his plan goes awry. When Rionel sees Ebel so extravagantly dressed, she assumes he must be attending a special event. This misunderstanding leads her to panic, frantically asking Nadia if she has a suitable dress she can wear for the occasion. Ebel finally manages to calm Rionel down, assuring her that there is no special event today. He explains that his elaborate attire is not for any party or event, but simply because he wanted to look good for her. Noticing her anxiety, he realizes how busy she has been, to the point of being unnerved just by his change in appearance. Determined to help her relax, he resolves to do whatever it takes to ease her stress. Rionel, in turn, acknowledges that her recent busyness has prevented her from paying proper attention to Ebel. She realizes she hasn't appreciated his stunning beauty, which far surpasses the splendor of his jewelry. As she gazes at his radiant face, both her human and crow instincts overwhelm her. Without even realizing it, she transforms into her crow form and begins to nuzzle against Ebel, rubbing herself affectionately against his hair and cheeks. Rionel's affectionate gestures are so intense that she ends up making a complete mess of Ebel from head to toe. Despite this, Ebel is solely focused on the fact that his actions have brought happiness to Rionel. As he looks at her, he contemplates whether he should set aside formalities for the day and simply spend some quality time with her. As Ebel and Rionel share a tender romantic moment, the male crow observes them from outside. Then he moves to the window and interrupts them by the persistent tapping at the window. Rionel, noticing the crow, resolves to deal with it once and for all. However, Ebel intervenes and questions Rionel if this is the same handsome crow she had previously mentioned. Sensing Ebel's concern, Rionel realizes that her comments about the crow's looks might have stressed him, which is true indeed. She also understands that Ebel's sudden effort to dress up is a result of feeling threatened by the crow. Ebel then addresses the crow directly, declaring that although the crow might have good taste, Rionel is his alone and the crow should give up any hopes. The crow, recognizing Ebel's human form with the ability to transform into a wolf, boldly retorts that he is not one to back down from a wild beast. He tosses a feather and challenges Ebel to a duel. Rionel, bewildered by the crow's audacity, advises Ebel to ignore the provocations and not engage with the scumbag crow. Ebel decides to accept the crow's challenge, leaving Rionel stunned by his seriousness. She is puzzled as to why Ebel, the Emperor, would be so concerned about a crow. What confuses her even more is that Ebel seems to understand what the crow is saying. While Rionel doesn't mind seeing someone as perfect as Ebel burning with jealousy over her, she knows that in the game, the official enemy of the blonde emperor was a black-haired Grand Duke, not a crow. Although the crow also has dark feathers, it still doesn't make sense to her why Ebel is taking this so seriously. She is aware that this situation is not unfolding as it should. Rionel transforms back into her human form and leaps between Ebel and the crow, determined to halt their duel. She firmly tells the male crow that she is already engaged to Ebel, making their duel pointless. She emphasizes that Ebel is her soulmate and nothing will change that, urging the crow to give up. The crow attempts to argue his case, claiming he can provide her with plenty of food and is quite handsome, so she has no reason not to choose him. Reinel acknowledges that he is indeed a splendid crow but explains that she chose Ebel for many reasons. They have endured numerous hardships together, and through their mutual dependence, she discovered that Ebel's heart shines brighter than any treasure. His soul captivates her crow instincts, making him her true partner. The crow lets out a deep, resonant sound of understanding. He realizes that any other predator would have dismissed his challenge with scorn and swiftly defeated him. However, Ebel took his challenge seriously and regarded him as an equal rather than belittling him. This unexpected respect from Ebel earns him a place of honor and admiration in the crow's heart. Respect plus for Ebel. The crow admits to Ebel that the battle is doomed from the start. Ebel, curious, asks if he is surrendering. The crow explains that he retreats out of respect for Ebel. In a dramatic fashion, he remarks that while it's difficult to extinguish the passionate fire within, he has no choice but to step back and watch it burn. Following this, the crow approaches Reinel, questioning her ability to transform into a human and if she has consumed a Croban rock berry like the elder crow. Reinel inquires if he too desires to become human. The crow responds that he is content with his life as a crow. His query about the glowing berry stems from a concern that she might have lost her crow identity after consuming it. Before departing, he advises Ebel to help Reinel keep remembering the feeling of flying, emphasizing that a bird is most beautiful when it soars through the sky. With that, the crow flies off, vanishing into the vast expanse above. After the crow departs, Reinel turns to Ebel, curious about how he was able to understand the crow's cawing. Ebel, with a gentle smile, explains that he has spent so much time with her that he can pick up on the subtleties of the crow's communication, even if he doesn't grasp every single word. He attributes this ability, in part, to the power of love. Taking Reinel's hand, Ebel suggests that she choose specific days each week to embrace her crow form and fly through the sky. He emphasizes that she cannot continue to constantly adjust herself to human life when she was born a crow. It is time for humans to learn to make adjustments for her. Reinel realizes that she has been neglecting her true nature as a crow ever since she entered the human world, due to her past. Embracing this insight, she hugs Ebel, understanding that one day, her human and crow instincts must coexist harmoniously. After that, Reinel spent 2 or 3 days each week fully in her crow form. She interacted with people, managed her affairs, and even boldly attended social gatherings as a crow. Initially, the people who were frightened by her gradually became accustomed to her presence as she continued to participate in high society events. During this period, Reinel realized that her efforts were not in vain. She also discovered that she could assist in various ways by connecting with other crows in the empire. Presently, she understands that it will take more time for other humans to become comfortable with crows, but she feels fulfilled with each step of progress she makes. One day, while patrolling, Reinel encounters a crow and asks if everything is all right. However, the crow indicates that there is indeed some uprising threat in the kingdom. It informs her that strange and scary creatures are approaching from the remote forests. Reinel becomes uneasy, sensing that the creatures in question are no ordinary animals. She shares her concerns with Mirden, who confirms that her intuition is accurate. Mirden reveals that the beings in the forest are actually monsters from the dark world. She further explains that she was about to inform the Emperor about her discovery. Some creatures had been ensnared in the magical barriers she had set up around the empire. The chief imperial magician suggests that this might indicate Vafilos's imminent return, empowered by dark forces. Ebel inquires whether they could seek assistance from the light world, but Mirden dismisses the idea. She explains that while the dark world is akin to a raging wildfire, the light world resembles a devastating tsunami. If these forces were to collide in the middle world, the resulting destruction would be catastrophic, leaving few creatures able to survive. Things became quite tense in the Empire after that. Galenus trained the knights harder. Neil summoned elementals often and strengthened the barrier around the Empire with Mirden. Namuel continued his research and worked on making artifacts for war and scrolls at the same time by communicating with other magicians through countless letters. Camute oversaw all of this and prepared for the storm that would be approaching the Empire. Meanwhile, Reinel struggled to harness the power of the Croban rockberry within her. Her attempts were not yielding much success. In a flashback, we see Hemphill and Mirden aiding Reinel through her efforts. The old crow speculates that Reinel's difficulties may stem from the fact that not much time has passed since she consumed the berry, and thus she hasn't been able to fully tap into its powers. Mirden proposes another potential reason, that is Reinel's nervousness, which hampers her ability to concentrate. Rionel acknowledges her anxiety, stating that it is natural given the uncertainty of when the forces of the dark world might descend upon them. She expresses her determination to improve so that she can be of greater assistance. Hempel tries to comfort her, pointing out that she is already contributing significantly by gathering valuable information through the birds. However, Rionel insists that this is insufficient. Her anxiety is compounded by the fear of losing Ebel if things were to go awry. She believes that she won't find peace of mind until she can fully unleash the berry's formidable power. Hempel sighs and approaches Rionel. Leaning in, she gently flicks Rionel's forehead, advising her not to be so singularly focused on obtaining power. Hempel emphasizes that it is unrealistic to expect to unleash immense power overnight. She advises Rionel to stop obsessing over the potential power she might or might not acquire, and instead concentrate on her inherent strengths as a crow. Rionel realizes that Hempel is indeed right. Although she might not possess extraordinary powers, she has always managed to contribute in meaningful ways up to this point. So, there is no reason for her to be anxious now. With this newfound perspective, Rionel stands up and prepares to leave. She tells Mirden and Hempel that she is not giving up. She simply remembered something important that she needs to address. Promising to return the next day, she exits Mirden's place in such a hurry that she slams the door close behind her. Hempel observes Rionel's boundless energy, reflecting on how her own advanced age prevents her from being as active. She tells Mirden that if Rionel continues to put her best effort into everything she does, she will undoubtedly achieve whatever she sets her mind to. The scene shifts to Rionel, who is soaring high in the sky. The urgent matter she needs to attend to involves a piece of information from the original game that she has not yet utilized. Determined to make use of it now, she swiftly flies to Adriana's mansion. Adriana, taken aback by Rionel's sudden appearance, asks if something has happened. Rionel explains that she needs Adriana's help to form more alliances. As a fellow player of the original game, Rionel explains to Adriana that she is referring to the 5th hidden route in the game, which can only be accessed after raising the friendship levels of the 4 main routes to a certain extent. Adriana quickly recalls what Rionel is talking about. Adriana understands that Rionel is referring to a specific character from the game. Although she doesn't recall his name clearly, she remembers that he was a formidable assassin. Rionel adds that this character possesses many other talents that would be valuable in the fight against the Dark World. Adriana speculates that the challenge lies in raising the friendship levels with the other main routes. However, Rionel confidently asserts that she has already met the necessary conditions to encounter this hidden character, as she has cultivated strong bonds through loyalty and camaraderie rather than romantic love. All route characters already consider her a friend. The main issue now is that she cannot remember the exact location to meet this hidden character. Rionel is seeking Adriana's help to figure this out, as Adriana remembers the storyline better than she does. However, in a shocking turn of events, Adriana declines to help Rionel, telling her that this is something she must do on her own. Rionel grows concerned by Adriana's response. Adriana then explains that she never raised the friendship levels of any characters other than Namuel, so she has never encountered or heard of the hidden character. Unsurprised yet disheartened, Rionel feels her hopes of getting help from Adriana vanish. She considers finding another method to uncover the character's location. Adriana suggests that Rionel try to recall the information from her memory, since she played all the routes. Rionel replies that she has already attempted this, but it was unsuccessful. It's been a long time since she played the game, and in the interim, she has engaged with countless other games, movies, webtoons, and novels, causing her to forget the specifics. Adriana proposes another solution and pulls out a hypnotizing coin from her pocket, suggesting that Rionel might use it to jog her memory. However, Rionel finds the idea unconvincing and dismisses it. Ariana explores a variety of techniques to help Rionel regain her memories, ranging from memory-enhancing sense to art therapy. However, none of these methods prove effective. Frustrated, Rionel accuses Ariana of merely recycling a psychological evaluation she found online. Ariana scolds Rionel, urging her not to be so dismissive. Undeterred, Ariana moves on to more unconventional methods, attempting to use blood types and astrological signs to jog Rionel's memory. Rionel, growing more skeptical, warns that Ariana is venturing from pseudoscience into the realm of the occult. In response, Ariana slams the table in exasperation, accusing Rionel of being overly realistic. She reminds Rionel that they inhabit a fantasy world brimming with magic and magical creatures, where even pseudoscience or the occult might ultimately prove effective. I bet won't be baffled if Rionel transforms into a vampire, and we get to know that this is actually a sequel of Resident Evil. Anyways, Rionel finds herself in agreement with the sensible advice given by Adriana. She proposes that if they are dealing with a magical world, seeking the assistance of a magician would be prudent. Adriana, realizing the oversight in not considering this earlier, wonders aloud why they hadn't thought of it sooner. Encouraged by Adriana's suggestion, Rionel stands up with a decision to seek help from Mioden. However, Adriana interrupts her, suggesting they approach Namuel instead, emphasizing that he too possesses magical abilities. Adriana's eagerness to meet Namuel is evident in her request. Rionel consents to this change of plan. Together, they make their way to Namuel's residence. Upon arrival, Rionel initiates a conversation with Namuel regarding crafting a spell to help her recover her lost memories. Meanwhile, Adriana remains at a distance, observing quietly, a result of Namuel's curse which prevents close contact. Namuel responds to Rionel's request by explaining that spells designed for memory recall have been outlawed due to their severe side effects. He elaborates on the intricate nature of the human mind, explaining that it is impossible to target and retrieve a specific memory using magic. Attempting such a feat would lead to the unintended consequence of dredging up numerous unwanted memories simultaneously, causing significant distress. Furthermore, this spell was notoriously overused by highly scholarly magicians in the past, resulting in severe mental deterioration and insanity, which ultimately led to its prohibition by Mioden. Despite this, Adriana argues that moderate use of the spell should be safe and urges Namuel to assist Rionel. In response, Namuel acknowledges that while he cannot employ the spell in question, he has created a medication that can help manage the impulse surges caused by his curse. Some of the medicines have effects similar to the memory recollection spell, so they might still achieve the desired result. However, Namuel cautions Rionel that these medicines come with side effects akin to those of the spell, and she should prepare herself accordingly. Rionel is taken aback, finding it surprising that Namuel is more willing to help her than she anticipated. Despite the spell being forbidden, Namuel explains that his curse has dulled his sense of morality. While aiding her is part of his motivation, he is also driven by curiosity about the medicine's effects. He requests that Rionel write a detailed 100-page report on parchment about her experience after taking the medicine. Noticing Rionel's despondence, Namuel reassures her by saying that he still retains a significant sense of morality. To alleviate her concerns, he offers to provide an antidote that will mitigate the side effects of the medicine immediately. When Rionel inquires if she must also write a report on the antidote, Namuel confirms this but, feeling somewhat generous, reduces the requirement to 50 pages for the antidote. This leaves Rionel even more disheartened, now faced with a total of 150 pages to write. Observing this interaction, Adriana turns to Namuel and asks if there is anything she can do for him, wanting to repay him for agreeing to give Rionel such valuable medicine. Namuel beams and expresses to her how wonderful it would be if she could continue sending him letters frequently. Adriana's heart swells with joy at his words. With a smile, she reassures him that he is always welcome to make such a request whenever he desires. Meanwhile, Rionel watches them with an emotionless expression, internally questioning when they might take the next step and start a romantic relationship. Later, after securing the medicine, she pulls Adriana away from his residence, advising her to stop troubling the Marquess and to return to her duties. Once they depart, Namuel lets out a deep sigh. He becomes aware that his heart beats intensely every time Lady Adriana crosses his mind. He starts to worry that his curse is worsening. Our Namuel still has a significant journey ahead of him. Back at Adriana's mansion, Rionel carefully unseals the medicine she had received from Namuel. As she opens it, a foul odor fills the room, causing Adriana to feel anxious about whether it is safe for Rionel to consume such a repulsive-smelling concoction. Noticing Adriana's concern, Rionel reassures her that she is not worried about the potential side effects. To Rionel, any temporary discomfort is insignificant compared to the agony of failing to achieve a happy ending with Ebel. With this resolve, she swallows the medicine in one swift motion. Immediately after ingesting it, Rionel's pupils dilate, and she becomes disoriented, losing her grip on reality. Seeing Rionel in distress, Adriana becomes alarmed and rushes to her side. She lifts Rionel and anxiously inquires about her condition. Overcome with emotion, Rionel starts to sob uncontrollably, pleading with Adriana to provide her with the antidote. After taking the antidote and regaining her senses, Rionel is overwhelmed with distress. The first-hand experience made it clear why the spell was forbidden. As she processes the intense ordeal, memories from her past life flood back to her, including the most embarrassing moments. She recalls the time she accidentally called her professor mom during a college presentation, an incident that led to her being teased for an entire semester. I also addressed my professor as mommy once. I can tell she didn't like it. Anyways, another memory surfaces of when she sang passionately at work, believing she was alone, only for her boss to pass by and applaud her performance, much to her mortification. She is engulfed in dread as several years' worth of nightmarish memories surge back into her consciousness, particularly because she had only just managed to suppress them. Despite her distress, Adriana tries to offer some comfort by pointing out the silver lining. The medicine had an effect. However, Rionel clarifies that she consumed the antidote too quickly, resulting in only partial recall of her past memories. Nevertheless, she is relieved to have obtained a crucial hint about the hidden character. Although the experience was harrowing, it ultimately proved to be a success. Disguised, the two of them arrive at an inn, determined to find the elusive character they seek. Rionel's memories, which resurfaced after taking the medicine Namuel provided, include a vivid recollection of this exact location. In her mind's eye, she can clearly see the game map and an illustration of the building, affirming that this is the place where they will uncover a clue about meeting the hidden character. Rionel distinctly remembers that in the game, the inn's employee had previously guided her to the hidden character's location when she ordered a specific dish from the menu. However, now she faces a dilemma. She cannot recall which dish she needs to order. The menu is extensive and filled with numerous options, making it nearly impossible to make an educated guess. The pressure mounts as they must figure out the correct dish to proceed on their quest. Adriana quietly advises Rionel to consider taking the potion once more in hopes of recalling what she needs to order. Rionel firmly declines, expressing concern that another dose of the potion would risk her sanity. Furthermore, the resurgence of a troubling memory associated with the potion only adds to her reluctance. This memory involves the frightening encounter with a wild beast that transported her into a fantastical realm, the point where everything started. She tries not to dwell on yet. The sudden recollection of this memory brings forth strong emotions of unease. As she grapples with these emotions, Rionel attempts to focus and recall what actually happened back then. However, before she can gather her thoughts, the waitress arrives and asks for her order. Despite trying hard, she couldn't remember what she was supposed to order no matter how much she looked through the menu. Feeling cornered, she forcefully shuts the menu and decides to order every single item listed, spanning from the first page to the last. When their enormous order arrives, Adriana frets upon seeing the mountain of dishes in front of them, questioning Rionel about the necessity of such a drastic measure. It soon becomes apparent that they cannot possibly consume all the food themselves, prompting them to enlist the waiter's help in distributing dishes to other diners. Initially, Rionel had hoped that ordering every item might lead her to the special menu item she needed to recall. However, faced with the reality of the situation, she realizes it's not as straightforward as she had imagined. Doubts creep in as she considers whether they should devise an alternate plan. Adriana, thoughtful as ever, reassures Rionel that there's no need for that. She points out an intriguing observation. Despite ordering everything on the menu, there remains one dish they haven't served, named Owl's Tears. Adriana beckons the waiter over and places an order for that particular dish. As anticipated, the waiter informs them that it's a highly special item and not available in the main dining area. He invites them to follow him downstairs into what appears to be a dimly lit basement. The atmosphere feels eerie to Adriana, sending a shiver down her spine. Rionel reassures her that everything will be all right. Our MC vaguely remembers that the hidden character they seek is associated with an assassin guild that uses an information business as a cover. Each patron provides valuable information, ensuring their safety as customers. This knowledge makes Rionel feel secure. She trusts that Mui, who is also present, will protect her if anything goes wrong. Rionel's main concern revolves around how she will persuade this character to join their cause. To their surprise, upon arriving at their destination, they find an empty room with only a dining table awaiting them. However, a twist unfolds when the waiter switches on a lamp, casting a revealing shadow that materializes into the Shadow Knight. Both Rionel and Adriana are taken aback by his sudden appearance. The Shadow Knight greets them and inquires about the reason for their visit, questioning whether there is any information that even the future Empress cannot acquire through her own formidable power. Leaning in closer, the knight directly asks Rionel if there is someone she wishes eliminated, confidently asserting that their guild possesses the capability to fulfill any such request. provided it falls within their realm of influence. Adriana takes the initiative, informing the Shadow Knight that they seek to hire someone from the guild and will only disclose their specific request directly to that individual. The Shadow Knight responds with a knowing smirk, suggesting that their familiarity with the guild and their targeted approach indicate this isn't their first visit. He prompts them to reveal the name of the person they wish to meet. Rionel then discloses the identity of the hidden character they seek, known as Quinn's Dagger, a nickname he adopted to honor a benefactor encountered in a region called Quinn. Upon hearing this name, the Shadow Knight's demeanor shifts to confusion. He instructs the waiter to leave the room, implying secrecy in their discussion. He remarks that whoever provided them with information omitted crucial details because had they known, they could have simply approached Emperor Ebel Kamut instead of venturing here. In a moment of revelation, the Shadow Knight discloses that he himself is Quinn's Dagger, working under his savior, Emperor Ebel Kamut's patronage to repay him for saving his life. That's why he thought that the two of them came here after His Majesty told them about him. This revelation leaves Rionel and Adriana completely speechless, their faces petrified as if they are doubting all their life choices up until now. They just find it hard to digest the fact that the hidden character is Ebel's shadow. Initially, Rionel was puzzled by the relevance of the friendship dynamics between the Emperor and his followers to the assassin. However, suddenly everything clicks into place for her. She realizes that her efforts to recruit the hidden character have been misguided because that person was already on their side. This realization leaves her feeling like she has wasted her energy on the wrong target. Adriana steps in to console Rionel, reassuring her that she can now relax a bit more concerning their dealings with the Dark World. Just then, the Shadow Knight gets alert upon overhearing their conversation about the impending war with the Dark World. Adriana takes the opportunity to explain to him the reason for their concern. They fear an invasion from the Dark World into their realm. That's precisely why they have sought to enlist someone as formidable as him to bolster their defenses. To their astonishment, the Shadow Knight informs them that while he had indeed expressed confidence in addressing their concerns within the scope of his guild's capabilities, he is regretfully unable to assist in their battle against the dark forces as he has absolutely no intention or desire to save the Empire. Later that night, Rionel takes a stroll in the garden, reflecting on the events of the meeting with the Shadow Knight. As she walks, a flashback reveals what transpired after the Shadow Knight disclosed his true intentions. In the flashback, Rionel questions him, asking why he refuses to save the Empire when he clearly stated that he is repaying Ebel for saving his life. The Shadow Knight explains that his repayment is a separate matter entirely. He clarifies that he is solely focused on protecting the Emperor's life as a direct repayment for the life-saving act. Extending this protection to encompass the entire empire is beyond his commitment. He further elaborates that the cost of safeguarding the entire empire is difficult to calculate and that, fundamentally, he harbors more dislike for the empire than affection. Therefore, if the empire faces the threat of destruction, he would only save Ebel, to whom he owes his life, and disregard everything else. Moreover, considering the Golden Wolves' practice of committing suicide after losing their partner, he implies that he would also save Rionel, due to her connection with Ebel. Thus, his loyalty and actions are confined to these specific individuals rather than the broader empire. Rionel inquires why the Shadow Knight harbors such dislike for the empire. The knight responds that his reasons are rather unremarkable. He explains that he was born with the unique ability to travel through shadows and was kidnapped at a young age by assassins who raised him. His childhood was unusual. He learned to wield a sword before he even learned to read. As he grew older, he sought revenge on the assassins who had kidnapped him and, in doing so, realized that his life was far from normal. Despite this realization, he knew no life outside the Assassin's Guild, leading him to naturally ascend to the position of guild leader. Additionally, his experiences working as an assassin exposed him to nothing but corrupt and unscrupulous individuals. This exposure fostered a deep-seated hatred for the Empire, as he views an empire as a reflection of its people. Since his encounters were predominantly with rotten individuals, he concluded that the Empire itself must be fundamentally flawed, and thus, he finds it impossible to have any affection for it. He informs them that the Emperor is well aware of his sentiments, which is why the Emperor never asks him to protect the Empire. He advises Rionel not to attempt to persuade him otherwise. So, the Shadow Knight warns her that placing high expectations on someone like him will only lead to disappointment. With these words, he vanishes back into the shadows. Despite the Shadow Knight's reluctance and stubborn demeanor, Rionel feels determined to convince him to change his mind. It strikes her as odd that, if he truly didn't want to help, he could have simply ignored them. Instead, he chose to share his story and explain his hatred for the Empire. She interprets this as a subtle plea for them to give him a compelling reason to protect the Empire, viewing it as a test of their resolve. Feeling resolute, Rionel decides to prove herself. Adriana shares her determination, and together they cheer each other on, vowing to give their best effort regardless of the obstacles. Out of nowhere, they notice a luminous butterfly, a message sent by Namuel using his magic. They know that Namuel avoids using magic unless it's absolutely necessary due to his curse, so they immediately worry that he might be in trouble or facing an emergency. However, when they read the letter, their worries are eased. Namuel urgently sent a message to Lady Adriana to inform her that his experiment was finally successful. He wanted to share the results with her before anyone else. After studying Rionel's feather, His Majesty's wolf fur, and various crows, Namuel discovered that the power of a Kroban rock would be the most effective way to lift his curse. Although finding a Kroban rock would be extremely difficult, he is thrilled to be one step closer to hope. Namuel plans to quickly handle urgent matters and then, in 1 week, embark on a trip to find a Kroban rock. He hopes that they could meet before his departure. After reading Namuel's letter, Adriana immediately decides to set out in search of a Kroban rock for him. However, Rionel is taken aback and reminds Adriana that she had just promised to help her. Adriana apologizes for the sudden departure but explains that this is her only chance to find a Kroban rock berry. She emphasizes to Rionel that in the game, when you've been playing for a while, the character with whom you have the highest friendship level informs you that you need a Kroban rock. Missing this crucial timing and failing to obtain a Kroban rock results in a bad ending. Understanding Adriana's situation, Rionel reluctantly lets her go, feeling the loss of the best helper she could have asked for. In the present, as Rionel strolls through the garden, she feels a sense of misery. She contemplates her next steps and, feeling stuck, is tempted to use the memory recollection medicine again. However, recalling the pain it causes, she dismisses the idea. While wishing for a long and healthy life with Ebel, she is suddenly embraced from behind by him. Ebel explains that he saw her from his office window and noticed she was walking in circles rather than strolling, so he came to check on her. Rionel considers whether to share her predicament with Ebel and, deciding he would be upset if she didn't, tells him that she wants to recruit someone but is finding it difficult to convince them. As anticipated, Ebel is enraged. He calls upon the Shadow Knight, informing him that there's a punk individual who dared to cause Rionel distress. He instructs the Shadow Knight to locate this person and persuade them to align with Rionel. The irony here is that the supposed punk is actually the Shadow Knight himself. The following morning, the Shadow Knight approaches Rionel to discuss the situation. He inquires if she informed the Emperor about him. Rionel reassures him that she did not reveal his identity. The Shadow Knight expresses his gratitude, explaining that the Emperor was incredibly furious and resolute in his quest to track down the scumbag who turned down her offer. Moving closer, he questions Rionel's confidence in her ability to convince him. Rionel, with a knowing look, reminds him that he understands her nature, causing him to momentarily falter. He then probes further, asking why she is so determined to safeguard the Empire. He points out that, much like himself, she has endured significant hardships because of the Empire. Many people have condemned her as a harbinger of death, and the intense animosity directed at her has put her in constant danger. Additionally, the Empire has only ever done dubious things for her. Given all this, he asks why she hasn't abandoned them. Deep down, he harbors a sense of jealousy towards her unwavering attitude. Despite all the difficulties imposed on her by the Empire, she continues to shine brightly. This inner radiance, in the face of adversity, is something he admires but also feels envious of. It is this very brilliance that has compelled him to maintain his distance from her until now. Feeling that he has overstepped by asking too many probing questions, he decides to leave without waiting for an answer from Rionel. As he turns to go, Rionel makes an attempt to stop him, but the Shadow Knight ignores her pleas. Just before vanishing into the shadows, he unexpectedly reveals his true name to her, Sedaron. Rionel is left puzzled by this gesture. She finds Sedaron's behavior strange and contradictory. If his intention is to reject her and keep his distance, why would he disclose something as personal and significant as his real name? This enigmatic action leaves Rionel contemplating the true nature of his feelings and intentions. It turns out that Ebel was secretly present in the room and overheard the entire conversation between Rionel and Sedaron. He and Rionel had prearranged that he would discreetly listen in, believing that an objective perspective from an outsider would be beneficial when the person causing Rionel's concern finally met her. After hearing the whole exchange, Ebel concludes that his intervention isn't necessary. Noticing Rionel's confusion, he explains his decision with a thoughtful analogy. He tells her that sometimes people become fascinated by a tree that remains standing, resilient and unyielding, even during the harshest rainstorms. Without fully realizing it, they draw inspiration from such a tree, believing that if it can withstand the tempest, then perhaps there is a way to endure and find meaning in this challenging world, indicating that through her actions, Reinel has already given enough hope to him. Now all that's left for her is to get an opportunity to convince him. Reinel comes to the realization that, despite once feeling weak and hopeless, her persistent efforts to do what she can have been impacting those around her without her even realizing it. She confides in Ebel that she is more determined than ever to continue giving her best. Reinel feels a newfound strength, bolstered by the knowledge that Ebel is supporting her wholeheartedly. However, this also brings a twinge of shame as she reflects on her inability to offer Adriana the same level of encouragement that Ebel has given her. She wonders if her best friend is managing well. The scene shifts to Adriana. She arrives at the designated location where she is to meet an NPC who will provide her with the Kroban Rock Berry. In the original game, obtaining the glowing berry required accepting a quest from a specific NPC and successfully completing various mini-games. However, now that this is no longer a game but reality, she feels uncertain about how these mini-games will manifest in the real world. This uncertainty heightens her anxiety, making her even more nervous about the challenges ahead. Finally, she spots the NPC, who is selling flowers by the roadside. The NPC looks distressed because someone had ruined her flowers as a prank, which were meant for sale. She is worried, knowing that she must sell the remaining flowers if she wants to have enough money to eat tomorrow. Just then, Adriana steps in with a warm smile and offers to help the NPC. As Adriana moves closer, she realizes, with a sense of surprise, that the NPC bears a striking resemblance to Reinel. The NPC assigns Adriana the task of plucking flowers, which initially seems simple. However, Adriana quickly realizes that the task is incredibly exhausting. The scorching sun beats down on her, and her body aches every time she bends down to gather the flowers. Adding to her frustration, the NPC is extremely strict, bluntly rejecting the last bucket of flowers Adriana collected because they were infested with bugs. Adriana, exasperated, asks the NPC if this meticulousness is really necessary. The NPC firmly replies that no customer wants to buy unattractive flowers and that it would be even more disheartening if the flowers they picked went unsold. Adriana recalls that in the original game, she had to complete puzzle or rhythm games to earn the Kroban Rock Berry. Although it was challenging to score enough points, it was still easier than enduring hours of hard labor under the blazing sun. This realization makes her current task feel even more grueling. The NPC urges them to get ready to sell the flowers, saying that will be enough. Adriana responds enthusiastically, agreeing that it is time to go. She feels relieved when they finally finish. Seeing the abundance of flowers they gathered, Adriana comments on how many they have and praises their beauty. The NPC remarks that she does this every day, explaining that the field receives so much sunlight that many flowers bloom. However, she notes that some plants don't get any nutrients because the land is depleted. To address this, she controls the number of flowers, ensuring that all of them thrive. Despite her efforts, she admits that the flowers sometimes resent her for this, feeling scared of her. Yet, she cannot stop because it is her duty. She explains that a life without death is only agony, emphasizing the need for balance in the field. Furthermore, the NPC expresses strong disapproval of people who try to set the field on fire, emphasizing a desire for the flowers to be happy and find meaning in life. She remarks how anyone can even dare to destroy the flowers. She knows that she can't rashly interfere in the flowers' lives, so, instead, she relies on the butterflies to protect the flowers. Adriana seems confused, saying she has no idea what the NPC is talking about and reminds her that she herself is the one who first stepped forward to help. The NPC responds that Adriana will understand in due time and suggests they hurry back before the sun sets, as there will be no customers left by then. While walking out of the field, Adriana contemplates that she didn't feel anything strange about that NPC while playing the original game, but now several odd things about her stand out. Adriana finds it baffling that someone who simply sells flowers on the street could possess a Kroban rock, a rare and powerful artifact even the Emperor cannot obtain. Moreover, the NPC's habit of speaking in cryptic riddles adds to the mystery. Furthermore, in the game, the NPC's face remained hidden, but in real life, she bears a striking resemblance to Reinel. Reinel is a crow that transformed into a human after consuming a Kroban rock, making it highly improbable for there to be someone who looks so similar. This resemblance leaves Adriana deeply puzzled as she tries to understand the true identity of this enigmatic NPC. In the next scene, we see Ebel presenting Reinel with a special ring. He explains that this ring has the power to summon the Shadow Knight and that the knight will appear instantly if she channels a bit of mana into it. Intrigued and excited, Reinel decides to try out the ring. However, as she begins to slip it onto her left ring finger, Ebel is horrified and silently screams, urging her to stop. He hurriedly explains that the left ring finger is reserved for something more significant and meaningful. Reinel laughs, revealing she was only teasing Ebel. She then places the ring on her index finger instead, commenting on how well it fits despite being Ebel's ring. Ebel explains that this is due to a size-adjusting spell placed on the ring. Before summoning the Shadow Knight, Reinel outlines a plan to Ebel. Once she is ready, she channels some of her mana into the ring as Ebel had instructed, and successfully summons the Shadow Knight. The knight arrives and is surprised to see the ring on Reinel's finger, immediately realizing that she is the one who summoned him. Ebel informs the knight that, for today, Reinel will be giving him orders instead of Ebel. The knight appears reluctant and somewhat uneasy with the arrangement, expressing his surprise that the Emperor has become involved in this matter now. Reinel reassures Sedaran not to worry, explaining that she intends to give him a very simple task. Sedaran, curious, wonders what this easy task might be. The following day, Ebel and Reinel visit Miel, who is busy practicing with his powerful elementals. Miel is delighted to see them and approaches them joyfully. When Miel inquires about the reason for their visit, Reinel explains that they have come to check on the preparations for the upcoming war. She assures Miel that if he needs anything else, he should feel free to let her know, and she will provide any assistance he requires. Miel opens up to Ebel and Reinel, expressing the immense challenge of defending an empire as vast as theirs. He explains that the sheer size of the empire means it takes a considerable amount of time to devise effective defense strategies. The uncertainty regarding when the enemy might strike further complicates their efforts. However, Miel reassures them that he hasn't encountered many significant problems, thanks to his constant vigilance. He expresses confidence in his friend's support and mentions that Maiden, along with other magicians and elementalists, are actively contributing to their defense efforts. This collective support, despite the difficulties, makes the situation manageable. Therefore, he urges Ebel and Reinel not to worry. Hearing this, the Emperor and Empress are relieved and happy to know that Miel has everything under control. Suddenly, Ebel notices Sedaran standing behind him. Noticing Sedaran's hesitation, Ebel reprimands him, insisting that he must fulfill the task assigned by Reinel. Sedaran grumbles but assures the Emperor that he will do it now, asking him not to pressure him further. The Shadow Knight reflects on why Reinel asked such a simple favor of him. She had merely requested him to act as her protector for a single day, with the condition that he ask a simple question to everyone he encounters during his duty, even something as mundane as whether they've had breakfast. Reinel has promised that if he granted her this favor, she would never impose anything upon him again. Sedaran ponders why she asked him to do something like this, wondering if she is naive enough to think that she will be able to change his mind with just that. In any case, Sedaran finds the task straightforward, driven by the knowledge that once he completes it, Reinel will leave him alone. He approaches Miel, recalling Reinel's permission to ask anything, and queries whether the magicians and elementalists Miel mentioned earlier have ever treated him unfairly or bullied him. Miel reacts with a hint of discomfort at the question. He scratches his cheek thoughtfully before admitting that, yes, there have been instances where people looked down on him because of his background, and jealousy arose due to his accomplishments driven by talent. However, Miel stresses that such negativity doesn't affect him much because he has a supportive circle of people who believe in him. Therefore, Miel reassures Sedaran that there's no need for concern, as he no longer sees himself as a helpless victim. Sedaran is disheartened by Miel's response, as he had anticipated that Miel might empathize with him due to their similar past experiences of being abused. This is why Sedaran deliberately posed a question aimed at stirring doubts about Miel's commitment to protecting the Empire. It dawns on Sedaran that Miel possesses a far greater resolve than he had initially assumed. Reinel, on the other hand, expresses satisfaction that she chose Miel as her first target. She likens Sedaran to a bird struggling to break free from its egg. Ebel has already made a significant crack in his shell, which Sedaran cannot ignore. He feels both fearful and hesitant about the outside world seeping through the crack with light and wind. Despite his apprehension, Sedaran is eager to step out more than anyone else, continually tapping on his shell in hopes that someone will find him in the darkness and help him escape. Therefore, he strategically drops words like tear in the hint of meeting him, adopts the alias Quinn's dagger to signify his role as Ebel's shadow, shares insights into his own past with her, and finally discloses his identity, all while steadfastly declining the plea to safeguard the Empire. This is how he has been making himself known indirectly. Reinel holds the belief that even a small nudge can lead to significant change if Sedaran's resolve has already been weakened. However, Sedaran harbors a contrasting perspective. He convinces himself that Marquess Meal is an exception, believing that others will surely be unsettled by his probing questions and begin to question their own convictions. During his meeting with Namuel, Sedaran directly asks him if he harbors any regrets about bearing the curse in place of his majesty. Ebel, curious himself, urges Namuel to answer truthfully. Namuel smiles and candidly shares his feelings. He explains that initially he had no doubts about his decision. However, upon learning more about Lady Adriana's true nature, he has come to deeply regret his choice. Sedaran initially feels a sense of relief upon hearing Namuel's admission, thinking that Namuel might reconsider his decision if faced with a similar situation again. However, he is taken aback when Namuel confidently reaffirms that he would make the same choice repeatedly. Namuel explains that he is committed to making the world a better place, even if it means enduring profound regret. His utmost priority is ensuring Lady Adriana's safety and well-being. Sedaran struggles to comprehend this steadfast resolve. Despite Namuel's earlier expression of regret, he remains steadfast in defending the Empire. Despite Sedaran's hope that someone would share his doubts, as evening falls, he finds no one wavering in their determination to protect the Empire despite his probing questions. Feeling let down, Sedaran prepares to depart, convinced that his task is complete. However, Reinel intervenes, reminding him that he hasn't yet questioned Ebel. Startled, the Shadow Knight hesitates briefly, then summons his courage and directly asks Ebel why he has never requested Sedaran to protect the Empire before. Sedaran used to believe that Ebel's reluctance stemmed from a deep understanding of him. Yet, after spending the entire day questioning others, he begins to suspect that there might be another reason behind Ebel's silence on the matter all this time. He recalls the day he first encountered Sedaran. Back then, Sedaran had been manipulated by nobles who supported Llewellyn and had attempted to kill him. Ebel, having faced numerous assassination attempts, could see the doubt in Sedaran's eyes. He recognized that Sedaran did not truly want to live the life of a killer. This realization was what allowed Ebel to trust him and reach out a hand in friendship. However, Ebel admits that he couldn't offer Sedaran an entirely different way of life. He understood Sedaran's struggle because he had been in a similar situation himself. As a result, Ebel couldn't show him a new path. All he could do was plant a small seed of hope in Sedaran's heart and become a comrade who wandered through the darkness alongside him. Therefore, Ebel had no choice but to let Sedaran assist him in the only way he knew how. Ebel then gestures towards Reinel, stating that now, instead of a mere seed, there stands a resilient tree that can withstand the heaviest storms. With Reinel's help, Ebel suggests that it is time for Sedaran to step out of the shadows and face the light. He concludes by answering Sedaran's initial question. Ebel never asked him to protect the Empire because Sedaran didn't need to be commanded from the start. He had always had the potential within him to do so without being told. Reinel steps forward and addresses the Shadow Knight, encouraging him to break out of his shell. She assures him that he is ready to spread his wings and soar through the sky. Sedaran then asks Reinel if she is happy now that she has achieved her goal of changing him. With a smile, Reinel responds that her happiness depends on his satisfaction. Sedaran reflects on how hope often feels like chasing a mirage, but with Reinel's encouragement, his days of feeling miserable suddenly seem meaningless and absurd. Embracing this newfound clarity, he discards his mask and, with a grin, teases Reinel, suggesting that she might never be satisfied. Ebel, sensing a shift in the dynamic, comments to Reinel that another competitor has entered the arena, realizing that Shadowpunk has clearly fallen for her. Sedaran chuckles at the situation, marking a light-hearted conclusion to their intense conversation. Meanwhile, our female protagonist, Adriana, finds herself in a rather unexpected and somewhat amusing predicament. After an exhausting day of selling flowers, the NPC escorts her to her house and kindly offers her some food. To Adriana's dismay, the food turns out to be worms. She sits there, hoping desperately that the NPC is joking. But her hopes are dashed when the NPC, noticing her hesitation, expresses concern and tries to reassure Adriana that the worms are indeed delicious. This makes Adriana realize that the offer is sincere. Adriana is now faced with a dilemma. This situation never occurred in the game, so she is uncertain of the correct course of action. On one hand, the thought of eating worms is repulsive to her. On the other hand, she fears that refusing the food might offend the NPC, jeopardizing her chances of obtaining the Kroban Rock Berry, which is crucial for lifting Namuel's curse. Determined to get the berry and help Namuel, Adriana steels herself, closes her eyes, and prepares to eat the larvae. However, just as she is about to take a bite, the NPC suddenly pulls the plate away, apologizing and realizing that humans do not eat grubs. Adriana is overwhelmed with relief and a bit of dizziness, reflecting on how she almost compromised her humanity for the sake of her love for Namuel. The NPC then goes back to the kitchen and returns with a steak. Although Adriana finds it somewhat undercooked, it is a significant improvement over the worms, and she eats it without further complaint. As Adriana eats, the NPC asks her a profound and serious question. If she had to choose between saving someone she loves or saving the world, which would she choose? Upon hearing the NPC's question, Adriana stops eating, taken aback. This scenario wasn't part of the game, and despite her deep love for Namuel, she finds herself unable to respond immediately. She senses the intensity in the NPC's gaze, feeling as though she's being tested. Determined to prove herself worthy of the Croban Rock Berry, Adriana knows she must answer correctly. She weighs the choice, Namuel or the world. Which answer will grant her what she desires? As she contemplates, Adriana recalls the NPC's previous statement about not approving of people who threaten to burn her fields. This adds another layer of complexity to her decision. She considers that in situations like this, people often say what the asker wants to hear to get what they want. Initially, she plans to do the opposite, thinking it might be the right approach. However, Rionel's advice against making impulsive decisions resurfaces in her mind, reminding her not to act foolishly. Grounding herself, Adriana collects her thoughts and responds to the NPC, asserting that the question itself is flawed. She explains that she shouldn't have to choose between the person she loves and the world. Her world needs the world to live in, and for her, a world without him would be meaningless. Therefore, it doesn't make sense to separate them or to force her to choose just one. However, the NPC responds that not everything in life goes as one wishes and presses Adriana, asking if she would still give the same answer if she truly had to choose one. Adriana grins and replies that, of course, she would not. She realizes that she must focus on doing her best rather than trying to find the perfect answer. So, Adriana explains that she is in a real dilemma here and candidly states that she would do anything for the person she loves. She adds that it would be even better if she could achieve a happy ending with him in the process. The NPC ponders Adriana's words and then agrees, acknowledging that perhaps her question was indeed meaningless. She admits that, although she didn't intend to, her questioning came across as a test and apologizes for it. To Adriana's utter shock, the NPC opens her hands and conjures a Croban rockberry from thin air, offering it to Adriana as an apology. Adriana springs out of her seat, amazed by the NPC's ability to create the Croban rockberry. Her mind races with questions about who this person really is and how she possesses such powers. However, before Adriana can voice her questions, the NPC begins to transform into light. As she fades away, she tells Adriana that she is leaving the rest up to her, and that bringing her into this world was one of her best decisions. Adriana picks up the Croban rockberry and walks away with a smile, realizing she never mentioned her name to the NPC character, yet the NPC somehow knew it. The scene then shifts to Namuel, who gazes out his window, filled with worry. He hasn't heard from Lady Adriana since he sent her the message, and he frets whether she is simply busy or if he acted too hastily, causing her upset. Namuel starts to panic, fearful that Lady Adriana might decide to cut ties with him. This anxiety is compounded by his curse. Just as he is about to be overwhelmed by despair, Adriana arrives. Namuel, regaining his composure, opens the door with magic, maintaining a safe distance. Adriana apologizes for the late hour but explains she couldn't wait until the next morning. She opens her pouch and joyfully hands over the glowing Croban rockberry to Namuel. Namuel, utterly shocked, asks how she managed to obtain such a precious item. He had resigned himself to never seeing the berry again, believing he had exhausted all his luck when he gave the Croban rockberry to the Emperor. He feared he would regret that decision and resent himself for offering the berry, potentially falling into the hands of evil. Seeing Adriana bring the berry to him feels like a miracle. It warms his heart to see her putting in so much effort to make what seemed impossible happen, with a calm smile on her face, merely because he told her he needed it. He gratefully accepts the berry, determined to use it to alleviate his curse. Namuel tells Adriana that he has something important to share with her the next time they meet and warmly asks if she will listen. Adriana smiles and assures him she will be waiting. Afterward, Namuel departs for a remote village called Milburn, where he plans to prepare for awakening his powers, ensuring he is far from others in case he causes any harm. Meanwhile, Adriana tells Rionel about the mysterious NPC she encountered. They try to figure out the identity of this person but lack sufficient information and have no one to ask. So ultimately, they decide to set their curiosity aside and focus on more pressing matters. Therefore, Rionel begins further investigations concerning Duke Howard. Strangely, the birds she deploys fail to uncover any crucial information. There are no signs of aggression in the dark world, and Duke Howard remains quiet. Yet, Rionel has an ominous feeling, as if a beast is crouching, waiting to pounce on its prey. Sedaron's men diligently kept track of Duke Howard's movements. The Shadow Knight had dispersed members of his guild throughout the nation to monitor for any signs of an impending invasion by dark forces. They were instructed to inform him immediately of any suspicious activity. Additionally, the surveillance on Llewellyn was intensified, as there was concern that Vaphilos might approach him again. The guild members find some solace in being assigned to observe Duke Howard, who is at least more refined and easier to watch compared to Llewellyn. However, they still hope this task will end soon, as it isn't particularly exciting to watch an elderly man dress. Unbeknownst to the spies, Duke Howard is well aware of their presence. He cleverly manipulates his actions to appear entirely innocent, ensuring his every move seems mundane. While it looks like he is simply adjusting his clothes in front of a mirror, this is actually a calculated action. In truth, Duke Howard is communicating with an entity through a magical mirror. He inquires about the progress of their plan, and the entity reports that all preparations are complete and that they can proceed at any time. The Duke, smirking, then instructs that they would move forward with the plan after he finishes dealing with some noble party matters. In a surprising twist, it is revealed that the entity is communicating with is none other than Vaphilos. The scene transitions to Ebel and Rionel, who are deeply involved in conducting their 220th Dark World Invasion Emergency Time meeting. Ebel requests everyone to take their seats, while Rionel, overwhelmed by the number of meetings, loses track and wonders just how many more they will have to organize. After Segerin decided to join their cause, his guild members put in tremendous effort, uncovering vulnerabilities within the Empire that had previously gone unnoticed. These discoveries led to numerous meetings where strategies were discussed, and preparations were made to defend the Empire against the threat of Vaphilos. Over time, many nobles began attending these meetings and were assigned various roles. However, with so many participants, there were conflicting opinions, and some individuals attempted to exploit the situation for personal gain, exacerbating the challenges. Rionel feels that amidst these complications, the greatest issue is the fatigue both she and Ebel are experiencing. The uncertainty of when an attack might occur is taking a toll on their stamina and morale. She reflects that unlike the game, reality offers no shortcuts. There are no options to skip or fast forward through the waiting. Every moment must be endured, and this constant vigilance is exhausting even the strongest among them. Managing the chaos, especially the unruly nobles, adds to the strain. Rionel sympathizes with Ebel, recognizing how drained she feels and can hardly fathom the extent of Ebel's exhaustion. When some nobles suggest not worrying much about the war with the Dark World and just leave everything to the magicians, the Emperor, visibly frustrated, intervenes. He reminds the assembly that during their last meeting, he clearly stated that they are limited both in the number of magicians they can deploy and in the extent of their capabilities. Therefore, it is impractical to rely solely on the magicians. The chief imperial magician Mirdan, Marquis Namuel, and other magicians and elementalists are already working tirelessly to protect the Empire. The Emperor emphasizes his point by slamming the table, questioning whether the nobles still consider themselves the Empire's defenders or its downfall. He sternly urges them to devise another alternative plan rather than continually shifting the responsibility onto others. After the meeting adjourns for a break, Ebel collapses onto Rionel's shoulder, clearly exhausted. Concerned, Rionel asks if he is all right. Ebel apologizes, admitting that he can't even pretend to be fine in his current state and asks her to let him rest on her shoulder for a while. He nestles against her, and she realizes just how worn out he must be. Galinos shares in this fatigue, reflecting on the countless exhausting debates they've had, which have only worsened since the noble party returned. The nobles consistently disrupt the discussions with absurd comments, further complicating the situation. Galinos is particularly infuriated by Duke Howard's absence from the meeting. Despite being the head of the party, Howard is taking a break under the guise of reflecting on his actions. However, it is evident to us that his absence is part of a larger scheme. Galinos feels a deep sense of frustration because Duke Howard's negligence has added to Ebel's already heavy burden. Ebel acknowledges this but expresses greater concern for Rionel, who is also under immense pressure. He wishes she had a friend to lean on, but Lady Adriana has left the capital. After giving Namuel the Croban Rockberry, she departed for Milburn, where Namuel is preparing to awaken his powers, in case they spiral out of control. Rihanna gently reassures Ebel, reminding him that she and Adriana had made a promise to each other to give their best efforts. She comforts him, telling him that he will be by her side when they achieve their happy ending. Witnessing their tender moment, Galinos intervenes, teasing them that the break is almost over but offering to extend it if they need more time together. Embarrassed, both Ebel and Rihanna blush, quickly spring to their feet, and ask Galinos to resume the meeting. As the meeting is about to start, Rihanna suddenly realizes that she hadn't been paying full attention earlier. She begins to sense a strange energy emanating from the noble party, something she hadn't noticed before. At that moment, Sejurin, the Shadow Knight, appears with urgent news. He informs Ebel that their recent efforts to monitor Llewellyn more closely revealed that Duke Howard has been seen meeting with him. This revelation adds a new layer of urgency and concern to their already tense situation. Llewellyn, the first to awaken his power among the 4 children of the Volfellric imperial family, was once the rightful heir to the throne. However, after losing a battle to the first prince, he was stripped of his succession rights and authority. He was bound with a magical item enchanted with light magic, forcing him to obey Ebel like a slave. Reduced to a pitiful state, even the attendants looked down on him. In a flashback, we see that Llewellyn feels utterly shocked when someone as influential as Duke Howard comes to see him. Already in a foul mood due to the increased surveillance, he angrily questions the Duke's presence. Llewellyn could understand a visit from Marquess Wilhelm or Vafilos, but he is baffled that Duke Howard, who was once undecided between supporting him or Ebel in the fight for the throne, would come to see him now. He suspects, based on overheard conversations among the attendants, that Ebel may have abandoned him, and the Duke is trying to curry favor. The third prince, or rather, the third slave, contemplates whether he should listen to what Duke Howard has to say. The Duke apologizes to Llewellyn for the sudden visit. He reveals he has a specific reason for coming, but before he can disclose it, the narrative shifts back to the meeting room. There, the attendees are engaged in casual conversation, gossiping that the break has clearly ended and the meeting should be resuming, yet it's not. Rionel finds the situation puzzling, convinced that Duke Howard must know Llewellyn is being monitored, so he should not have made the move of visit him. Uncertain of Howard's intentions, the group decides to stay vigilant to avoid any traps. Ebel instructs Sejurin to keep an eye on Duke Howard and promises to send reinforcements once the meeting concludes. Sejurin acknowledges the order and vanishes into the shadows. The scene then returns to the dialogue between Llewellyn and Duke Howard. Howard finally reveals his reason for visiting, to observe the fate of someone who craves something beyond their worth. His words sting Llewellyn, who demands clarification. Howard mentions hearing that Llewellyn has been demoted to the lowest status in the Imperial Palace, and now, seeing Llewellyn's current state, he is convinced. Howard cruelly suggests that it would have been better if Llewellyn had died. Though Llewellyn initially tries to stay calm, Howard's provocative words finally push him over the edge. He transforms into his werewolf form and leaps at Howard. However, mid-air, he is ensnared by magical chains set up by Ebel to protect others from Llewellyn. Duke Howard laughs, noting that he had suspected the presence of such a protective barrier, given that those who mocked Llewellyn remained unharmed. Duke Howard comments on the graciousness of His Majesty, noting that the king could have exempted people he disliked, like Howard himself, from the shield's protection. This would have allowed Llewellyn to attack him. Howard tries to manipulate Llewellyn into believing that all his suffering is Ebel's fault. Feeling trapped and powerless, Llewellyn starts to blame Ebel for his miserable condition, but then shifts his anger towards Marcus Wilhelm for betraying him. He also blames Vafilos, who once assured him he could defeat Ebel but vanished when things went awry. Consumed by his rage and frustration at being unable to retaliate against those who wronged him, Llewellyn wishes to destroy everything around him. Suddenly, Nadia arrives and questions what is happening. She points out that Duke Howard should be attending the meeting instead of being here. Howard quickly changes his demeanor and tells Nadia that she arrived just in time. He explains that, due to His Majesty's growing suspicion of him, he wanted to prove his loyalty by mocking someone who was once an enemy of the king, and he decided to demonstrate this today. He adds that those who were monitoring him already verified his actions, but having more witnesses wouldn't hurt. Sejurin, hidden in the shadows, observes everything and doubts Howard's explanation. He finds it hard to believe that Howard would cause such a disturbance just to prove his loyalty, suspecting there might be another motive behind his actions. Nadia, while finding no technical fault with Howard's behavior, struggles with how to proceed, feeling unsure of what to do next. Internally, Duke Howard reflects on how everyone is overly cautious of him. He worries that he won't be able to do anything without arousing suspicion. Also, he feels convinced that His Majesty won't be able to come there right away as he must be busy wrapping up the meeting and must be worrying about him. As he suspected, the Emperor concludes the meeting and orders Galinos to send knights to where Llewellyn is. On the other hand, Rionel's heart races as she can't help but feel anxious about the situation. Rionel's anxiety proves to be well-founded as it becomes clear that Duke Howard was merely a distraction, and the real threat was someone else entirely when, just as Howard had orchestrated, one of his men sneaks up behind Ebel with a dagger infused with dark magic and lunges to stab him. However, the assailant fails to get past Galinos, who quickly grabs the attacker's face and slams him into the ground. Chaos erupts as more of Howard's hidden men charge forward to attack the Emperor. Despite the commotion, any assailant who reaches the Emperor is quickly overpowered by his formidable strength as a powerful wolf. Rionel observes the mayhem and realizes that all the attackers are affiliated with the noble party, leading her to conclude that Duke Howard orchestrated the attack. However, she is baffled as to why Howard would use inexperienced nobles for such a risky plan. Galinos and the knights apprehend all the attackers and prepare to investigate further. Galinos orders the banquet hall to be sealed, preventing any nobles from leaving, as the accomplices might try to escape. Despite the apprehensions, Rionel remains perplexed, knowing that even Llewellyn wouldn't engage in such a foolish act. She suspects Duke Howard has more hidden plans, as she continues to feel a strange and intensifying energy from the captured nobles. When Galinos interrogates the nobles, they claim they were forced into the attack against their will. Meanwhile, Rionel still struggles with a sensation of anxiety despite the apprehension of the attackers, bringing back terrible memories of how she first entered this fantasy world. She recalls the attack on her at the zoo, realizing the creature she saw was not an ordinary zoo animal. She starts to connect the dots, her crow instincts warning her of a similar threat present now. As Rionel comes to this realization, the captured nobles suddenly lose consciousness. Galinos inspects them, but Rionel urgently shouts for him to move away, knowing what will follow next. However, before he could react, dark power covers the tied-up nobles, transforming them into monsters. They run free and wreak havoc in the entire imperial palace. The entire palace becomes shrouded in dark power. Theoden, sensing the dark power, feels stunned. She had created a barrier to protect the palace, and she wonders how the dark power managed to infiltrate. The chief imperial magician looks over her head and finds that various dark world creatures are entering the kingdom through the portals. She quickly orders all the magicians and elementals to hurry up and teleport. However, seeing the magnitude of the attack, Meal shows concern that the monsters could break through the barriers right away if the magicians leave. They speculate if this is a fiend operation. Everyone assumes that the opponent won't make any move. The more damaging the move, the harder it is to guess that this is a trick. This is what Duke Howard feels. Who would have thought that the head of the noble party would sacrifice nobles who are on his side as sacrifices to the dark world? According to Vaphilos, God made humans in his image, so it is extremely difficult to sense anything that's hidden in them with magic or divine power. We get to know that because of this assurance that no one will be able to know, Duke Howard sent some nobles on the outskirts of the kingdom and asked Vaphilos to put dark monsters inside them. It is revealed that Vaphilos has done the same thing before also, the reason he is so sure that this plan will work again. He did it on the previous empress, right in front of the previous emperor, yet no one was able to tell that her death was due to dark powers. Both Vaphilos and Duke Howard feels that their plan is immaculate and no one will be able to stop them now. Meanwhile, Setaran anxiously awaits the arrival of the knights that Ebel had promised to send after their meeting. The growing delay causes him to worry about whether everything is proceeding as planned. Reflecting on his past behavior, Setaran realizes that he used to remain silent and observe from the sidelines. However, his newfound determination, inspired by Rionel, has made him more restless and anxious. He feels an intense urge to go and check on her immediately, but a nagging concern holds him back. If Duke Howard were to flee or something critical were to occur in his absence, all their efforts would be in vain. Weighing his options, Setaran concludes that it is wiser to be patient and stay put for the time being. Despite his deep-seated worries, the Shadow Knight fervently hopes that his worries are unfounded and that everyone is safe. Unbeknownst to him, while he focuses on monitoring Duke Howard, a fierce battle rages against the Dark World creatures. Galinos is in the thick of the action, tirelessly slaying demons, only to see them regenerate time and again. Observing their constant regeneration, despite the support from the priest and imperial magicians, Galinos starts to suspect the involvement of both the Dark World and Vafilos in this ordeal. The situation is further complicated by the panicked nobles, whose frantic attempts to flee create a chaotic stampede. Their presence forces the knights and magicians to restrain their attacks to avoid collateral damage. His Majesty, too, is hindered, unable to transform into his powerful gold wolf form due to the risk posed by the nobles. If any noble were to escape and later transform into a monster, it would plunge the entire imperial palace into chaos. Thus, they have no choice but to keep the nobles within their midst, despite the obstruction they cause. Galinos laments the absence of Mirdan, believing that she could have devised effective countermeasures. Her absence puzzles him, as she must have sensed the dark power as well. He concludes that she must be contending with a challenge of her own, which is indeed the case. Meanwhile, the mastermind, Duke Howard, being closely observed by Sedaron, feels confident that his plan must be unfolding perfectly. Howard believes the Emperor must be in a dire predicament by now. From his perspective, the chaos could be easily resolved by launching an all-out attack on the monsters, regardless of the collateral damage. Dude thinks he is more intelligent than Megamind. However, he is certain that the righteous Emperor would never sanction such a ruthless approach. Howard considers Ebel to be a beast disguised as a human, so he relishes the thought of Ebel paying the price for daring to rule over humans as a male beast. In the Imperial Palace, the situation is dire. People scream for help, calling out the Emperor's name, desperate for salvation. Overwhelmed by the sheer number of pleas, the Emperor finds himself unable to assist everyone at once. Ebel, too, is running out of energy and is further burdened by the need to protect Rionel. Despite her best efforts to use her elemental powers to help, Rionel feels the situation worsening. The mounting pressure and the memory of monsters similar to those that once killed her trigger her survival instincts, causing intense headaches and making it hard for her to maintain her composure. Determined not to become a burden, Rionel fights against her instincts, knowing that passing out now would place an even greater strain on her allies. Despite the overwhelming odds and her own fears, she refuses to give up, striving to stay conscious and continue contributing to the fight. However, suddenly something happens to her. Perhaps due to being on the brink of unconsciousness or her crow instincts taking over, Rionel suddenly charges forward without even realizing it. Despite knowing that Kamut is far more stronger than her and she stands no chance against the monster, although utterly terrified, she wishes to shield Ebel from the pain she once endured. With this resolve, Rionel leaps in front of Ebel, and in a moment of self-sacrifice, she takes the monster's stab meant for him, trying to protect him from harm. In a sudden realization, Rionel understands the folly of her actions. If something were to happen to her, Ebel would be unable to survive for long either. Gravely injured and teetering on the edge of death, she desperately searches for a solution to their dire situation. In a moment of intense desperation, she wishes for all the monsters in front of her to perish. Miraculously, as if some mysterious force had answered her plea, the Kroban rockberry she had consumed activates, emitting a brilliant light that envelops her. With a powerful scream of begone, Rionel witnesses all the monsters instantly vanish and die, their threat eradicated in an instant. Although all the monsters disappear, Rionel collapses into Ebel's arms. He immediately calls for a priest to tend to her. The Emperor, overwhelmed with emotion, holds her tightly as the priest begins the treatment. After inspecting her, the priest delivers a shocking revelation. The healing prayer is not working on her. Ebel begins to panic and urgently calls for another priest or anyone capable of saving Rionel. In his deep despair, the Emperor cradles Rionel against his chest, desperately pleading with everyone around him to bring her back to life. He promises to grant any wish to whoever can revive her. However, despite his pleas, he is met with the heartbreaking news that neither the priest's prayers nor the magician's spells are effective. Rionel's body is rejecting divine power. Consumed with guilt, Ebel gently lifts Rionel, realizing he cannot bear to live without her. He blames himself for his greed and regrets that he was so preoccupied with protecting others that he failed to care for Rionel properly. He wishes he could trade his life for hers, feeling that if his own heart were torn from his chest to save her, he would accept it without hesitation. Mui, Rionel's elemental, also grieves deeply upon seeing her condition. The elemental hovers over her, attempting to rouse her from death. Suddenly, a thought strikes Ebel, Mui's presence, the fact that it remains in this world instead of returning to the elemental realm, suggests that there is still a glimmer of hope. This realization fills Ebel with a renewed sense of possibility. Realizing it is too soon to succumb to despair, Ebel recalls an elemental stone given to him by Marquis Meal, which he has been carrying in his pocket. He understands that Rionel, being deeply connected to nature, might respond better to this than to divine power. With renewed determination, he takes out the stone, hoping it can save her. As the elemental stone begins to activate, a change occurs within Rionel's mind. In her subconscious realm, a strange entity urges her to awaken. The entity reassures her that the one she loves, Ebel, has arrived in time to save her. This entity, which has been concerned about her returning too early in an unnatural manner, now guides her to take the proper path back to her the next time and asks her to go back to her loved ones. She conveys that there is much that Rionel still needs to share and accomplish, encouraging her to return and fulfill her purpose first before joining her. With that, Rionel slowly regains consciousness in Ebel's arms. Overcome with joy and relief, Ebel hugs her tightly, tears streaming down his face. Rionel, seeing his distress, apologizes for causing him such pain and promises never to act so rashly again. They remain in each other's embrace, sharing a profound moment of relief and comfort, grateful to have each other once more. After the disappearance of the monsters, we get to know that everyone is safe except those who turned into monsters. Rionel asks Ebel if he knows what those monsters were. Ebel explains that they resemble the carcasses of creatures from the dark world that Midden had shown him, and he suspects they have aligned themselves with Vaphilos. Just as Ebel announces his intention to capture Duke Howard, Meal suddenly appears, using Midden's teleportation spell. The Marquess is in a terrible state, urgently explaining that the situation is dire, and reinforcements are needed immediately. Rionel is shocked to see Meal in such disarray. Meal describes the dire circumstances faced by those defending the Empire. He explains that the entire Empire is under attack from the Dark World. Fortunately, there have been no casualties due to their thorough preparations. However, the sheer number of monsters and their ability to recover endlessly have stretched their forces to the brink. Midden has been instrumental in making it difficult for the Dark World creatures to enter this realm and has been coordinating their defenses, but even her efforts are nearing their limit. This is why she sent Meal instead of coming herself. Upon hearing Meal's report, Ebel feels overwhelmed, clutching his head in disbelief. He quickly orders Galinos to divide the knights into 3 groups. One group is tasked with protecting the people in the immediate area, another group is ordered to gather reinforcements, and the final group is instructed to bring Duke Howard and Llewellyn to him. Just as ordered, the knights quickly move and begin to bring Llewellyn and Howard to Ebel. Meanwhile, Nadia and Setaran explain the whole scenario of their encounter with Howard to the Emperor. Eber realizes that Duke Howard was trying to attract their attention upon himself by approaching Llewellyn and creating a commotion in the meeting room so they would be vulnerable to a surprise attack. By humiliating Llewellyn, Howard made him want to attack himself and made them think they were suspicious of him for no reason. That way, he would be able to escape. However, it will be difficult to execute him for his crimes right now because the Empire is under attack. Eber knows that he does not have time to find proof that Howard conspired with the Dark World. So, he orders Howard to be confined as a culprit for the time being. Since they need more evidence, Eber decides to lock Howard in an empty room instead of a cell, and announces that he will hold a trial once everything is settled. Meanwhile, the priest heals Meal and other injured soldiers. Galinos asks Ebel what they should do with Llewellyn. Ebel acknowledges that he didn't do anything bad, but still it's not safe to keep him there, so announces to take him to the front lines with him. Concerned to know that the Emperor will be now heading to the front lines, Rionel comes up to him. Although she truly wants him to not go and wishes them two to just run away somewhere far, she knows that she won't be able to forgive herself if she says so. So, she puts on a smile and asks Ebel to come back safe and sound. Moved by her words and determination, Ebel grabs her hand and kisses it, promising to return safe and sound. Once Ebel receives confirmation that the reinforcements are assembled, he promptly instructs the magicians to begin the teleportation process. However, he insists that Meal and a select group remain at the Imperial Palace to safeguard Rionel and the nobles. Galinos interjects, suggesting to take Rionel to the front lines, pointing out that despite Rionel's recent severe injury, her ability to obliterate the creatures from the Dark World with a single strike cannot be ignored. He asserts that Rionel is more than capable of defending the Empire effectively. Ebel, while recognizing Galino's argument, explains that he cannot rely on this enigmatic power, setting aside his personal sentiments. He clarifies to Galinos that the force Reinel unleashed to destroy the creatures was neither magic nor divine power. Furthermore, he expresses concern over the unknown consequences that such tremendous power might entail. Reinel also ponders that what was the power earlier, and who was the mysterious entity that she met in her subconscious realm. She remembers that the entity mentioned about some proper route to return to her, yet she has no idea what this proper route is. So, she decides to abide by what Ebel said, as they truly can't rely on some mysterious power. Despite everything, her crow instincts keep telling to fly away into the sky. She decides to suppress it. With that, the war with the dark world begins. Damn, it seems like in-game sorta shit. All the knights, magicians, and soldiers move to the front lines, prepared for the looming battle. Neil gathers all the nobles together and informs them of the urgent need to evacuate. He assures them that he will personally escort them, along with the future Empress, to safety. In Milburn, our female protagonist is deeply engrossed in collecting secret game items. In the game she played before finding herself in Adriana's body, there were special items hidden by the game's creators, scattered throughout the virtual world. These items could not be purchased with in-game currency or real money. Instead, they required players to interact with specific illustrations or discover hidden corners of the game map. Obtaining these items depended heavily on luck or an exceptional eye for detail. After extensive searching and relentless effort, she finally uncovers one of these elusive items, the only one she managed to find during her playthrough of all of Namul's routes. However, upon reflection, she finds something peculiar about it. The item was hidden so deep within the woods that retrieving it left her covered in dirt and grime. Yet, the item itself remained impeccably clean, almost as if it had just been placed there. This oddity triggers sudden flashes of an NPC in her mind, making her wonder why this character is suddenly prominent in her thoughts. The strangeness of the item's pristine condition, coupled with her sudden memories of the NPC, hints at a deeper mystery within the game world. Despite her recent discovery, she knows that her immediate priority is focusing on the one thing she can control. In a world teeming with magicians and individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, an ordinary person like herself must rely on her unique knowledge to make a difference. Ideally, she hopes that nothing dire will occur, making it unnecessary to use her secret item. She can't help but wonder about Namul's progress with his awakening. The urge to check on him is strong, but she knows that being near him could jeopardize everything. Recalling a past experience, she remembers how her mere presence once caused Namul to lose control, leading to a disastrous outcome. This memory reinforces her resolve to stay away, even though it makes her feel isolated and powerless. She understands that giving in to her curiosity could lead to another catastrophic failure. Though she feels despondent and disconnected from others, she is determined to endure the loneliness and uncertainty for the greater good. Remembering Reinel's promise, who is currently preoccupied with escorting the nobles, she understands that she can't afford to slack off either. Despite how hopeless things might appear, she knows she must press forward. Resolute, she moves on to the next phase of her plan. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the battlefield, where the Shadow Knight is valiantly combating the ferocious creatures of the Dark World. Reinforcements have arrived to assist the head of the Imperial Magicians in fortifying the barrier. This enhancement prevents the monsters from recovering as they once did and stops the curse inflicted by their blood. The focus now is on doing their utmost to eradicate the remaining threats. The allied forces are bolstered by numerous knights, including Sir Galinos, the Shadow Knight, the Emperor, and even Llewellyn. The extensive preparations made over time are finally bearing fruit. However, one thing continues to vex the Shadow Knight. Bophilos, the instigator of this chaos, is nowhere to be found despite their thorough search. The Shadow Knight is left wondering just where the Dark Magician could be hiding. In the subsequent scene, Namul has finally completed all the necessary preparations for his awakening. He has meticulously created the perfect environment to unlock his powers, testing it repeatedly to ensure success. Now, the only task remaining is to consume the Kroban Rock Berry. However, he faces a sudden and alarming intensification of the curse's symptoms. It feels as though the curse is summoning something ominous. Namul speculates whether the Dark World has somehow infiltrated their realm. If that is the case, he realizes the importance of maintaining his composure and being fully prepared for his awakening. He understands that if he attempts to aid the others now, he risks succumbing to the curse, rendering him useless to their efforts. With resolute determination, Namuel knows he must properly awaken his powers before he can effectively contribute to the battle. Finally, he picks up the glowing berry and takes a bite. Instantly, his body begins to float, emitting a radiant light that fills the entire room. Much like Ebel's experience, an overwhelming pain envelops him, making him feel as though his skin is tearing apart. Yet, deep within, Namuel is aware that the awakening is proceeding as it should. The curse's marks on his right arm are receding, a clear sign of progress. Despite the excruciating pain, he smiles, sensing that everything is moving in the right direction. A hopeful thought crosses his mind. If no one interrupts him, he will no longer have to suppress his feelings and can be with Lady Adriana. But suddenly, the door to his chamber swings open, and to his dismay, Lady Adriana stands before him. Anger and frustration surge through him as the curse begins to reclaim control over his body. He furiously demands to know why she had to appear at this critical moment, just when he was so close to overcoming the curse. But suddenly, upon noticing the smirk on Lady Adriana's face and the malignant aura she is emitting, Namuel realizes that the figure before him is not truly Adriana. Rising to his feet, he recalls how tirelessly she worked to lift his curse and concludes there is no way she would sabotage him now. He speculates that someone from the dark world must have placed her under a spell. Determined to uncover the truth, he decides to capture the imposter immediately. His suspicion proves almost correct when the entity before him reveals its true form, and we get to know that it's none other than Baphilos, who used transformation magic to mimic Lady Adriana. Baphilos grins malevolently and taunts Namuel, claiming that while he doesn't know who Lady Adriana is, she will make a valuable hostage. These words infuriate Namuel, causing him to lose control. As the curse begins to take over his body, he becomes resolute that he cannot let Adriana be endangered because of him. The overwhelming desire to kill Baphilos surges through him, spreading the curse throughout his entire being. Namuel falls to the ground, but despite his weakened state, he tries to reach Baphilos, intent on killing him. Just as he grasps Baphilos' robes, the dark magician transforms back into the appearance of Adriana, causing Namuel to hesitate. Baphilos mocks Namuel, accusing him of lacking courage, and then grabs Namuel's face, attacking him with his immense dark powers, the magnitude of which sends a beam of shockwave through the sky. Baphilos feels a sense of relief, as his plan had nearly failed when his henchmen, who were supposed to kill the Emperor, suddenly disappeared. In a shocking twist, Namuel has transformed into a cursed white wolf, completely under Baphilos' control. With this new pawn, Baphilos moves forward to end the reign of the lofty golden wolf. He commands Namuel to announce a new boss court. His proclamation spreads throughout the kingdom, reaching everyone's ears, including Adriana. Adriana finds it hard to believe that Namuel lost control so quickly, as this didn't happen in the game. Despite her shock, she knows she must act immediately to prevent further disaster. Determined, she resolves to stop him before things worsen, aware that Namuel, despite his will harm people and fall into despair. Meanwhile, Midden also senses a massive amount of energy emanating from somewhere, recognizing that Baphilos was behind it. She immediately teleports Ebel, Galinos, Setaran, and Llewellyn to the scene. Baphilos smirks, surprised that Midden teleported all the major forces to him. Finding himself having no choice, the dark magician summons more reinforcements to his aid and orders Namuel to put on a spectacular performance. Ebel, in his werewolf form, feels absolutely stunned to see Namuel in a cursed werewolf form. Moreover, he is using magic on such a tremendous scale. Ebel realizes that the power portrayed by Namuel is of his own and not Baphilos'. The Emperor finds himself in a dire situation, as he left all the magicians back at the palace to defend the front line. Furthermore, Midden is old and exhausted from using much of her power, so it will be difficult for her to maintain the barrier and fight both Namuel and Baphilos at the same time. Finding his back against the wall, Ebel feels sorry for Rionel, knowing that he has no other option but to fight to death with them. Within Namuel's mind, he has utterly lost himself. Despite this, he had the foresight to create the perfect environment for awakening his powers before he began, enabling him to still think. However, his body has been completely overtaken, leaving him with no control. Trapped in this horrific state, all he can do is harm others or kill his comrades. Internally, he desperately begs everyone to kill him while he can still think, as he doesn't want to hurt them. The only regret that haunts him now is that the last image he saw of Adriana was a fake, conjured by magic. He wishes fervently that he could see her one last time before he dies. To his shock and amazement, Adriana suddenly appears before him, screaming his name. She grabs him, pleading with him not to give up and insisting that it's not too late. The sight of Lady Adriana in such a perilous place leaves everyone else in stunned silence. Ebel, in particular, is astonished, recalling how Rionel had clearly told him that Lady Adriana was on a trip. The sheer coincidence that her destination turned out to be Milburn is nothing short of miraculous to him. Vaphilos, meanwhile, feels a twisted sense of joy, relishing the fact that his potential hostage has come to them of her own accord. Vaphilos steps forward and addresses Adriana, stating that since she has come all the way to them, he will capture her, trying to cause her as little harm as possible. At that moment, Midden raises a wall and creates a line of light to prevent Vaphilos from reaching Adriana. She comments on Vaphilos's bravery for remaining distracted even in her presence. She explains that although she is fatigued, she is not so exhausted that she must stand by and allow him to create chaos. Vaphilos is struck by the realization that the chief imperial magician truly lives up to her reputation. It is incredible to him that she still possesses such power after expending so much energy. He moves his fingers and sends a horde of dark creatures to attack her. The dark magician feels a twisted sense of joy because the appearance of someone who Marquess Namuel cherishes means that the ensuing curse will inevitably spiral out of control. Namuel, meanwhile, feels a mix of emotions. He is relieved that the person embracing him is the real Adriana this time, yet he fears he might harm her. Although the curse afflicting him has subsided, it is on the verge of taking control again. Just then, Lady Adriana reveals that she is currently quite strong because she possesses the secret hidden item. She tells him that she can withstand his curse attack and help him for a while. She explains that with the ancient wolf's tooth, one can trigger the holy wolf's blood. The downside is that it doesn't work before one awakens their power, but it is highly effective if used after the awakening and can even lift his curse. This revelation leaves Namuel astonished. Adriana then pleads with Namuel to keep fighting and not succumb to his dark side. She urges him not to bear the burden alone and reassures him that his majesty and comrades are there to support him. And above all, Adriana emphasizes that she is right there with him. She urges Namuel to lean on those around him, even if just for a little while, and to seize the ending he truly desires. Back at the Imperial Palace, Miel informs Rionel that everyone who needs to evacuate has gathered and is on standby. Now, they just need to teleport them to the refuge in groups. Rionel instructs him to check one more time for any missing people before proceeding with the teleportation. Little Cephia is also present, adorably clinging to Rionel. Cephia notices that Rionel keeps looking out the window, like a bird longing to escape its cage. Little Cephia confronts Rionel, asking if she needs to be somewhere but can't leave because of the people. Rionel is surprised that Cephia has picked up on her desires instilled in her by her crow instincts. Rionel tries to reassure Cephia, explaining that as the future empress, she has to fulfill her duties no matter what. But Cephia interrupts her, pointing out that she is not the official empress yet. The little princess feels sad, believing that she should be the one doing what Rionel is doing now. But she is too young, so Rionel has to take on the responsibility instead. With a mix of childish authority and genuine concern, Cephia orders Rionel to abandon her duties and follow her heart, warning her that she will face severe punishment if she disobeys. She asserts that since Rionel is neither the official empress nor a noble, she has no right to defy the princess. Rionel hesitates, stating that she can't leave the people behind. However, Cephia reassures her, reminding her that others, like Marquess Wilhelm and Countess Foncha, can help manage the people. Can they really? Won't their backs hurt? Anyways, Cephia then opens the window and encourages Rionel to leave everything in their capable hands and to soar through the sky, fulfilling her own desires. Seizing the moment, Rionel ascends into the boundless sky. Cephia, feeling joyous about Rionel's decision, shares her feelings with her nanny. The princess believes that Rionel is meant to soar in the skies rather than remain grounded. She feels that Rionel should fly high and serve as a guardian for Ebel and its people. Despite her initial doubts about the choice she has made, Rionel's instincts as a crow urge her to embrace the skies. She is torn between trusting her animal instincts and relying on her human logic, but she knows one thing for certain. Once she begins her flight, there is no turning back. As she glances back, she notices one of Miel's powerful elements following her, realizing that he has sent it to protect her. Acknowledging Miel's concern, Rionel resolves that since she has already taken flight, she will travel swiftly, soar to greater heights, and discover what awaits her at her journey's end. In the ongoing battle in Milburn, the conflict between the forces of light and darkness rages on. Dark creatures continue to emerge without end, and Vaphilos shows no signs of exhausting his mana. In stark contrast, Ebel's troops are nearly depleted and have been struggling to hold their ground. Ebel perceives the situation as a dam about to burst from the relentless pressure, but he refuses to surrender. Losing this battle would mean losing everything, and Ebel is determined not to face the agony of losing Reinel again. He transforms back into his human form, draws his sword, and begins to slash through the dark creatures with all his strength. Ebel rallies his troops, emphasizing that the key to ending the battle is to focus on defeating Vaphilos. While this may seem obvious, the chaos of fighting numerous enemies can easily distract them. Ebel urges his soldiers to keep their attention on Vaphilos, believing that even he must have a limit, and that an opportunity to strike will eventually present itself. Vaphilos, aware of Ebel's unwavering willpower, acknowledges the Emperor's determination. Despite wanting to mock Ebel's futile struggle, Vaphilos is aware that he himself is nearing his limit from excessive use of dark magic, causing his body to deteriorate. He had prepared other bodies as a contingency, but transferring his soul to a new body would take too long, jeopardizing his objectives. Additionally, Vaphilos is surprised that Lord Namuel, who was supposed to have killed Emperor Ebel, has not lost control. Finding his options limited, Vaphilos resorts to a backup plan, fully aware of the cost. He casts a spell that destroys his own right hand as a sacrifice and then uses his left hand to form a magical circle, ready to attack. The dark magician taunts Ebel, claiming that he has made a grave mistake by bringing someone in front of him that he shouldn't have. Vaphilos' target is Llewellyn, and he aims his spell at Llewellyn's collar, which compels him to obey Ebel, tearing it off with his magic, setting the third prince free. Maiden warns Vaphilos, telling him that his life will be in danger if he offers himself as a sacrifice. The dark magician, throbbing in pain, responds that he has no choice. This is the only way he can stop her from reaching him. He tells her to watch what happens when a weakened wolf of the imperial family, oppressed by the dark world's energy, is freed from its shackles. Ebel quickly takes control of the situation. He orders Setaran and Galinos to handle the creatures of the dark world and instructs Maiden to focus on Vaphilos and maintaining the barrier. Ebel himself decides to deal with Llewellyn. Maiden assures him that as long as the barrier remains strong, he doesn't have to worry about the curse and can fight without holding back, unlike when he was battling in the boss court. Ebel transforms into his golden wolf form and prepares to attack Llewellyn. He had anticipated this scenario when he brought Llewellyn along. Perhaps he even expected this turn of events, given that Llewellyn had sided with Vaphilos from the beginning. With nothing left to lose, Ebel is confident that Llewellyn will risk his life and charge at him, seizing this last opportunity to kill him. But then, something completely unexpected occurs. Instead of attacking Ebel, the Black Wolf charges towards Vaphilos and attacks him. Gravely injured, Vaphilos is baffled by Llewellyn's unexpected attack. Llewellyn then transforms back into his human form and tells Vaphilos to shut up. He accuses Vaphilos of abandoning him and now daring to expect him to risk his life and fight for him when he has been reduced to a mess. The dark magic within him causes excruciating pain, and he blames Vaphilos for making him suffer, wishing for him to rot in hell. Vaphilos collapses to the ground but regains some strength and grabs Llewellyn's leg. He tells Llewellyn that he overlooked the fact that he is a coward who blames others for everything. The dark magician gathers his mana and prepares to attack while Llewellyn struggles to free his leg. Maiden, sensing the imminent danger, quickly instructs everyone to get behind her, aware that something big is about to happen. Just as Maiden expected, Vaphilos gathers his remaining mana and creates a massive energy ball filled with dark magic. He launches this powerful attack at Llewellyn, resulting in a colossal explosion that engulfs the entire area. Ebel is utterly stunned, unable to comprehend how Vaphilos had enough energy left to cause such devastation when he was on the brink of death. As the dust from the explosion settles, Vaphilos emerges, his form completely dark and filled with immense dark energy. He declares that his hypothesis was correct and that he gained substantial dark energy by sacrificing a tainted soul like Llewellyn's. Vaphilos then steps forward towards Ebel, declaring that he now needs Ebel's golden wolf form as the final ingredient for his plan. The scene then shifts to Reinel, who is struggling to breathe as she soars higher into the sky. Her body grows colder, and her wings feel lifeless with each beat. Despite this, she trusts her instincts and continues to ascend. As she lifts the last rope, she begins to feel better, her confidence growing as she follows her crow instincts. Suddenly, Reinel recalls the story about the black bird that gave birth to the crow species, scattering the fragments of their eggshells, later known as the Croban rockberry, across the land so that its offspring could one day consume them and soar higher. In an instant, a flash of light occurs in front of her eyes, and she finds herself embraced by the spirit of the black bird. It is revealed that the entity that communicated with Rionel while she was unconscious after being attacked by a monster was the Blackbird, the progenitor of the crows. The Blackbird tells Rionel that she has been waiting for her. Suddenly, Rionel realizes that her elemental, Mui, and Meal's great elemental are not with her. She wonders if something has happened to them. At that moment, the large bird addresses her, asking her to calm down. The entity reassures her that the elementals are safe but explains that they couldn't enter this realm. It then reveals that only a crow that has consumed a Croban rock berry can meet her in this place. Upon hearing this, Rionel understands that the enormous bird before her is the divine Blackbird. The divine Blackbird confirms her realization and transforms into a human form, introducing herself as Aileen. To Rionel's astonishment, Aileen looks exactly like her. Aileen apologizes for startling Rionel in various ways and explains that it was never her intention to entangle Rionel in this situation. She requests Rionel to listen to her explanation, promising that if she does, she will help protect the person she loves. Rionel nods, and Aileen begins to recount the story. Aileen explains that when God created this land, holy animals that served God started to breed life forms in the newly created world. Among these animals, a wolf shared its power with beings that resembled God. The Blackbird, which flew closest to the sun, became the wolf's eyes and held this role to ensure that the corpses that piled up did not hinder the living. The Blackbird assisted humans in managing the large number of corpses. However, every life has an end, and even divine animals must accept their deaths. All animals that protected humans eventually returned to God. But as the animal that governed death, the Blackbird was the only one left to watch over humans. Over time, humans began to forget about the Blackbird, and she lost her influence. People started to fear and hate her and her offspring because they associated them with death. Consequently, it became more difficult for crows to live among humans. Despite these challenges, the Blackbird devised a plan, seeing many humans getting hurt and dying in the future. She couldn't intervene directly due to her limitations, but she needed someone to act on her behalf, as she couldn't simply warn humans about their future. The only option was to bring someone from another world to assist her. Aileen explains that as long as death exists in a world, she can travel through dimensions. She sought someone who could convey her messages to the people of this world and help them. However, when she tried to warn people on the streets, they dismissed her as a fraud. Writing down all possible outcomes was overwhelming, and she realized no one would read this much text, so she created a game to disseminate this information widely. Rionel, realizing that she is speaking to the creator of the game, is shocked. It all makes sense now why the game felt so real and lacked typical game elements like status windows. It was because the game was like a prophecy. Aileen continues, saying that after completing the game and watching many players, she found one who loved the game's world deeply and wished for the character's happiness more than anyone else. She entered this person's dream and invited them to this world. That person was Adriana. However, an unexpected variable occurred. Monsters from the dark world entered this realm through a small gap created during her dimensional travels. This is how Rionel became entangled in this situation. Aileen apologizes, explaining that she realized what had happened too late, yet she had to take responsibility for it. However, Aileen could not revive someone who had already died. Eventually, she brought Rionel's soul into this world and placed it within a part of herself. Rionel wonders if this is why she resembles Aileen, the Blackbird, in this life. The Blackbird admits that it is her fault and expresses deep regret for causing Rionel so much struggle. She wanted to help as much as she could but was limited by her own constraints. This is why she placed Rionel near Ebel, a character destined to become the strongest in the game, as the second best option before the female protagonist would appear. Despite her efforts, Aileen was skeptical because crows were ostracized in this world, and it would have been a miracle if Rionel had not been hurt. To her surprise, Rionel managed to succeed in this world on her own, and this gave Aileen hope that Rionel could achieve much more than she initially thought. Aileen admits she panicked when Rionel gave the Croban rock berry she had saved for her to Ebel. Rionel, confused, asks if Aileen left the Croban rock berry there in the forest to turn her into a human as soon as possible. Aileen acknowledges this, explaining that she thought it would be very uncomfortable for a human to suddenly become a crow. Rionel then smacks her forehead, realizing that Namuel gave Ebel the Croban rock berry shortly after Ebel returned. This meant Ebel was going to awaken his power after consuming the berry Namuel gave him, indicating that Rionel did not have to endure all the trouble she went through. This realization makes Rionel scream and sweat in frustration. However, she reassures herself that the past is the past and tells Aileen not to apologize. Rionel acknowledges that Aileen did not do this on purpose to hurt her. She recognizes that Aileen was simply trying to help, but circumstances and bad luck intervened. Instead of harboring resentment, Rionel thanks Aileen because this entire incident allowed her to meet someone precious and create very happy memories with him. Rionel requests the divine blackbird, Aileen, to help her achieve a happy ending. Aileen smiles and pats her head, assuring her that she will. She explains that although she can't directly intervene, Rionel has fulfilled all the necessary conditions. Therefore, she will assist Rionel by helping her realize her true power. The blackbird places her hand on Rionel's head and begins to chant a magical spell. Rionel suddenly feels as if her body is submerged in water. She ponders how many times she has experienced this sensation, realizing she is now completely accustomed to it. Despite knowing she is sinking endlessly, she remains calm rather than anxious. Suddenly, there is a flash, and she finds herself back in her original human body when she worked as a zookeeper in the human world. Rionel understands what the condition Aileen mentioned is. It is the ability to accept her original human self along with her animal instincts, without denying either. It is the capacity to pursue her own direction without worrying about what others think. She realizes that this life is hers to live. She walks in this world with her own legs and soars through the sky with her own wings. She can only awaken her true power by not allowing anything to sway her. Therefore, she must break free from the protective shell surrounding her and step out into the world. We see Hempel, who hears something and bursts open a window. All the birds, not just Hempel, look towards the sky, sensing a call that has come for all of them. Although Maiden had advised her not to go outside for the time being, Hempel knows she has no choice but to go out now. She understands that this call has been ingrained in the instinct of birds for a long time. It is an ancient promise. The scene shifts back to the battle. Sedaran is suddenly struck by an attack of dark power, but Galinos pulls him back just in time. Galinos wonders if the Shadow Knight has reached his limit. He observes Sedaran, realizing that his specialty as an assassin involves short bursts of attacks, making prolonged battles his weakness. Yet, despite this, Sedaran has managed to endure. Galinos, feeling the dire situation, realizes they are short on power. Maiden is out of energy, and Namuel is running wild due to Fafilos' energy. Although Adriana tries to calm him, it doesn't seem to work much. Only the Emperor appears relatively alright. But Galinos knows he can't let Ebel go to the battlefront since Fafilos is after him. Clutching his sword tightly, Galinos knows he must step forward. Judging from how Llewellyn was able to attack Fafilos, Galinos understands that his weaknesses is surprise attacks. He feels certain that he can create a gap if he sacrifices himself. Prepared to die, Galinos smiles, reflecting on how he really wanted to see His Majesty marry Rionel at least. However, before he can move forward, Sedaran stands up and speaks to him. He knows what Galinos is planning and tells him that he is the one who's better suited for the task. The Shadow Knight insists that he will sacrifice his life and urges Galinos to use him, saying it's the rational choice. Realizing what Sedaran and Galinos are trying to do, Ebel becomes concerned and shouts at them to stop. However, the Shadow Knight feels he can't stop now. He tells Galinos that for his last wish, he wants him to ask Rionel to leave a flower on his grave. Ebel gets nervous, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, a swarm of birds arrives on the battlefield. Maiden notes that all the animals around must have fled due to the Dark World's energy, so she is baffled by why all the birds are suddenly charging here. She then spots Hempel, who mocks Maiden that she is a complete mess and should consider her age. Maiden tries to explain that it's dangerous and asks Hempel to return using her magic. However, Hempel declines and points to the sky, showing her the bird that summoned all the birds. This bird is none other than our MC Rionel. Hempel explains that right now Rionel is the closest being to God, and all the birds of the world can't help but worship her. We see Rionel in a completely new form, remarking that the new Queen of Birds has been born. At this moment, everyone halts their intense battle, filled with awe. Even the villainous beings are so overwhelmed that fleeing isn't even a consideration. Fafilos, too, feels overpowered and struggles to catch his breath, marveling at who this divine being El is. Rionel emanates with brightness. Opening her wings, she shines up into the sky, capturing everyone's attention. Adriana observes how Namuel suddenly calms down, wondering if Rionel's presence causes the dissipation of the Dark World's energy. She urges Namuel to focus on seizing the opportunity that Rionel has created for them and prepares him to try lifting his curse again. Rionel looks at her hands, questioning if this all has happened because she has just awakened her powers. She senses a strange sensation, realizing it will take time to fully control and utilize this newfound power. However, she clenches her fists, understanding that there is no time to waste. Addressing the Emperor and her beloved, Rionel asks if she has arrived too late. She apologizes for leaving the imperial palace, explaining that she couldn't stay away, consumed by worry for him. Ebel is taken aback, wondering why she looks different. More importantly, he expresses concern about her safety in such a perilous place, recalling her previous injury. Rionel hugs him, reassuring him not to worry, explaining that she is no longer weak. The dark magician, who follows the events, finds the situation impossible to comprehend. It makes no sense to him and seems absurd. He can't believe he has been easily overwhelmed by something unexpected. Moreover, he finds himself unable to summon creatures from the dark world anymore and struggles to gather mana properly. Reflecting on his past sacrifices for his deepest wish, he feels frustrated, questioning why Rionel is disrupting everything he has achieved so far. Rionel declares her intention to end the battle. Even Vafilos find it reminiscent of a myth that no one would believe, a gigantic bird, soaring through the sky, speaking human language. Wondering how much closer he could get to achieving his goal by using that bird as a sacrifice, he considers it worth trying. Even if it involves some risks, he thinks that sacrificing a part of his body, as he did when he left it, might work out. However, suddenly Mui appears there, also in a new form, possibly due to Rionel's newly awakened powers. The elemental blinds Vafilos' eyes with flashing light before he can act. The dark magician finds it difficult to believe that a mere elemental is obstructing him. Adding to his frustration, there's also a great elemental standing firm against his advances. He realizes that the elementalist that the chief imperial magician taught herself is not here. It dawns on him that he is in the imperial palace, guarding the nobles. He's astonished that Miel sent such a high-ranking elemental all the way here. Moreover, the elemental has gathered all those birds, and he has completely lost control of the sky. Vafilos fears that at this rate, his spells could go away. He concludes that sacrificing one arm won't suffice and decides he may have to sacrifice his entire body. However, he changes his mind, thinking he might be able to regain control by using that enormous crow as an offering. Vafilos stops hesitating and prepares to launch the same devastating attack he used on Llewellyn earlier, this time targeting Rionel. Ebel quickly realizes that Vafilos is emitting the same dark energy he used against Llewellyn, knowing that if Rionel comes into contact with it, she could suffer the same fate. Driven purely by instinct and the unyielding logic of a protective partner, the golden wolf leaps in front of the threat. Ebel sacrifices himself to shield Rionel, getting injured and collapsing into her arms, leaving her utterly devastated. Oh no, déjà vu, reversed edition. Anyways, panicking at the sight of her lover's condition, Rionel shakes Ebel, pleading with him to wake up and reminding him of his promise to return safe and sound. Vafilos steps forward, mocking her efforts, stating that the magic he used was ultimate darkness, requiring the sacrifice of one's entire body. He taunts Ebel, saying that the golden wolf foolishly followed his instincts and became a sacrifice to the dark world, destined to become his punishment. Vafilos reveals his true motive, to realize all the truths of the world and become the most powerful being in existence, confident that no one can stop him from achieving his ultimate goal. However, Rionel, with a cold and determined gaze, interrupts him, asking if he is done talking and calling him a third-rate villain. Shocked by her demeanor, Vafilos listens as Rionel tells him that his words are trite and unoriginal. She then squeezes Ebel, declaring that although the Emperor is injured, he did not become a sacrifice for a scumbag like Vafilos. Confused, Vafilos notices the torn bracelet that Ebel was wearing and realizes that part of his magic has been blocked. Rionel had tied the bracelet around Ebel's wrist as a small, unconscious miracle to protect her beloved. The bracelet had absorbed the attack, breaking apart and saving Ebel from significant harm. Vafilos, unfazed, declares that he has several spare bodies in the dark world and can return to life repeatedly, even if he temporarily disappears. He proceeds to transfer his soul back to the dark world, promising Rionel that he will return one day. But Rionel interrupts, asking him to stop his nonsense. Effortlessly, she captures his soul, completely shocking Vafilos. Rionel has become what Vafilos had been striving for ages to achieve, the most powerful being in existence. She closes the dark magician's soul in her palms and destroys it, erasing it from existence entirely, ensuring it cannot even roam the netherworld. After Vafilos disappears, Maiden quickly calls for other priests, knowing that Ebel's wounds caused by dark magic are difficult to treat with divine power alone. Holding Ebel in her arms, Rionel wonders what she should do. She considers asking Miel to find a big water elemental stone again, but knows it is impossible to find such a rare elemental of such size on short notice. Desperate, she knows she must do something herself. Just then, Hemphill places a hand on Rionel's shoulder, asking her to calm down. The old crow tells her to pull herself together, especially in situations like this, and taps her forehead, reminding her of earlier advice. A good crow must do what they are good at, that is using their brains. Hempful tells Rionel that if her powers have indeed awakened, she will be able to find a way. Rionel realizes that considering Aileen made her from a part of her body, she can use some of the powers of the blackbird and she can use a part of her own body to create an elemental stone. She breaks off a piece of herself, transforms it into an elemental stone, and places it on Ebel, hoping to save him. As Rionel tries to revive Ebel, she quickly realizes that the task is far more difficult than she anticipated. The process is incredibly draining, and she feels her own lifespan being shortened with each passing moment. Nevertheless, she remains resolute, knowing that if sacrificing her life means saving Ebel, she is willing to do it. Miraculously, Ebel eventually opens his eyes and gently touches Rionel's face. He apologizes, lamenting that he broke his promise to return to her safely. Rionel, both relieved and furious, scolds him, saying that a simple apology won't make everything right after what he did. She tells him that she is absolutely enraged and doesn't even want to speak to him again. However, after a moment, she smirks, leans in, and kisses him, admitting that she will forgive him because he is handsome. Ebel laughs and embraces Rionel, and they share a moment of peace and happiness together. Soon, they receive the joyous news that, miraculously, no one died in the battle, and all the injured have been treated. Those who were exhausted are finally able to rest, and Namuel has been freed from his curse. Regaining his human form, Namuel tightly hugs Lady Adriana, confessing to her that he has been a deceitful liar, fooling not only those around him but also himself. He admits that he had convinced himself he wanted to be just friends with her, believing his emotions were distorted by his curse. He told himself he shouldn't desire more or let his true feelings show. However, facing death, he regretted not confessing his love to her. Now, with the opportunity before him, he tearfully tells Adriana that he loves her. It is the happy ending everyone had been waiting for. Although Namuel's hair turned dark as a side effect of the curse, he cuts it off just in case. Initially upset, Adriana soon realizes that Namuel looks fantastic with short hair, and her love for him allows her to look past it. It seems like a happy ending for everyone. However, there is still one matter left to settle: the trial of Duke Howard. Duke Howard is charged with 2 offenses: using nobles who supported him in an attempt to kill the emperor, and secretly communicating with Vafilos, thereby endangering the empire. During the trial, the Duke smirks, confident that nothing will happen to him due to the lack of evidence before his plan was put into action. He believes that because he buried the mirror he used to communicate with Vafilos deep in a forest with no witnesses, he cannot be convicted. He lies in the courtroom, manipulating the nobles by claiming that it is unfair to suspect him without clear evidence or witnesses, feigning sadness over his lost political power. Rionel becomes visibly annoyed at his lies, and even Galinos burns with anger, asking Ebel for the order to behead the Duke. Behead? He surely doesn't know how to hold back. Ebel tells him that they don't have to do anything vulgar like that. To everyone's surprise, Ebel presents the magical mirror in court, asking the Duke if he still believes there is no evidence or witnesses. Ebel explains that the mirror has been thoroughly inspected by the elders of the Magician's Tower, who confirmed it was made with Vafilos' magic. They also revealed that the Duke secretly communicated with Vafilos through the mirror. While inspecting mirror, the elders had to witness the old fart's fashion show, much to their dismay. Anyways, despite this, Howard is baffled. He had hidden fake mirrors in several places to ensure no one would find the real one. Rionel then addresses him, reminding him that she promised to be the Emperor's eyes. She tells him he underestimated the birds, who observed him burning the mirror. With this evidence, the court finds Duke Howard guilty and imposes severe punishments on him. All the villains are now gone. Of course, life is not a fairy tale, and new villains may appear in the future. However, Rionel feels confident that as long as Ebel is by her side, nothing will tear them apart. Or so she thinks. The endless paperwork and formalities soon tear her apart, making her lament the amount of work they must now do. Although no civilian knight or magician died in the Dark World's invasion, the disappearance of Duke Howard and the noble party means there is a lot of work to be done in their absence. Rionel screams in frustration while doing the hectic paperwork, lamenting that the villains continue to make her life miserable even after their downfall. Meanwhile, Ebel fidgets the proposal ring, wondering when he will finally have the chance to propose to her. Shortly after noticing that Rionel is overwhelmed with work, her best friend Adriana comes to her rescue. Rionel shares her burdens with Adriana, explaining that since her true awakening, her stamina is exceptional. Even if she wants to faint, she can't. Adriana looks at her with concern, sensing that Rionel's mental state is on the verge of collapsing. Rionelle smiles and reassures her friend, saying there's no need to worry too much and that she just needs to endure a bit longer. Rionelle reveals to Adriana that they are planning to appoint many talented commoners soon, acknowledging that they couldn't leave a significant portion of the noble faction empty forever. The imperial family had to bring in new workers. Initially, there were concerns that the nobles would strongly oppose the idea of appointing commoners. However, no one resisted, thanks to Meal's significant role in the recent events. While Duke Howard, a member of a distinguished family, betrayed the nobles by conspiring with the demonic realm, Meal, who was once a slave, protected them heroically. The nobles, having witnessed this firsthand, realized that titles and family names were meaningless. This realization paved the way for reinforcing crackdowns and punishments for slave traders. Segeron's guild, which stopped accepting assassination commissions, played an active role in this effort. As a result, the dark side of the empire that despised Segeron began to fade, marking the beginning of a new era. Adriana feels relieved that things are improving and is confident that if they continue working hard, things will get easier. Nevertheless, she pleads with Rionelle to rest a bit because she has been overworking herself. She playfully pokes Rionelle's cheeks and teases her, saying that Ebel's work addiction has rubbed off on her. Rionelle responds to Adriana, insisting that as the future empress, she must dedicate herself to her work. Adriana, aware of Rionelle's tendency to obsess over her duties out of guilt, wishes for a way to divert her friend's attention. She ponders a solution until a thought strikes her. Adriana decides to seek Rionelle's advice on a personal matter, hoping it will distract her. Adriana's plan works. Rionelle springs up from her seat, her curiosity piqued, asking if something happened with Namuel. Easy peasy. Adriana, pleased with the reaction, explains that it's not a major issue but that she's contemplating whether to tell Namuel about the game they played. The reason they hadn't revealed the game to others was their fear of shocking them. However, Adriana believes that since the prophecy was made by a line, the Blackbird, Namuel might not be as shocked. She feels it's important to be honest with someone she cares about. Rionelle agrees, sharing that she, too, has struggled with hiding the truth from Abel. She has been frustrated by the secrecy and now decides that it's time to confront him about it. Meanwhile, Abel is preoccupied with planning his proposal, instructing the servants to hide firecrackers and spread rose petals. He keeps doing his official work alongside the preparations. Despite his busy schedule, he realizes he can't delay the proposal any longer and resolves to make time for it. Suddenly, Nadia rushes in to warn Abel that Rionelle is approaching. Abel panics, instructing everyone to hide. He had assumed Rionelle would be working with Lady Adriana and had started making preparations accordingly. Her unexpected arrival alarms him, and he wonders if something has happened. Rionelle finds Abel and, with a serious demeanor, takes his full name, requesting to speak with the Emperor. She acknowledges his busy schedule but emphasizes the importance of the matter she wants to discuss, hoping he can spare some time. Abel, taken aback by her serious tone and the fact that she's addressing him by his full name, feels a surge of anxiety. In a comical twist, he kneels and starts apologizing to Rionelle, assuming the worst. Rionelle, puzzled, asks Abel why he's suddenly on his knees. He admits that he should have proposed earlier and apologizes for the delay. He anxiously asks if there's anything about him she wants changed, promising to fix it. Everyone around them is shocked by his words. Abel, fearing that Rionelle might be planning to break up with him, begs her not to leave him, confessing that he can't live without her. And we thought that Galinos was the drama queen. Noticing that the future empress and the emperor need some personal time together, Galinos, Nadia and all the servants quickly leave. Rionelle blushes and tells Abel that there is a misunderstanding. Abel, embarrassed, stands up and asks Rionelle what is the secret that's making her act so serious. Rionelle then proceeds and explains everything to Abel, how she came into this world, was turned into a crow, and what she and Adriana did to achieve their happiness. Absolutely everything. She apologizes to Abel for not being able to tell him sooner. Yet, she assures Abel that the reason she didn't tell him earlier wasn't due to a lack of trust but because she didn't want to hurt him more. Abel finds it hard to accept that Rionelle endured all the hardships alone. She was suddenly dropped into another world and transformed into an animal, yet she didn't give up and created a miraculous outcome for everyone. He is in awe of her strength, realizing that's why he's completely smitten by her. He takes her hand, telling her she doesn't need to apologize and empathizes that if he were in her position, it would have been just as difficult for him to reveal everything. Abel expresses his happiness that she shared her biggest secret with him. He hugs her and promises that he wants her by his side forever, vowing to make her so happy that she won't remember the difficult times she endured. and then they share a beautiful kiss, and suddenly the sky fills up with beautiful fireworks, creating a marvelous view. Although it wasn't planned and someone lit them by mistake, Ebel finds the timing of the fireworks just perfect. Though his proposal didn't go as planned, he knows their love is already perfect. So, he takes out the proposal ring and asks Reinel to marry him. Reinel warmly accepts his proposal, a moment a lot of readers were waiting for. Finally, the magical day of their marriage comes and Ebel and Reinel finally get their happy ending. At their wedding, the divine Black Crow, Aileen, is also present. She observes that no moment shone as brightly as this one in all the endings she foresaw. In some endings, fewer people survived, and in others, some of Ebel's forces suffered or died. But Reinel's and Adriana's love and efforts created the best possible outcome, one that Aileen never expected. The divine crow feels she can finally relax. She thanks everyone and wishes them continued happiness and beauty in their world. And with this, the beautiful story concludes. Thank you everyone for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Make sure to like, share, and subscribe, and do follow us for more stories. The official story has concluded, but now begins a tale of what-ifs, an alternate reality where events take a different turn. And yes, just like you guys have waited, in this part we will see Ebel and Reinel's child. Starting with Extra Chapter, Part 1, we see Namuel completely overtaken by his curse, succumbing to his deepest desires. During a heavy rainstorm, he visits Adriana. Hearing that Namuel is outside her mansion in the pouring rain, Adriana rushes out to meet him, finding him drenched and standing alone. Worried for his well-being, she hurries to shield him with an umbrella and invites him inside. However, Namuel unexpectedly casts a spell, causing Adriana to lose consciousness. When Adriana regains consciousness, she finds herself in an unfamiliar place, puzzled by her surroundings. She soon sees Namuel, who gently reassures her that she is safe. He explains that he used magic to change her wet clothes after they got soaked in the rain. He admits that he could have used magic to keep them dry from the beginning, but since this is his first time running away like this, he was a bit clumsy in his actions. Adriana takes a closer look at Namuel and notices he is covered in curse marks. Namuel continues, informing her that she cannot escape because they are in a secluded location that even the Emperor cannot find. He has placed 3 barriers around the residence, ensuring her confinement. As he approaches her, he admits that she has every right to hate him for what he has done. He confesses that he knows she probably wouldn't want someone like him, but he is willing to keep even just the shell of her, pleading for her to stay by his side forever. Adriana's voice trembles at first, but then she shocks Namuel by showing immense joy at the idea of being with him forever. She caresses his cheek, telling him he should have told her earlier. If it were anyone else, she might have been disgusted, but because it's him, she feels fortunate. She then pins him down and reassures him that she will neither hate nor abhor him, and that staying with him forever is something she truly desires. Suddenly, Namuel wakes up with a jolt and we get to know that it was all a dream. Later, he shares the details of his strange dream with Adriana. Namuel speculates that the dream might be a side effect of the curse, an awakening, or a result of his abilities as a magician. He believes he might be seeing the alternate futures that Aileen had seen. Adriana acknowledges the possibility, noting that when she lifted the curse, she used the item left behind by Aileen. Namuel suggests that by investigating further, they can uncover the exact cause. However, Adriana shifts the conversation, asking Namuel to elaborate on the dreams he has been having. Despite his frequent mentions of having strange dreams, he never reveals their content, piquing her curiosity. Namuel, feeling shy, hesitates to disclose the details because he is aware that the dreams involve a particular kind of robust romance that he feels shy to talk about. Namuel shyly just says that his dreams always center around the two of them falling in love with each other. Adriana feels happy to hear this, interpreting it as a sign of fate. Reflecting on the concept of fate, Namuel begins to believe there might be truth to it. In the myriad variables he envisioned in his dreams, he always longed for Adriana, and she always accepted him regardless of his form. However, he also realizes that in each dream, he was the one restraining her. He believes that Adriana shines the brightest when she is free, and this freedom allows him to be liberated as well. This realization makes him appreciate their current reality more than any other possibility he has dreamed of because as now, they are free and in their brightest forms. Now, moving to extra story number 2. The second extra story delves into the past of Mirrodin, the chief imperial mage, and presents an intriguing glimpse into her early years. The narrative begins with a young Vaphilos, clutching a magical book, engaging in a conversation with Mirrodin. When Mirrodin inquires about Vaphilos' aspirations, He reveals that he dreams of becoming the greatest entity, one that is omniscient and aware of all truths. Miedon finds Vafilo's ambition to be rather lofty, though Vafilo's counters by asserting that such a dream is natural for magicians. Miedon, however, does not share the same grand ambitions. She confesses that her own aspirations are not as ambitious. Instead, she is more captivated by old, forgotten things. She holds a firm belief that these forgotten elements hold the key to her joy. Wanna know what holds the key to my joy? You're like, so please do it. The scene then transitions to Miedon exploring a distant forest in search of something specific. She recalls reading ancient texts that suggested the presence of the Kroban rock in the area, but she struggles to locate it, finding only ordinary pure stones. This leads her to question whether she misinterpreted the ancient literature. Despite this setback, she resolves to continue her search and re-evaluate her interpretations if necessary. In her past, Miedon was deeply engrossed in her research about the forgotten gods, which led her to develop an interest in the black bird. Her journey took her far and wide as she sought the Kroban rock, which she believed had been scattered across the world. Miedon holds the conviction that, if she can harness the power of the Kroban rock, she might be able to summon all the divine animals that have vanished from the world. However, despite her determination and extensive efforts, her searches thus far have been unsuccessful and have yielded little progress. Suddenly, she meets a lady with black hair, sitting on a rock, who coldly asks her for her purpose of visit, mentioning that this isn't a place that just anyone can come and go. Yes, it's Hempful, and this is indeed the first time when Miedon met her for the first time. Miedon finds herself captivated by Hempful's extraordinary beauty, expressing her curiosity and surprise at encountering someone so stunning in such a rugged, remote place, and barefoot no less. Hempful acknowledges Miedon's compliment with a nod and explains that she chose this location because it has fewer bothersome birds, although it does make finding prey more challenging. Nonetheless, she appreciates the tranquility of the area. Hempful further explains to Miedon that while there are still some birds, she maintains her human form to minimize annoying encounters. Miedon is puzzled by this revelation, unsure of what Hempful means. Yes, by that time Miedon didn't know that Hempful is a crow lady. Observing Miedon holding a stick, Hempful assumes she must be a human capable of remarkable feats. Miedon confirms this by admitting she is indeed a magician. Hempful responds with a scoff, awkwardly acknowledging that magician is indeed the correct term. Hempful, undeterred by the awkwardness of their conversation, asks Miedon if she could use her magic to help keep other birds away, promising to repay her in some way for the assistance. Delighted by the request, Miedon eagerly agrees and takes out a drawing of the Kroban rockberry, asking Hempful if she has seen it. To Miedon's initial joy, Hempful admits that she has indeed seen it in a nearby forest. However, her excitement quickly fades when Hempful reveals that the Kroban rock is no longer there because she ate it. Miedon's hopes are dashed upon hearing this. Distressed, Miedon questions why Hempful would eat the rock, to which Hempful nonchalantly replies that it looked tasty. Although Miedon is disheartened, she concedes that she can't fault Hempful for eating it since she is the person who found it first. Despite understanding this, Miedon feels a deep sadness, knowing that she won't be able to use the rock for her research. At this moment, Hempful corrects Miedon, saying she is not a person. Confused, Miedon asks what she means, prompting Hempful to reveal her true form as a crow. Miedon then realizes that Hempful was originally a crow who transformed into a human after consuming the Kroban rock. Hempful explains that after eating the magical berry, she gained the ability to change forms at will. However, since eating the glowing berry, she has been plagued by the attention of all kinds of birds trying to woo her, making her life quite difficult. Miedon decides to help her with this thing, asking her to allow her to conduct research on Hempful in return. So yes, that's how their journey began and they became so close. In the present, Miedon reflects on her journey with a sense of fulfillment. Although she was unable to achieve her original goal of summoning the vanished divine animals, she is content with her research and the many accomplishments she has achieved along the way. She takes pride in having witnessed the unexpected emergence of the Queen of Birds and, most importantly, in discovering a being and a lifelong companion who allows her to study her for the rest of her life. This makes her journey feel truly worthwhile and satisfying. The upcoming extra chapter delves into the backstory of Ebel's parents, the former emperor and empress, and how they first met. In a flashback to Ebel's childhood, we see him playing with the other princes and his mother. The family shares a joyful moment as the empress plays with the princes, and the emperor takes care of Sephia. Curious about his parents' relationship, Ebel asks his mother how she came to marry his father. The other princes, intrigued, also gather around to listen. She begins to recount the tale, noting that she might have always known that their father was a true scumbag. To emphasize this, she reveals that their first encounter was so intense that she ended up slapping him. The story unfolds with a description of a young prince who stood out among his brothers. This prince, marked by his noble lineage and achievement of awakening before any other prince, was praised by everyone, leading to a somewhat arrogant personality. During their initial meeting, the prince, who would later become the emperor, made some offensive remarks to a lady he met for the first time, his future wife. He belittled her title, suggested it was bought with money, and insulted her attire, prompting her to slap him. This incident caused a stir among onlookers, as they gossiped about how the golden wolf was slapped by a mere lady. She defended herself by explaining that her family was highly distinguished and had been recognized in the global registry for a long time. Despite their decline in wealth, they retained their pride and would never sell their title. She then expressed her hope that a prince like him would never ascend to the throne. This incident left a significant impression on the prince's mind. While some speculated that the prince allowed himself to be struck on purpose, he knew that was not the case. The lady's unexpected skill in slapping him, despite his guard being up, puzzled him deeply. In conversations with Wilhelm and Duke Howard, he expressed his bewilderment, noting that there was no ancestor in her lineage known for such talent. This made it even more perplexing how she managed to do it. He vehemently denied the idea that he let himself be hit intentionally, suspecting instead that she used some cheap trick, and vowed to uncover her secret. Despite his efforts to shadow her and find something suspicious, the prince discovered nothing out of the ordinary. Instead, he observed that she appeared to be a fragile person, incapable of harming even a bug. Even Myrden reassured the prince that she had not used any trick or magic. Ebel's father made a bet with Myrden, convinced that the lady had used some cheap tricks and determined to uncover them. To gather evidence, he approached her and, to her surprise, asked her to dance. Though reluctant, her friends encouraged her to accept, as it was an honor to be asked by the prince. As she was pushed forward, she tripped and fell into the prince's arms. Mocking her, the prince commented that someone who could slap an awakened boy couldn't even resist a slight push. He taunted her, suggesting she might have done it on purpose to end up in his arms. The lady, however, pushed herself away and insisted it was a misunderstanding. Then they proceed to dance together. During the dance, the prince felt something strange. He forgot his original intentions and became completely entranced. Dancing with her, he felt a connection through her touch, her fluttering hair, and her captivating eyes. Another one falling prey to the feminine beauty. He wondered what kind of spell she had cast on him. Despite his usual composure in front of the most intelligent scholars and the strongest royals, he found himself unable to exhibit his abilities in her presence. The prince was left wondering why he couldn't resist her allure. The lady hesitated and asked him if by any means he harbors feelings for her. The prince clearly denied it, but he realized that his behavior has spoken in similar message all the time. The doubt that he might actually have feelings for her made him start shaking, and he quickly ran away without saying anything. In her eyes, his behavior was justified too, because when the golden wolves fall in love, they baby change their minds until they die. He lost his sleep wondering if she is really the one for him, and eventually he had no choice but to throw away his useless pride and apologizes for their initial interaction. He apologized to her in the middle of the banquet, while everyone stared at them. Initially, she thought that no matter how much he says that he will improve, everything he will pick up his pride, but the lady was left surprised when the prince even agreed to apologize to her parents, something which she didn't expect. He visited his place countless times and knelt in front of her parents and family, proving that he has completely let go of his pride now. Eventually, seeing his efforts, she also totally fell for him too, and that's how they married each other. Ebel's father once told his children too that if they find someone they want to seek as their partner forever, they must give them all they have and win their love with all their might, since it's better to lose everything than to lose that person. And now that Ebel has Reinel, he totally agrees with his father's words back then, resolute to love her forever. Moving to extra story number 5. After Reinel and Ebel's successful marriage, some time has passed. One day, Adriana is seen conversing with Reinel, inquiring about how life has been for her lately. Reinel replies that nothing particularly noteworthy has occurred, which Adriana finds hard to believe, given that Reinel recently got married. Adriana assumes there must be some interesting newlywed stories, hoping to gather insights for her own future marriage. Despite Adriana's curiosity, Reinel insists that not much has changed. She explains that due to the recent implementation of appointing talents among the commoners, Ebel has been burdened with an overwhelming amount of work, leading to the postponement of their honeymoon. Reinel further explains that if there has been any significant change, it relates to her awakening. She is still adjusting to her newly awakened abilities, which include transforming into a new version of herself. Remarkably, she can now speak while in bird form and has even sprouted wings on her back. Adriana asks Rionel to keep her wings out all the time. However, Rionel explains that the wings are uncomfortable for her when she's indoors, and it's challenging to have them out for long periods, especially since there's a cat in her home always eyeing them. This cat was once owned by Duke Howard but was given to Adriana after he lost his pet during a trial. Although Rionel wanted to care for the cat, her species doesn't get along well with felines. She's content with visiting Adriana's place and seeing the cat occasionally. So relatable, because my family also doesn't get along well with pets. Oh, you too. High five. Shifting the conversation, Rionel asks Adriana about her relationship with Namuel, and whether things are going well between them. Adriana senses that Rionel is trying to avoid talking about Ebel, but she dismisses the feeling and shares that her relationship with Namuel is going well. They are slowly working through their bucket list of things to do before marriage. Pleased, Rionel asks when they plan to get married. Adriana thinks for a moment and says they plan to take things slow and will probably marry after Rionel has a child. Rionel finds this timeline a bit too late and, curious, Adriana asks why it would be too late for her to have a child, quickly inquiring if something is wrong in her married life. Just then, Rionel shyly explains that they haven't had their first night together yet, and it's completely her fault. She admits to Adriana that she has never been in a relationship before, so whenever the atmosphere turns intimate, she gets embarrassed and turns into her crow form. Adriana, surprised, asks why she's so embarrassed now that she's already married. She teases Rionel, saying that her progress is slower than theirs, even though they haven't been dating for long. Suddenly, Rionel realizes what Adriana just implied. She quickly grabs Adriana's mouth and asks what she means, demanding to know when they became intimate. She asks if it happened a week ago, a month ago, when. Embarrassed, Adriana reveals that it happened on the same night she saved him, and they confess their feelings for each other. Rionel finds it hard to believe that Adriana and Namuel, who were so frustrating and kept referring to each other as friends while they were wheeling, progressed that quickly on the day of the confession. Determined not to be left behind and eager to catch up with Adriana, Rionel quickly rushes to Ebel's office, announcing that they are going on a vacation. She transforms into her giant crow form and asks Ebel to sit on her, flying away with him into the distant sky. Concerned, Ebel asks if she must be feeling heavy because of him, but Rionel laughs and assures him that he's very light, so light that she's worried if he's eating properly. They head towards Alsone Lake, the vacation home where their belated honeymoon awaits. This vacation house came into her possession as a gift for officially becoming the Empress. She is particularly fond of it because she sees it as a reward for all the suffering she endured up until now. Above all, it's a beautiful place with a natural landscape that refreshes her spirit. She had always wanted to come here with Ebel, and now that she has, she feels incredibly happy. As they soar through the sky together, they witness magnificent views, with Ebel's entire body covered in the sense of ecstasy. In this moment, they are not the Emperor and Empress who lead an empire, but simply Ebel and Rionel, existing as themselves. They finally reach the mansion and set up a campfire outside, catching fish and cooking it together, enjoying their time. This reminds them of their early days, when they first met and spent time together in the jungle, cooking. Back then, they had no idea their future would turn out like this. Ebel expresses regret for not being kinder to her earlier, but Rionel tells him that dwelling on the past won't change it. Instead, they should focus on building a better relationship in the future. She admits it's difficult, and when she feels overwhelmed by regret, she thinks of animals. Animals never get trapped by regret. They focus on survival in the future. Rionel has always learned a lot from them, and she advises Ebel not to dwell too deeply on the past. Seeing her smile and hearing her explain things, Ebel finally understands how she's managed to stay strong all this time. With renewed determination, he decides to focus more on the present. He asks Rionel if there's anything she wants. Though Rionel is tempted to ask for something steamy, she shyly requests to see him in his full form once more, making a strategic retreat. Ebel transforms into his wolf form, and Rionel gets on him. She rides him happily. Well, I know what you are thinking, but it's not what you think. Anyways, as she rides him, she realizes that the reason she feels anxious during intimate moments isn't just due to a lack of experience, but because she doesn't want to regret anything. Her deep feelings for Ebel make her desire for every moment with him to be perfect, even though she knows it's unnecessary. Finally, she decides to let those feelings drift away with the wind and sets her mind on the fact that what's truly important is not perfection, but the effort and the genuine desire to be with the person you care about. After that, finally comes the time of their first night. They enjoy their private moments together and spend time doing what a couple does. Upon returning to the kingdom, Rionelle finds herself unusually sleepy and struggles to get out of bed. She wonders if she caught a cold during the trip. Ebel quickly calls for a priest, who, after inspecting her, informs them that her symptoms aren't simple and might even be unprecedented in history. This news initially terrifies them. Breaking the suspense, the priest delivers the good news that maybe they are going to become parents soon. Rionelle and Ebel are overjoyed to hear the news, especially Ebel, who finds himself overwhelmed with emotions. He wonders if they will have a daughter or a son, but, regardless, wishes for the child to be born healthy. He cheers and starts imagining what the child will be like, picturing every moment of their growth bringing him immense happiness. He envisions watching the child grow into an adult and, eventually, the day when they will leave their side to start their own journey with someone. Rionelle giggles and tells Ebel that they aren't even sure of the pregnancy yet, so he shouldn't get too excited. Still, she understands Ebel's feelings. The idea of bearing fruit with the person you love is incredibly exciting. Happy and determined, Rionelle decides to confirm her pregnancy and visits Mirrodin, believing she is the best person to consult since she has researched crows who have eaten Kroban rocks and would likely know about their pregnancies as well. Mirrodin understands her reasoning and, acknowledging that the situation involves a combination of two different species, decides that it requires an even more thorough examination. However, she suggests that there is someone better suited for the task, Hemphill. For as long as she has lived, Hemphill has had opportunities to meet others from the same species who had also eaten a Kroban rock and someone pregnant in their human form. At that, she takes Rionelle's hand and notes that her symptoms are strikingly similar to those of that pregnant crow woman, congratulating her on the news that she is indeed pregnant and carrying Ebel's child. Rionelle gets emotional and hugs Ebel, and soon the news spreads to everyone. Galinos is overjoyed and starts crying, ecstatic that His Majesty will become a father. Miel is equally delighted, dreaming of teaching the child magic. Nadia, Namuel, Adriana, and many others come to congratulate Rionelle, wishing her and Ebel many happy moments. Adriana presents her with a bouquet of flowers. Fancia and Wilhelm also give her a gift, although it turns out to be more frightening than appealing. A collection of 1,000 books on politics, literature, society, commerce, humanities, philosophy, and whatnot. They believe there's nothing better than reading for parental education. Suddenly, Adriana notices that Ebel is absent, knowing he's not the type to leave Rionelle alone at such a time. Rionelle explains that he's very busy right now with a unique task, building a nest for her crow wife. I heard about buying a house for your lover, but building one. Dude took it to the next level. However, being a wolf and an emperor, he has never done anything like this before, so the task is proving to be quite challenging. In doing so, he's also getting a taste of life within laws, a frequent topic in soap operas. After countless efforts, Ebel finally succeeds in making a nest that Hemphill approves is good enough. Ebel soon realizes that the path to becoming a father will be a long and rough one. Rionelle finally lays the egg in there, and when young Cephia gets to know about it, she comes running to see it. She gets delighted to know that she will become an aunt soon. Rionelle reveals her egg to Cephia, who gets stunned and excited to see its golden sparkling color and not to mention its sheer size. The little princess hugs the egg, finding it warm and comforting, and hopes her future niece will be born healthy. Though it's challenging to continuously incubate the egg, Rionelle believes it's not impossible. With Ebel by her side, providing constant support and assistance, she feels quite comfortable and confident about the process. She thinks that having a child is quite achievable under these circumstances. However, life is unpredictable, and the true test is just beginning. Surprisingly, after laying the egg, Rionelle has completely lost her appetite. Even her favorite meals no longer bring her any joy. Ebel finds this baffling and wonders if she is experiencing morning sickness. Frustrated, he swiftly orders all the chefs in the empire to be summoned. Thus, the battle against morning sickness begins, and soon enough, it grandiosely fails too. Not a single dish could satisfy Rionelle's palate. Despite this setback, Ebel feels it's still too early to give up. He even feels determined to seek help from neighboring nations to find something she can eat, and sets out to find her something. Meanwhile, the thug birds offer her some worms, claiming that this is the appropriate food for her and eating them will give her strength. However, the sight of the gruesome worms disgusts Rionelle. What disgusts her even more is the fact that her crow instincts make her drool at the sight of them. The thug birds are not pleased with Rionelle's refusal to eat the bugs. They quickly gather all the birds in the area and attack her, forcing her to consume the bugs. Later that night, when Ebel returns, he feels extremely exhausted. He gathered magicians to send urgent letters to other nations for help, but they all replied that it would take some time before the chefs could arrive at the empire. This means that Rionel will have nothing to eat until then, which saddens Ebel deeply. He wonders what he should do. Suddenly, he notices Rionel eating something. As he approaches her, he is surprised to see that she is eating bugs and worms. Confused and surprised, he doesn't say anything and just turns away. The next morning, Rionel wakes up feeling dizzy and thinks she has lost her senses after eating all the bugs. She feels scared that if Ebel finds out, he will be disappointed in her for eating such things. She resolves to keep this secret until her dying day. However, suddenly, she finds Ebel standing right behind her and gets extremely surprised. Ebel apologizes for startling her and tells her that he saw her eating bugs the previous day, and that she seemed to enjoy them. Rionel starts sweating, certain that Ebel must now feel disgusted with her. But to her surprise, he presents her with a bucket full of bugs, telling her that he caught them all for her. He explains that when he discovered there was something she could eat, he couldn't help but spend the whole night catching bugs and worms for her. His efforts melt Rionel's heart, and she asks if he is really okay with her eating bugs. Ebel reassures her, saying he has found something for her to eat healthy, so nothing else matters. He even expresses frustration that he isn't a crow himself and thus couldn't identify which bugs will suit her taste buds best. His words and efforts win Rionel's heart completely, and he feeds her gently and with affection. After that, some time passes, and with summer in full swing, everyone focuses on caring for Rionel and her egg, spending peaceful and happy days. And so comes the night when the big golden egg finally hatches, and Rionel and Ebel's child enters the world, a cute and adorable wolf with wings. The child is truly the combination of the wolf and the crow, much more lovely than they could ever have imagined. Rionel gently picks up her child and expresses her gratitude, thanking him for coming to them like a precious gift. She promises to give him all her love and devotion. Ebel, on the other hand, is overwhelmed with emotions. At one point, having a family had felt like a distant dream to him. His previous family had, in a short period of time, fallen apart, disappeared, and left him behind, extinguished by the harshness of fate. This left him with only one blood relative, but now, beside him, he has a new family. A family that exists because he chose them and they chose him. An unfamiliar cry catches in his breath and forms a lump in his throat as he picks up his wife and child. He thanks both of them for coming into his life. Tears flow freely down his cheeks. Although the intense warmth of this moment feels overwhelming, he recognizes the name of this emotion, happiness, and he feels that if this is what happiness is, it can crush him and he would welcome it. Since the child's eyes shine like gold, resembling Ebel's, Rionel decides to take inspiration from one of the gods in her original world. Inspired by the name of the sun god, Helios, she decides to name their child Helios. As they look up at the sky, they witness a marvelous display of countless shooting stars falling. It's almost as if Aileen is congratulating Helios on his birth. The entire empire is filled with celebrations after Helios' birth. Civilians sing songs in honor of the new prince, while nobles and royals send an array of congratulatory gifts. The atmosphere is happy and cheerful. However, shortly after Helios is born, Rionel begins to experience unusual symptoms. Though her body appears healthy, she starts sleeping more and more, 12 hours, 15 hours, and eventually almost the entire day. She now barely spends an hour awake each day. In the past few days, the atmosphere in the palace has become heavy and somber, with everyone struggling to cope. It is difficult to identify the cause of Rionel's ailment. Despite extensive examinations, no health issues are detected, and unlike the last time, she is not pregnant. It is not a curse from a demonic spirit either. Neither rest nor healing magic seems to help, and even the spirit's tones have no effect. To make matters worse, Rionel's spirit, Mui, begins to fade. Mui, who had become a high-ranked existence after Rionel awakened, initially had a life force stronger than that of normal spirits. Yet, quietly and gradually, her existence begins to diminish, mirroring her master's condition. Ebel contemplates whether Rionel might have given him her own life force to save him. He feels a deep sadness, knowing that even if his life is extended, living without her would be meaningless. He commands everyone to find a way to save Rionel, using any method necessary. Namuel, Miel, Nadia, and others all contribute in any way they can. Later, Namuel presents an update to Ebel. He reports that, unfortunately, there has been little progress. Rionel's situation is highly unusual, with no precedents to guide them. Midden and Hempel are also searching for solutions but have not discovered any significant leads. They have limited understanding of the nature of the monarch of birds. One thing is clear, if the Empress has become close to a god, replenishing her life force requires an enormous power that must be addressed. Namuel suggests that, Based on current hypotheses, they may need to resort to forbidden magic or draw upon the power of the demonic realm. He explains that the most feasible plan at this moment is to use black magic and sacrifice thousands of people to harness this power, so that's why finding an alternative has been extremely challenging. Ebel suggests using the power of the heavenly realm, but Namuel explains that this option is similar to using the demonic realm. It also requires sacrifices. The process involves offering countless lives as sacrifices, and these sacrifices must offer themselves voluntarily, making the situation even more difficult. Ebel realizes that, regardless of the method, he will have to become a tyrant to achieve the necessary results, which is why they have been struggling to find a solution. Ebel understands that he cannot indefinitely hope for an ideal alternative and recognizes that his options are limited. He contemplates that, like the Vafilos, he might need to accept his own desires and face the reality of the situation, even if it means compromising his principles. Considering the many times that Rionel and he have worked hard to protect the Empire, Ebel decides to take decisive action for her, even if it means facing criticism for being selfish. He takes Galinos with him and sets out on his mission, leaving the Empire in Namuel's care while he is away. A week later, Ebel returns with a solution. Rionel, unconscious, in a dreamlike state, sees some lights and feels an instinctive urge to consume them. As she does, she suddenly awakens. Although she has not fully recovered, she feels significantly better. Ebel is relieved to see that his efforts were effective. Actually, he fed her a Kroban rock, and it worked. At first, Ebel did not consider this method. The evidence was lacking, yet the other methods seemed too extreme. Finding an alternative was challenging, but he was determined not to become corrupt like Vafilos or give up on Rionel. So he devised a new approach, something specifically designed for crows from the beginning. He sought a powerful substance that could awaken even other species and elevate crows to a godlike existence. That's right, a Kroban rock berry. He hoped that using the Kroban rock, with its immense power, would restore Rionel's life force without requiring sacrifices. Ebel and Galinos embarked on the quest to find the Kroban rock, but they faced a significant challenge. Kroban rocks were rare and difficult to locate. However, he recalled the night when Helice was born and he and Rionel had seen blue shooting stars. Believing that Alien, who had worked tirelessly to protect the world, would not ignore their plight, Ebel followed the direction of the falling stars and eventually found the Kroban rock. On their way back, nothing short of a miracle, they even discovered 2 additional Kroban rocks. So, that's how he got his hands on the glowing berry. Rionel, although improved, has still not fully healed. She requests the remaining Kroban rocks and consumes the third one, despite feeling nervous because she has never seen anyone eat it a third time in any of the possibilities and visions of Alien. As she takes a bite, a massive burst of energy envelopes the palace, blinding everyone with its brilliance. Neodin grows concerned that if this overflow of power is not absorbed, it could harm Rionel, who had been ill for a long time. Just then, Helice flies to Rionel and absorbs a significant portion of Rionel's power, which transforms him into a human baby. After conducting urgent tests, they confirm that he is perfectly fine and that Rionel's life force has been fully restored. This marks a happy ending. However, they still have 1 Kroban rock left, which they decide to give to Midden for research. Time passes, and the day of Namuel and Adriana's marriage also arrives. Initially, it was just Rionel, Ebel, Adriana, and Namuel, but now they are surrounded by great companions and friends. Rionel feels confident that they can overcome any future obstacles together. They resolve to live each day with dedication, ensuring that their future achievements would be remembered with pride. In the end, Ebel was recognized as one of the greatest emperors with the most significant accomplishments. Suddenly we witness the scene shifting back to the zoo, where it all began. There we see Llewellyn, the bratty prince, now alive in Rionel's world. This demonstrates that all the storylines and worlds are interconnected. Everyone has achieved their happy endings. This is the true ending of the manhwa. Thank you for following till the end.